Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 151, Psychic 3. White smoke floated away, and huge monsters from the three major fairylands stood on the spot, casting a huge shadow outside Wakao village. The situation is critical, Snail. I need you to work with Jiraiya and Bunta to defeat the enemy in front of us. Tsunade said with a serious expression. The living slug is a split body from the body of the slug sage, the founder of the wet bone forest. It is snow white with blue stripes on its back. Its original body is as huge as an island. With Tsunade's current strength, she can only summon a body less than 1/10 the size of the slug sage's original body. As a split body of the slug sage, the living slug also has the ability to split. Its natural energy contains powerful yang-style chakra and strong vitality. It can not only treat injured people on a large scale, but each split body can also share vision, transmit information in real time, and transmit chakra remotely. Is that Xenia? As soon as the living slug appeared, he recognized the identity of the red giant snake with his excellent experience. Who is Xenia? Tsunade's mind moved and she immediately confirmed the information. It is a giant snake with reverse scales that lives deep in the lair of the most violent giant snakes in the Ryokai cave. It is powerful, but has an extremely violent temper. Even the snakes living in the Ryokai cave hate it. The living slug spoke, and its two huge tentacles twitched slightly. Lady Tsunade, the opponent's venom can petrify all living things. We must deal with it with caution. Although its appearance is scary, its voice is unexpectedly gentle, quiet, and elegant, like a clear spring flowing through a mountain stream. Jiraiya's expression was serious, he was also listening. After Hwashin finished telling the information about Xenia, Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances. Years of tacit understanding allowed them to quickly determine the battle strategy. On the other side, unlike the other two who were nervous, Orochimaru stood above Xenia with his arms crossed, his tone even somewhat relaxed. How does it feel to face off against the inheritance of Myaboku Mountain and the wet bone forest at the same time, Xenia? Tisk, don't underestimate me, you bastard. Xenia's eyes moved sideways, directly passing over Gamabuntat. When he looked at the living slug, a trace of imperceptible caution flashed across his vertical pupils, but that slug is indeed a bit tricky. Will you win? I will win. Hearing Orochimaru's slightly teasing voice, Xenia's eyes immediately became irritable, and he swung his snake tail and took the lead in launching an attack. The exaggerated size did not affect Xenia's speed. The snake's tail instantly turned into a red flowing shadow, howling in the wind, with a sweeping force, lashing at Xenia's waist like a whip. Boom! The ground exploded, and Gamabunta demonstrated his excellent jumping ability. He kicked his frog palm and jumped away from his original position, easily avoiding the sweep of the snake's tail, and leaped into the air with Jiraiya and Nawaki. But the living slug beside it was not so agile. Compared with the agile Wenta, she was huge and slow in movement, so she did not make any evasive moves and was directly cut in half by the snake's tail. Puff! Xenia was slightly stunned, and a rare look of surprise flashed across his fierce eyes. It did not feel any impact, but only saw a long shadow sweeping past, and the living slug split into two right in front of its eyes, splitting into two identical slugs. Hateful! It was a little irritable, and its tail curled back and lashed twice in a row like a steel whip, and the air was filled with the sound of rushing wind. However, the result of doing this was that 4 slugs appeared in front of its eyes. Although his body was no longer the same size as before, his aura had not weakened at all. It's immune to physical attacks, stop making stupid attacks, Xenia. Orochimaru reminded. His eyes suddenly became stern and he looked up sharply. A shadow loomed over their heads, gradually expanding like ink-stained rice paper, completely covering the man and the snake. Gamabunta fell straight down with the force of a mountain. Jiraiya's loud voice was heard in the whistling wind. The rooftop collapse technique. The giant toad fell to the ground with a deafening sound. Under the powerful kinetic energy, the circular shock wave spread in all directions. Even the barrier of Otsutsuki village was passively revealed, causing layers of ripples. Because of attacking the slug, Shenyu was unable to dodge the attack in time and was slammed into the ground by Gamabunta, roaring angrily. Jiraiya immediately stuck his head out and looked down, his eyes penetrating the layers of smoke and dust, trying to find Orochimaru's figure beside Shenyu, but it was obvious that he had lost his target. There was a violent shaking under his feet. It was Shenyu struggling frantically. Apparently, the previous move not only failed to seriously injure it, but instead angered the violent snake. Jiraiya immediately came to his senses and steadied the shaky rope tree. Gamabunta kept moving, his frog face showing a human-like solemn expression. He stepped on Zenyu's body tightly, suppressing the opponent, while pulling out the short knife from his waist and stabbing it straight down at the snake's head. Shenyu twisted its snake neck flexibly, opened its big mouth and moved forward instead of retreating. With a ding sound, it bit Wenta's dagger. Its fangs rubbed against the blade, splashing fine sparks. "Don't give it a chance!" Jiraiya shouted loudly, forming seals with both hands, earth-style, yellow spring swamp. The ground surged and quickly turned into a flowing reddish-brown color. In just a few breaths, it turned into a swamp with a radius of 100 meters. The ground suddenly turned from solid to soft, and Shenyu immediately lost his support. His huge body sank inch by inch under Wentai's pressure, splashing out countless mud. "Are you too concerned about Shenyu?" The hoarse voice beside his ear was like a biting cold wind, sending chills down Jiraiya's spine. "Teacher, be careful!" Shengshu shouted belatedly. By the time he reacted, a ghostly figure had passed him and was behind the teacher. Hearing the humming sound of airflow from behind, Jiraiya turned back desperately, but was still a step too late. With a quick glance, he saw Orochimaru with flying hair and holding a crystal chakra ball, pressing it hard on his back. Spiral pills. A blue light flashed, air surged, and with a clear shout from Orochimaru, the raised Nan suddenly exploded. Under the powerful thrust, Jiraiya's body seemed to lose control, flew out in a spin, and crashed into the ground in the distance. Above Gamabunta's head, Rope Tree stared blankly at the back of the person in front of him, tears silently flowing out of his eyes. Orochimaru sensed something and turned his head slightly, his golden vertical pupils emitting a cold and unfamiliar light. "Naoki, I haven't seen you for a long time. Have you become Jiraiya's disciple?" Shengshu opened his mouth. He had indeed met the person in front of him a few times when he was a child and he had a good impression of him at that time. "You. Let's stop reminiscing about the past." Orochimaru raised his lips. "You'll have a better chance of survival if you jump down yourself." After saying that, he leaped up and disappeared above Wentai's head. Gamabunta learned that Jiraiya was attacked and wanted to support him, but he was unable to get away because Shenyu's struggle became more intense. Suddenly, a snake tail emerged from the mud and tightly tightened around Wentai's round belly. "Get out!" Shenyu roared, and with tremendous force he threw Wentai far away and smashed him into the mountains. Chapter 152, Playing House ends here. In the auburn swamp, a giant snake was thrashing around frantically, its smooth scales covered in mud. "You look a little disheveled, Shenyu." A figure flashed in the air, and Orochimaru landed on top of Zenyu's head like a flying leaf, with his hands on his chest, his expression not at all panicked. "Humph, no way to compete." Shenyu snorted coldly, took a deep breath, and then sprayed downwards. A huge amount of purple venom rushed out like a waterfall, quickly gathering into a puddle on the ground. When the venom came into contact with the swamp, white gas emerged in an instant, accompanied by a continuous hissing sound. When the white gas dissipated, the swamp underfoot had dried up, and the previous red mud had all turned into grey stone. Shenyu exerted a little force, and accompanied by the sound of crisp stone breaking, the huge snake body broke free from the stone. The stones on its body fell off, and the red scales became smooth and tidy again. Suddenly, a pungent smell came from the air. Orochimaru and Zenyu raised their eyes at the same time. In their field of vision, pale yellow acid was like a torrential rain, covering the sky and the earth from all directions. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, but the four slugs from before occupied the four directions of east, west, south and north respectively, and surrounded him and spit out acid, trying to dissolve him and Zenyu. These damn slugs are such a trouble. Looks like I'll have to use that thing I hate the most, which is shedding my skin. Zenyu looked around and cursed. The acid of the slug should not be underestimated. It contains rich natural energy. It must be the magic of the wet bone forest. It has a natural restraining ability against Zenyu's venom. Ordinary people will be dissolved on the spot if they are touched by a drop of it. Even Zenyu can only avoid harm by shedding his skin. No need. Orochimaru suddenly said, raised his hand and flicked it. 4 vipers shot out from his sleeves and fell in different directions. The viper landed on the ground and immediately coiled up its body, spitting out 4 new Orochimaru from its mouth. Of course, these were just his snake clones. Orochimaru crossed his hands, and as the acid fell from the sky, he and the 4 snake clones completed the seal at the same time. A deep purple light flashed, and with the 4 clones as the intersection, a huge rectangular barrier was quickly opened, completely covering Zenyu's huge body. 4 black snakes formation. The barrier was purple and transparent all over, as solid as a solid object. Even though the acid was pouring and splashing, the man and the snake inside the barrier remained calm and not hurt at all. Seeing that his technique had a defensive effect, Orochimaru's mouth corners unconsciously rose. This is a barrier technique he developed based on the whirlpool barrier technique taught by his master, which he improved on his own and incorporated his own characteristics. The sealing effect is no worse than the original one. Originally, this move was used to trap the enemy. But the master said that no matter it is ninjutsu, eye technique, or barrier technique, they are just tools of the ninja. No matter what their original functions are, the one that can solve the problem is a good technique. How can it be? The acid rain was coming to an end. Tsunade stared in amazement at the gradually disappearing purple barrier in front of her, too shocked to speak. It was not until then that she realized that after not seeing each other for a few years, the power Orochimaru possessed had completely surpassed the two of them. At this moment, a living slug twisted slightly, and its snow-white body surface flowed like water, ripples spread out, and a burly figure emerged. He was tall, with thick white hair like a mane. It was Jiraiya. It turned out that Jiraiya was hit by the raise nan just now, but the slug was quick and immediately drove a split body to catch Jiraiya, and used the huge vitality in its body to urgently heal his injuries. Orochimaru, that move just now was quite powerful. He grinned and moved his shoulders. At this moment, although there was a big hole in Jiraiya's black combat suit on the back, his back was only slightly red and swollen. With the treatment of Huashao, the injury had almost recovered. The rocks shook, and a huge toad jumped out of the smoke and dust, landed beside Jiraiya with a bang, and stirred up a whirlwind. Gamabuntai held the short knife in reverse, ready to strike. It was obvious that he was a little angry because Zenyu had just easily thrown him away. Zenyu, 1 against 2, do we have a chance of winning? Orochimaru asked in a hoarse voice. Hey, are you kidding? Zenyu showed disdain and spat out his tongue. Orochimaru flew to the ground and flexed his wrists. I have a pretty good chance of winning. The 3 of them looked at each other and instantly confirmed the fighting intent in each other's eyes. Zenyu roared and took the lead in moving. His huge body meandered forward like a high-speed train, rushing straight towards the slow-moving slug. Tsunade bent her knees slightly, launched herself from above the slug's head, turned her body into an arrow to tear through the air, and punched Zenyu hard. Latent shadow snake hands. Orochimaru raised his arm, his sleeves fluttering, and in an instant 6 extremely long diamond-spotted vipers shot out, which arrived first and entangled Tsunade's calves, pulling her down from mid-air. With his obstruction, Xenia successfully crashed into the arms of the living slug, opened its big mouth and bit the other's soft body, but before it could inject venom, the living slug repeated the same trick and split into countless slugs of different sizes, which swarmed forward and wrapped Xenia layer by layer. Wen Tai found an opportunity and slashed with his sword fiercely, and the huge sword light tore through the sky. The snake's tail flew across the sky and hit the side of the blade with a snap. The violent force caused the short sword that had accompanied Wen Tai for so many years to break in an instant. When the three huge beasts fought, the mountains shook violently and a cloud of dust rose up. On the ground, the fight between the three became more and more intense. Seeing her legs being bound by vipers, Tsunade immediately dived down, following the direction of Orochimaru's pulling, and hammered into the ground like a nail. She then bent down and pulled up all the vipers with her backhand. What? She let out a deep shout, and a ferocious beast-like strength burst out from her graceful body. She actually swung Orochimaru up like a windmill and used the centrifugal force to throw him far into the sky. Jiraiya! She shouted. Oh! Jiraiya completed the hand seal, his chest bulged and his mouth puffed out high. Fire release! Fire Dragon Flame Bullet! Fire surged, the air became scorching hot, vision was distorted, a ball of red flame twisted like a Tyrannosaurus Rex tide, and rushed towards Orochimaru in mid-air with fangs and claws. White steam continued to rise along the way, which was the water vapor evaporated by the heat wave on the coast. Flames shot up into the sky and the temperature around them rose suddenly, coating the coast with a layer of red and lighting up Orochimaru's eyes. Is this his technique? Orochimaru opened his arms and allowed himself to fall towards the fire dragon. His gaze penetrated the distorted air and fell on the faces of Jiraiya and Tsunade respectively. At this moment, time overlapped and memories of my boyhood couldn't help but flood into my mind. That was the scene when the three of them became apprentices. Orochimaru's pupils were moist, and he couldn't help but feel his heart beating. Unfortunately, you are still you, and I am still me. In a flash, a kind of determination appeared in his eyes and his palms clasped together. Sage mode, turn on. The airflow surged, and a cold and powerful aura suddenly burst out from Orochimaru's body, and majestic natural energy swirled around. The purple lines at the corners of his eyes lengthened rapidly, a sharp black horn protruded from between his brows, and dense scales grew all over his body, giving his already pale skin a jade-like texture. His long black hair turned pure white and fluttered in the wind like white feathers. Immortal Technique Super Large Jade Raise Nan. Orochimaru clasped his hands together, and in the flashing blue light, a chakra ball the size of a tavern quickly condensed into shape, and he slammed it down like a slam dunk. The super large Raise Nan stirred up a strong wind and collided with the fire dragon. After only a few seconds of stalemate, the fire dragon was torn apart by the strong wind and collapsed along with the sea of fire. In the blue light that filled the sky, Orochimaru fell like a leaf. Jiraiya and Tsunade were both stunned, because the Orochimaru in front of them not only had a drastic change in appearance, but his aura had actually increased by more than 10 times. So much for her playing house. Orochimaru stood on a raised reef, looking down at the two of them condescendingly, with a hint of pride in his amber vertical pupils. Chapter 153 8 Spectral Light Wheel. That is. Could it be? Jiraiya raised his head and looked at the figure of Orochimaru who looked like a banished immortal. His trembling pupils expressed unspeakable shock. At this moment, Orochimaru was like a completely different person, with a sinister horn, flying white hair, and his handsome appearance made him look even more evil against the purple eyeshadow. His body was also filled with an indescribable strange energy. This energy actually gave Jiraiya a familiar feeling. In case, if his perception was correct, then it must be. Jiraiya's pupils shrank slightly. The aura emanating from Orochimaru's body was clearly natural energy. The earnest words of Myabokuzen Fukasaku's hermit suddenly flashed through my mind. Little Jiraiya, it is a rare thing to be able to communicate with my sons, but you should not be complacent, because you have not yet touched the edge of the true inheritance of Mount Meiboku. What is the true heritage? Hehe, why do you think Meiboku Mountain is called a fairyland? That day, at the instruction of the Toad Sage, Fukasaku covered Jiraiya's entire body with toad oil and taught him how to absorb the energy of immortal arts, allowing him to truly experience the power of natural energy. To this day, Jiraiya would never hesitate, as that was definitely the closest he had ever been to death. Because under the erosion of that tremendous energy, all the cells in his body lost control, his body surface was extremely stiff, and even his consciousness was fuzzy, as if his soul was about to be pulled out of his body, and he fainted on the spot. When he woke up again, he realized that it was the timely intervention of the sage Fukasaku who pulled him back from the brink of death. According to Gamabun Ta, he almost turned into a stone frog at that time. In the end, Fukasaku could only suspend Jiraiya's training of immortal arts on the grounds that he was not strong enough. It was this experience of personally experiencing natural energy that made Jiraiya's expression so shocked when he faced the current Orochimaru. There was a sharp sound of wind passing by his ears, and a pale figure suddenly flashed from the air. Before Jiraiya could even react, a big hand covered his face. Too slow. Orochimaru's laughter was full of sarcasm. He grabbed with 5 fingers, lifted up Jiraiya's body with one arm, turned around and rushed towards Tsunade. Even with Jiraiya, his speed did not decrease much, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. Tsunade's eyes were solemn, and her white hands immediately clasped together, forming the standard tiger seal. Yin seal. With a bang, her voice stopped abruptly, because Orochimaru had rushed in front of her and punched her in the lower abdomen with a lightning-fast punch, stopping the flow of chakra. Orochimaru quickly raised his hand and pinched Tsunade's white forehead with the same technique. He pushed off the ground with his feet and jumped high into the sky with the two of them. The two struggled hard, but it was of no avail. Orochimaru's strength was no longer what it used to be, and the big hand around his forehead was like an iron clamp. Tsunade tried to use her extraordinary strength to break free, but 3 white snakes emerged from Orochimaru's sleeves one after another and tightly entangled her body, cutting off the flow of chakra again. Giggle. The snake's body bound her tightly, making her already heavy breasts even fuller. At the same time, Jiraiya was also entangled by several white snakes, strangled to the point of being dizzy and unable to breathe. Orochimaru leaped up, and the Senjutsu chakra not only amplified his ninjutsu, but also strengthened his soul and body at the same time. With his current physical strength, he could leap several hundred meters. The wind was howling as Orochimaru leapt high into the sky, aimed at a reef that looked hard, and threw 2 people over there, one in each hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jiraiya was the first to wake up from his dizzy state. He quickly glanced at the land that was getting closer and closer, and the corners of his eyes twitched rapidly. Falling from such a height, even a ninja would suffer internal injuries. A person in midair cannot use leverage, so he immediately formed seals with both hands, ninja technique, random lion hair technique. In an instant, his long, messy hair grew rapidly. Countless strands of hair intertwined and extended, and were blown up by the strong wind, as if a silver parachute was propped up at the back of his head. Jiraiya's white hair was dozens of times thicker than his body. With the cushioning of the parachute, he offset most of the kinetic energy and landed smoothly. On the other side, Tsunade did not take any safe landing measures, but the fighting slugs on the ground discovered her danger, and immediately split into countless clones, which rushed to Tsunade's landing point like a tide, and quickly merged into a giant slug. Tsunade swooped down from the sky and landed steadily on the slug. The slug's snow-white body immediately rippled with a layer of flesh waves, and its soft body was like an air cushion, protecting Tsunade and keeping her safe. Orochimaru fell to the sea, his body rising and falling with the waves. He looked at the two of them and tilted his head. At this point, do you still want me to go back with you? Jiraiya remained silent, but Tsunade's expression remained angry. "Asshole, are you going to abandon the village just for strength? You are mistaken." Orochimaru shook his head. "I am doing this for immortality and research. Strength is just a product of the process. However, with just this product, you are beaten so badly that you don't even have the qualifications to fight back. Asshole, do you think you're the only one with a trump card?" Orochimaru raised his eyes slightly. "Tsunade, if I had wanted to do it just now, you two would have become corpses now. But you didn't do it, right?" Tsunade stepped forward. "This shows that you still have a bond in your heart, and the village still exists." The air suddenly became quiet, and Orochimaru's face became visibly gloomy, and his eyes seemed to be swallowed by shadows. In the distance, Shenyu, who was hiding behind a reef and secretly observing, was slightly startled. He inexplicably felt that what his sister had just said was very dangerous. "Yes, if this is the reason why you keep pestering me." Orochimaru's aura changed, and the senjutsu chakra in his body seemed to be burning, yet icy cold at the same time. As he spoke, his hands began to emit a bright light. He clasped his palms together, and as the chakra slowly condensed, the ice blue light stretched out inch by inch, like a tail-eating snake chasing its own tail, and finally the head and tail connected and condensed into shape. A blue light flashed, then suddenly retracted, and a circle of blue light appeared on Orochimaru's palm. There was a loud buzzing sound, that was the sound of the air being cut. The flow of fairy chakra is as turbulent as water, forming a stable circulation circuit inside. There is no doubt that this is the operating mode of autumn dew on leaves, representing the extreme of chakra form change. But both in form and nature, it is completely different from the authentic autumn dew on leaves. The sound of the wind was swirling continuously, and even the sea surface was covered with layers of white foam by the sharp wind. It's wind-style chakra. Orochimaru integrated his wind-style chakra into the change of form. This move was created after he tasted Shenyu's autumn water whirling jade, and combined it with autumn dew on leaves, Rei's Nan, as well as fairy techniques and wind-style chakra. He really couldn't release the light blade formed by autumn dew on leaves as easily as his master to create extremely powerful sword energy. The master had explained the principle in detail. That method of releasing internal energy was the same as the principle of tip discharge. Through the medium of the autumn dew on leaves operation method, the flowing chakra was compressed to a point and then released. The destructive power was simply terrifying. The difficulty is also quite terrifying. Orochimaru asked himself honestly that he definitely couldn't do it. It had nothing to do with skill, it was purely a matter of talent. But he has his own way. The light wheel spun at a high speed, stirring up whirlwinds, and the buzzing sound in the air became sharper and sharper. Use this move to sever the ties. Orochimaru's eyes focused, and he aimed at Tsunade and swung the blue halo in his hand. Immortal Technique Tail-Biting 8-Part Light Wheel. Chapter 154 Stop the War. Immortal Technique Tail-Biting 8-Part Light Wheel. Orochimaru stretched out his hand and threw it. The halo in the palm of his hand broke through the air, and the pure ice blue light shone in the sky. Amid the howling gale, a streak of blue light suddenly flashed across the sky, cutting the surface of the sea in half. Waves surged, and white foam spread to both sides. As the cutting sounds in the air intensified, the light illuminated Tsunade's incredulous face brighter and brighter, her hair stood on end, and even her pupils shrank to the size of needles. Cuckoo! The slug sensed the danger she was in, and its densely packed clones began to rapidly aggregate and condense into a larger slug, attempting to use its body as a shield to protect Tsunade. A figure flashed before her eyes, and it turned out to be Jiraiya, who gritted his teeth and stood in front of her. Ninjutsu, wild-haired lion, needle hell. He tried his best to condense chakra, gathering it all on top of his head. His long silver-white hair suddenly danced like a mad dragon, growing against the wind. Every strand of hair was as hard as iron, yet extremely flexible, like densely packed soft steel, roaring towards the sea. On the sea, Orochimaru showed disdain, still struggling. With a swish sound, the light wheel cut into the hair like a hot knife cutting into butter, without any pause. The blue light wheel continued to cut, and countless pieces of hair splashed like ink. The hardened hair could not stop it at all. The clear blue light was spinning rapidly. It was not pure attributeless chakra, but the wind chakra that Orochimaru was best at. Wind is primarily a cutting force. If this attribute is integrated into a light blade that is as thin as a cicada's wing and flows continuously, one can imagine how sharp it is. Orochimaru stared at the halo that was advancing like an unstoppable force, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised in a smile of excitement. At the beginning, even Shenyu couldn't help but give him a thumbs up after seeing this move of his. As we all know, ninjas cannot release ninjutsu without chakra. If you want to use ninjutsu externally, you have to let the chakra flow in a specific order. This flow is very sophisticated, and from it arises two concepts, change in properties and change in form. The so-called change in properties refers to the attributes of chakra. Different people are born with certain attributes according to the different ratios of yin and yang, but if you do not have this attribute, it may not be impossible to master it through acquired practice. Take wind style as an example. If you want to create wind style chakra in your body, you have to divide the chakra into two parts and grind them together. Then, you need to refine the two chakras under the feeling of grinding each other. Then, a new chakra that is invisible, intangible, ethereal, and formless will slowly be produced in your body. This is the change in the nature of wind. This is a feeling that cannot be described in words, it is so mysterious. People who are born with the attribute of wind escape will quickly grasp this feeling, and those who do not have this attribute will be second to none. The change of form is much easier to understand. It means changing the appearance of ninjutsu or directly manipulating chakra to control the power and attack range of the technique. Basically all ninjas can do this. When releasing ninjutsu, ninjas usually add changes in form on top of changes in the properties of the chakra. For example, Uchiha Sasuke in the original time and space changed lightning style, Chidori into Chidori Ryu, Chidori sword, and Chidori sharp spear, even the fire style, Great Fireball and Great Fire Dragon, the water style, Water Dragon and Water Array Wall, and even the earth style, Earth Flow Wall and Earth Dragon Bullet, are all ninjutsu performed based on this order and principle. But if you change the order, and incorporate changes in properties into the changes in chakra form, this is simply reversing Tiangang. Because this completely subverts the principles of traditional ninjutsu. Just imagine, to complete this operation, you need to add the change in the nature of wind escape after condensing the chakra into the shape of a blade. That's right, first stabilize the chakra blade into a stable shape, then grind the two strands of chakra madly and add them in, destroying the balance while maintaining stability. It sounds very inhumane. In the original time and space, there was only one most representative ninja who completed this operation, and also the only ninja who could do this. That is the protagonist who can create a variety of rays nan. Uzumaki Naruto. This is also why Shenyu gave a thumbs up to Orochimaru. Because it is a special ninjutsu, Orochimaru is very confident that no one below the level of Kage can stop it. The light wheel flashed forward with an unstoppable momentum, splitting everything in its path in half. Amid the harsh cutting sound, even the ground was plowed into a straight track. Through the distorted blue halo, Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru's eyes in horror. His face was distorted, as if he couldn't believe that his former companion had actually killed him. The light wheel came at an extremely fast speed, and the sharp wind made it impossible for him to open his eyes. Tsunade's face also turned pale. She knew in her heart that with this level of chakra, even if she put all her strength into it, the only outcome would be being killed. It's too late to hide now, and you can only wait for death to come. She closed her eyes in despair, and her body grew colder inch by inch from her fingertips to her heart. Deep in my heart, it felt like something was shattered, ground into powder by the increasingly approaching buzzing sound in my ears. At this moment, a clear voice overwhelmed the crazy cutting sound, loud and cold, which shocked her heart. Would release all bag techniques. The ground trembled violently. Huge tree roots cut through the earth, broke out of the ground, and quickly gathered on the left and right sides to form two huge wooden palms, which then slammed together. Snapped. The muffled sound was like thunder, and the sound waves spread far away with the impact, almost shattering the eardrums of the two people who were standing so close to each other. Would release? Could it be? Tsunade opened her eyes in disbelief, and in her gradually clearer vision, she saw the reflection of golden light and the back of a young man who suddenly appeared in the light. Jiraiya moved his arm away and barely opened his eyelids, but saw that the young man in front of him had his hands clasped together. The blue halo that had put him in life and death crisis was now completely trapped between the two wooden hands, unable to move forward an inch. A circle of golden barrier was actually erected around him and Tsunade. There was a constant sound of sharp cutting coming from the surroundings, like a shovel scratching a pot. Jiraiya knew that it was the razor-sharp wind blade outside the halo that was cutting the barrier. After a few breaths, the buzzing sound gradually weakened, and the light wheel finally lost its rotation, turning into a stream of light and disappearing in the palm of the giant hand. The sound of the wind gradually died down, and Jiraiya finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he suddenly realize that the golden halo around him was not a barrier, but a half-giant shining with golden light. That's enough. Their lives may not be that important to you, right? The young man spoke in a gentle voice. Orochimaru stared at him, remained silent for a moment, and shook his sleeves. As long as they put away their self-righteous thoughts, I don't care. The young man smiled gently, turned his head slightly, and greeted the two of them. Hey, long time no see, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Jiraiya stared at the young man's face for a long while before he asked in doubt. You are Uchiha. Chapter 155 Reunion of Old Friends. You are Nian. Tsunade stared blankly at the figure in front of her, ignoring the strong wind blowing around her. Ever since the other person said her name, she could not take her eyes off it. He was wearing a dark blue high-collared ethnic robe, and the round fan emblem on his back was clearly visible. He looked the same as when he was a teenager, with regular features and a delicate and fair complexion, but the contours of his face had become more mature and stable, and his eyes were no longer as immature and sharp as before, but more gentle and firm. Like a pool of spring water, rippling with the wind. Well, long time no see. Nian chuckled and made a seal to make the huge wooden hand in front of him retract back into the ground. As the two were talking, golden lights were flying all over the sky like fireflies. It was Nian's half-body Susanoo that was slowly dissipating. Would release, Mangekyō Sharingan. Jiraiya's expression was complicated, and he muttered silently, I should have thought it was you earlier. Tsunade took a step forward, her pupils flickering slightly. Nian, why did you try to save us? If Orochimaru's departure made her incomprehensible and indignant, then Uchiha's departure was completely reasonable. After all, in her eyes, Uchiha was undoubtedly a victim of the political struggle among the top leaders of Konoha. He was a truly pitiful man who had lived in deception and lies since he was a child. His father, Uchiha Kagami, was clearly fighting bravely in the main battlefield and fighting against the tailed beasts. He was the commander-in-chief of the three armies entrusted with an important task by the whole village. If he had not won the battle with his strong personal strength, Konoha might have been occupied by the hidden Cloud Village by now. But such a heroic figure was slandered as a deserter by the top leaders, and even his wife was driven crazy. The identity of a traitor's son accompanied Nian throughout his childhood. These are all information that Tsunade personally investigated, and there is absolutely no falsehood in them. After Uchiha Nian left, she actually thought about it for a long time. If these things happened to her, she felt that she might be even more extreme and completely destroy everything in the village. Everyone who slandered her relatives would have to pay the price. In contrast, Nen just made a big fuss and blew up Sarutobi Hiruzen's Hokage rock, but did not actually kill the third Hokage himself. This is simply a good person. Therefore, she completely gave up the idea of letting Nian return to Konoha. Logically speaking, how could such a person who had such a deep hatred for Konoha actually save himself? Why did you save us? The village clearly. Nian looked at Tsunade and smiled like a spring breeze. You are you. Konoha is Konoha. As long as you are not in that filthy place, you are still my friends. He tilted his head and looked at Jiraiya who was standing beside him. After all, we grew up together and have fought side by side. I really can't bear to let you die in front of me like this. Jiraiya looked at Nian's scarlet eyes and shuddered all over. He couldn't help but recall something not so nice. More than a decade ago, on a summer afternoon, I was taken to the Konoha forest by 3 guys because I peeped into the women's bathhouse. At this time, Orochimaru also exited the sage mode, his horn disappeared, his eye shadow faded, and his white scales quickly retracted into his body. Everything returned to its original appearance as the natural energy dissipated. He quickly crossed the sea and came to Uchiha. This move immediately made Jiraiya and Tsunade, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. After all, the murderous intent that was poured into that light wheel just now didn't seem fake. Orochimaru glanced at the two of them and said calmly, "If you dare to mention Konoha to me again, I will kill you again, but next time no one will come to rescue you." The voice was hoarse, like the whistling of cold wind, and no one would doubt the truth of the words. In the distance, the summoned beasts from the 3 fairy lands also stopped fighting each other tacitly. Gamabunta was the first to cancel the summoning technique and return to Myaboka Mountain, because one of its forearms was petrified and had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Zinnia snorted coldly and turned into white smoke reluctantly. It was very confident that if it continued fighting, it would be able to kill the toad. The living slug did not return to the wet bone forest immediately, but left behind 2 palm-sized split bodies to heal Jiraiya and Tsunade's injuries and restore their strength. Nian Waiwei looked at Orochimaru and gave him a look. "You guys, did you really want to kill them just now?" Orochimaru responded with a look. "Master told me that I can do whatever I want, and you will save me anyway." Tsunade looked at Orochimaru, then at Nen, and saw the two of them flirting with each other. She immediately had a shocking guess in her mind. Could it be that, you guys? You're a bit slow to realize this now, Tsunade. Orochimaru gave a sinister smile. Nian smiled slightly and reminded, "Orochimaru is now your uncle's personal disciple." "Your uncle? Uchiha Kamiya?" Tsunade's eyes widened, somewhat unexpectedly. "You, and Obaruko, after you left Konoha, did you all become his subordinates?" Orochimaru bowed his head slightly. "It is my honor, and it is also Baileahu's honor." Compared to Tsunade's shock, Jiraiya looked thoughtful. No wonder Orochimaru and Hirako left at the same time on the night when Nian caused a commotion in the village. No wonder there has been no news for so many years. No wonder Orochimaru has become so strong now. If he is that adult's disciple, then everything makes sense. Soon, behind the gate of Ozushio village, Kushina peeked outside. Her bright red hair looked like a small tomato from a distance. As soon as the battle subsided, she immediately put her hands behind her back, jumped out, and found the miserable rope tree behind a pile of broken rocks. "Brother Shenyu, come out, the battle is over." Oh. Shenyu blushed a little and quickly ran out from behind the reef. Looking at the little girl with a sweet smile, Shenyu scratched his head and asked, "Kushina, weren't you scared just now? What are you afraid of?" Kushina blinked her almond eyes. Shengshu thought about it and took a deep breath. How could a young girl like you who has not experienced much of the world not be moved by this level of battle? He is a straightforward person and will ask questions on the spot if he has any doubts. "Oh, you're talking about this." Kushina touched her chin, Brother Orochimaru and Brother Nian are all acquaintances, they won't hurt me. As for those giant beasts in the 3 fairy lands, our Uzumaki clan fights with giant beasts almost every day, maybe, we are used to it. Shang Shu was puzzled and asked, aren't you worried that they might miss and get hurt by the aftermath? So I was hiding from the beginning. Kushina looked back in even more confusion. Chapter 156, Reminiscing at the Seaside. The waves roared, seagulls cried, and the atmosphere was peaceful and tranquil. Outside the Uzashio village, Uchihanan and Tsunade walked side by side on the path along the coast. The afternoon sun shone on them, stretching their shadows very long. Just now, afternoon stopped the dispute among the 3 ninjas. Jiraiya and Tsunade finally gave up the idea of taking Orochimaru back to Konoha. After the battle just now, they knew that Orochimaru was no longer the same person he used to be. This was not only reflected in his strength, but also in his iron will. No matter whether it was soft or hard, they couldn't shake Orochimaru at all. Fortunately, Orochimaru did not have any deep hostility towards the village. Otherwise, based on the strength he has demonstrated now, if he develops a vengeful mentality, it will definitely not be good news for Konoha. Orochimaru's final attack, the 8-point light wheel, was more like a warning. If he continued to pester him, he might do something even more extreme and cut off everything from the past. After the matter was dealt with, Tsunade suddenly stood in front of Nin and asked to have a heart-to-heart talk with him. This move surprised everyone. Although Nian was a little surprised, he gladly accepted her invitation. The two walked along the shore, the sea breeze was moist and cool. Nian, actually, I've always wanted to find an opportunity to have a good talk with you. Tsunade's voice broke the silence. She took a deep breath and continued, after you left, I carefully investigated the past events. I know that you experienced a lot of injustice and pain in those years. Nian was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Tsunade to bring up this matter at this time. I didn't understand a lot of things before. In my eyes, Grandpa's village was a perfect existence, a path to peace and happiness. How could anyone want to rebel in such a beautiful place? But only after seeing what you've been through, I realized. She sighed softly, the will of fire has been distorted now. Nian was a little surprised and turned to look into Tsunade's eyes, which were full of sincerity and apology. I have to admit one fact, that is, the top leaders are still corrupt and can do such an outrageous thing for their own selfish desires. Tsunade, that's all in the past. Nian said calmly, revealing a sense of detachment and relief in his voice, I chose to leave because I found my own path, instead of being bound by the shadow of the past. Tsunade nodded. She knew that it was too late and no matter how much she did, it would not help. But she couldn't help but say, I apologize to you on behalf of Konoha. I don't ask for your forgiveness. I just hope that we can still be friends. Nian's eyebrows relaxed, and he reached out and patted Tsunade's shoulder. Tsunade, you have always been my friend. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have helped you just now. The two smiled at each other, and the barriers in their hearts seemed to have dissipated a lot at this moment. The sea breeze blew gently, carrying a salty and humid scent, as if it was also listening to their conversation. How have you been these years? Tsunade asked curiously. Well, I just practiced with my uncle. Over the years, I have been to many places and met many people. My experience and strength have grown simultaneously. It's actually quite interesting. Nian smiled slightly and didn't reveal too much. Especially the matter of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Shenyu, hey! The image of a certain man appeared in Tsunade's mind, and whenever she thought of that lazy and leisurely smile, she couldn't help but twitch her eyes. She recalled a not-so-nice memory from one afternoon. How is he doing? The ninja world is not at peace right now. She vaguely feels that in this sensitive period, every move of the strongest man in the ninja world today is particularly critical. Well, this information is a military secret. Nian blinked. Tsunade was suddenly stunned, and a gust of sea breeze blew past her, and she realized that her question was a bit over the line. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. Looking at her dazed expression, Nian was amused. My uncle's thoughts are unfathomable. I don't know much about his affairs. He turned his head and looked at the sea, and said, no one knows what he wants to do, and no one can see through his thoughts. I just follow him and learn. Seeing this, Tsunade wisely didn't ask any further questions. She knew that some things were not so easy to ask, and she didn't want to ruin this hard-earned atmosphere. Maybe it's really like Orochimaru said, now she just wants to be herself instead of representing Konoha. But, there is one thing I can tell you. Nian suddenly showed a mysterious smile. At that time, my uncle and I were traveling and happened to pass by the Uzumaki clan. I thought it was an ordinary night, but who knew? The Uzumaki clan. Tsunade immediately became alert. Then what? What happened? Under Tsunade's questioning, Nian vividly described how the two of them happened to travel to the land of whirlpools and helped others when they saw injustice. Including the genocide plan of the three major ninja villages, and that bloody night with a dark moon and high winds. He didn't tell any lies throughout the whole process, but he omitted the transaction between Shenyu and the previous clan leader, and the fact that Shenyu cut off Uzumaki's way to seek help from Konoha, etc., unimportant things. After learning all this, Tsunade was completely dumbfounded. It was like a thunder exploding in her mind, striking her to pieces, leaving her burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. It was not until this moment that she finally knew what the top management was trying so hard to conceal. I finally understand why Nen and Orochimaru can get along so well with the Uzumaki clan. It turns out that I am the clown. This bunch of bastards who are just sitting there doing nothing. She smashed the rocks around her with one punch. Don't worry, the problem has been solved long ago. Nian quickly spoke to comfort her. The setting sun gradually sank to the west, dyeing the sky red. Golden waves surged towards the shore, coming happily and leaving in disappointment. The two's reminiscing was coming to an end. At this moment, Tsunade took a few deep breaths and stood in front of Nen as if she had mustered up her courage. I swear, one day, I will become Hokage. And I will wipe out all my ills. She suddenly grabbed Nian's hand, her eyes sincere. Nian, when I become Hokage, I will redress Uchiha Kagami's grievances, cut off all the rotten and moldy roots, let Konoha be reborn from the inside out, and become a vibrant village again. When the time comes, can I invite you to come and walk around the village? Nian looked at Tsunade, seeing the persistence and courage in her eyes. Time seemed to overlap at this moment. He seemed to see again the girl who had knocked on his door late at night to report the news, the Tsunade who was willing to do anything for the village and her companions. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Looking at Tsunade's departing back, Nian's eyes wandered, looking at the rolling waves in the distance, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. At this moment, under the sea, two figures were standing together, hugging each other. The azure blue water automatically parted ways to form a barrier with a radius of several dozen meters. The two of them stood on the water, surrounded by fish, which was a magnificent sight. They looked up at the sea as if they were staring at a screen. Tsunade didn't know that the two had just watched everything that had just happened as if they were watching a movie. Come to think of it, it seems that Nian is not small, right? Shenyu's voice was tinged with teasing. 21 years old, birthday next month. Guang answered, frowning with a hint of disdain, are you really his uncle? Yeah. Shenyu nodded, his voice was nonchalant and gentle, it's the age when love begins to stir. What do you want to say? Guang was a little confused. It's time to find him a girlfriend. Chapter 157 I and number 039, VE always been there. At the entrance of Otsutsuki village, Tsunade ended her reminiscing and returned, reunited with Jiraiya, and left with Nawaki and Kushina. Kushina looked back reluctantly, gazing at the village where she had lived for 8 years, her eyes filled with reluctance. There were many tribesmen standing at the entrance of the village. At the front, Uzumaki Kunoka smiled gently and looked at her with encouraging eyes. Kushina puffed up her lips and waved her little fist firmly, but she still looked back towards the village frequently, as if she was looking for something. Unfortunately, she didn't see that person until the village turned into a small black dot and disappeared at the end of her sight. She sniffed and her eyes turned slightly red, but she tried hard not to sob. Rope Tree noticed her emotions and quickly stepped forward to comfort her. "Kushina, don't worry, you can still come back if you miss home." He pointed to the land in the distance and said, "Look, the other side of the sea is the land of fire. As long as you cross this sea, you can go home." Tsunade squatted in front of Kushina and reached out to touch her little head. "Nawaki is right. After arriving in Konoha, my sister will take care of you. We have the same blood and we are your family." Kushina nodded, pursed her lips and said nothing. When they reached the shore, Jiraiya immediately squatted down and pointed at his back. "Kushina-chan, crossing the sea is still very difficult for a novice ninja, so let me carry you across the sea." "Thank you, but no thanks." Kushina shook her head, stretched out her little hand and made a seal. When the chakra gathered at the solace of her feet along the meridians, she took a step forward and stepped on the surging sea. Several people immediately showed surprised eyes. Amidst Rope Tree's exclamation, Kushina walked towards the sea. No matter how surging the waves were, she still walked on the sea as if it were flat ground, and even walked briskly. "I learned how to cross mountains and rivers when I was 6 years old," she said, looking back. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at each other, and there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. It seems that the Uzumaki clan leader did not hold a grudge against the past and really sent a very talented Uzumaki clan member to Konoha. "I'm coming too." Not willing to be outdone, Nawaki stepped on the sea and ran to Kushina's side. "In that case, let's see who reaches land first." "Yeah." Kushina nodded slightly. "If you're tired, Kushina, you can take a rest during the trip. It would be bad if you slip and fall into the sea." "Ah." Nawaki patted his chest, reached out and gently grasped Kushina's wrist, "But, I will be by your side. Even if Sister Kushina falls, I will catch you in the first place." Kushina gave a polite smile, "Thank you, Nawaki and I-san then." "Don't worry." Sheng Shu paused. A sea breeze blew by, moist and cool. Kushina was stunned because Nawaki's eyes suddenly changed. It was an indescribable feeling. The originally innocent eyes became deep, and the majesty of a superior was revealed in the gentleness, which could make people feel at ease at a glance. "Don't worry, I will always be by your side." Sheng Shu smiled gently. Kushina was stunned, and felt a familiar touch on her fingertips. It was because the rope tree touched her little finger and gently pinched it. "This is..." She suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief. When she was very young, she liked to stick around Shenyu and act like a spoiled child. Whenever Shenyu came to Uchiha village, she would always be his designated little cotton-padded jacket. Shenyu's favorite thing is to gently pinch the smooth and soft tip of his little finger like this. The identity of the person in front of him is naturally beyond doubt. Kushina's eyes suddenly became moist, her little mouth was slightly pursed, and she was about to burst into tears in the next second. Rope Tree quickly raised his finger and made a hush sound at his mouth. "Rest assured." For a moment, Kushina felt herself surrounded by a huge joy. This strong emotion filled her whole body, leaving no room for the reluctance and disappointment just now. She felt like she was going to explode with happiness. The two of them had their backs to each other, so Tsunade and Jiraiya behind them didn't notice anything unusual. Tsunade just sighed a little. Children's feelings are so simple, they can quickly heat up in such a short time. At the entrance of Uchiha village, Orochimaru, having completed his mission, walked towards the village. At this time, a boy about 4 years old suddenly walked out from the crowd that was seeing Kushina off. Orochimaru noticed his gaze at the first moment, and stopped in his tracks while feeling surprised. The child had long red hair and a pretty face. She stood in front of him with her head held high, looking very pretty. "Hello, Mr. Orochimaru, my name is Nagato." Orochimaru squatted down so that their eyes were level and smiled slightly. "What do you want to talk to me about?" He had an impression of this child. It was he and Shenyu who sent his family back to the Whirlpool country from the Rain country. "Yes, I want to." The boy put his hands behind his back, looking shy. "I want you to teach me ninjutsu." Practicing ninjutsu. Orochimaru's expression became strange. Yet. The boy nodded heavily. "My mother said that I have a good talent and I'm old enough to practice. I was able to refine chakra a few months ago. Actually, I'm also very interested in ninjutsu." As if worried that Orochimaru would get impatient, Nagato immediately took out a flat chakra test paper from his pocket, pinched it between his fingers, and injected his own chakra. "According to the test results, what I am best at." As he spoke, the test paper in his hand split in the middle and floated down slowly, is wind escape. The boy looked up at Orochimaru, his eyes full of expectation. I just watched Mr. Orochimaru's battle, your wind escape technique is amazing, I would like to, please teach me." "You want to?" Orochimaru's eyes flickered, something in his heart was touched, and a strange emotion grew. "You want to be my disciple?" Nagato exclaimed, "If Orochimaru-san is willing, I can become your disciple." He suddenly muttered in a low voice, "In fact, our family returned to the village later. Although my mother didn't say it, I know that she always hoped that I could become an excellent ninja. Only in this way can we be worthy of the care of the village." Orochimaru took a deep breath and slowly stood up. "I'm sorry, I can't agree to your request now." Nagato's eyes dimmed. "Really? Well, thank you for listening to me." Orochimaru was a little surprised. "I clearly rejected you, and you actually thanked me. I know it's not easy to become stronger. Dad said that growth is like the pain of peeling off a cocoon." As he spoke, Nagato touched his chest. "I feel pain here, maybe it means I have grown up, so I won't let my mother down." "Fool!" Orochimaru suddenly laughed out loud. "Hey!" Nagato tilted his head. "I said it's not possible now, but I didn't say it's not possible in the future." Orochimaru put one hand on his waist and looked at the blue sky. "I rejected you because I haven't finished my apprenticeship yet." Chapter 158, Little Tomato and Number 039, S first arrival in Konoha. Konoha 36, Ninja School. The breeze was gentle and the sun was shining brightly, and the classroom was soon filled with people in the early morning. The third-grade kids who had just finished their vacation had sad faces and were listless until the head teacher showed up and they perked up a little. They looked towards the podium with some curiosity because there was a special new transfer student today. "Hello everyone, my name is Uzumaki Kushina, and today is my first day at the ninja school, so please take care of me." The person who was speaking was a girl with a round face, pure and lovely, and crystal-clear indigo pupils. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was her fiery red hair. At this moment, the clear voice echoed in the classroom, making the originally noisy classroom quiet in an instant. Almost all the classmates stopped whispering and started to look at Kushina. It seemed like it was the first time that she was stared at by so many strange eyes. Kushina suddenly felt shy. She covered her mouth and her face turned slightly red. "Oh, it seems that our classmate Kushina is very energetic." The teacher's voice was full of enthusiasm. "Then, let's get along well." However, he did not receive applause and cheers from the students. Instead, what came from below the podium was undisguised teasing. "Look at the color of that hair, it's unbelievable. How can one become so popular? It's really strange. With red hair like this, can she still be considered human?" Kushina's hair color is very eye-catching even within the clan. It is as bright as the color of blood. However, these little brats don't know that in the Uzumaki clan, the redder the hair color, the higher the talent. Seeing the buzzing noise below the podium getting louder and louder, the head teacher quickly shouted, "Quiet, everyone, be quiet. Is this how you welcome new students?" He quickly looked at Kushina. She was someone his superiors had instructed him to take special care of. If anything went wrong, it would be something that a mere Chunin teacher like him would not be able to take responsibility for. Unexpectedly, he did not see Kushina looking nervous or flustered. The 8-year-old girl quickly composed herself. Not only was she not embarrassed by her classmates' ridicule, but she calmly stroked her red hair and raised her eyes with a faint smile. "You may not know that the current mistress of Konoha, the wife of the first Hokage, Lady Uzumaki Mito, also has red hair, right?" she said softly. "As a member of the Uzumaki clan, I have never felt inferior because of my red hair. On the contrary, it is my pride." The head teacher was stunned for a moment, then immediately began to applaud vigorously, looking at Kushina with eyes full of satisfaction. As expected of a member of the Uzumaki clan, she was calm, confident, and proud. He felt that this little girl had all the qualities that a ninja should have. Under his leadership, applause began to break out in the class. Students clapped their hands unconsciously. Only a few students who had mocked him earlier showed resentment on their faces and turned their heads away in anger. Kushina raised her head and took a step forward. "Don't underestimate this red hair. Maybe one day in the future, I will become Hokage with this red hair." The clear and childish voice resounded throughout the room, and the entire classroom suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. "Only in this way can I get the recognition of Uncle Shenyu." Thinking of this, Kushina inexplicably remembered Uncle Shenyu's comfort before she set off. "Don't be afraid, our Kushina will become the Hokage's woman in the future." The little ghosts were stunned, staring with their eyes wide open, as if they were all shocked by Kushina's words. Just when the whole class was silent, a blonde boy stood up silently. He patted his chest gently and said in a gentle voice, "My dream is to be recognized by everyone in the village and become a great Hokage." Kushina smiled politely, but secretly pouted her lips, with a barely perceptible hint of dissatisfaction flashing in her eyes. Who wants to be recognized by everyone? Kushina only needs to be recognized by her mother and Uncle Shenyu. On the first day of school, Kushina had a hater. What a coincidence, she and this yellow-haired kid were desk mates. In the first class of the new semester, the teacher did not talk about anything substantial. The first half was spent organizing homework, while the second half was spent promoting Konoha's benevolent ideas. Kushina became alert and heard Shenyu's earnest advice in her ears. No matter how Konoha promotes their ideas, anything related to the will of fire is bullshit. Close your ears and refuse to be brainwashed. This is my first mission for you. Therefore, Kushina's expression was particularly serious, and others might think that she was studying hard, but in fact, she was concentrating on being distracted. At this moment, someone gently touched her arm. Kushina turned her head and asked, "What's wrong with you?" The boy smiled apologetically and said in a low voice, "My name is Namikaze Minato. I was not trying to rip off Kushina-san just now. We will be desk mates from now on. Let's work hard together." "Okay, Minato-san, please don't talk to me during class." Sorry. At this moment, the clear bell rang through the corridor, and the get out of class was over. Kushina breathed a sigh of relief. Well, she performed well. She didn't hear a word the teacher said just now. "Hey, cherry tomato." At this time, several boys came over with smirks on their faces and surrounded Kushina's seat. They were the same boys who had just mocked Kushina. "From today on, you will be called Little Tomato. Is that okay with you?" The leading boy announced loudly with his hands on his shoulders. A little follower showed a flattering smile, That's right, a chubby round face with red hair, isn't it a tomato? Kushina frowned slightly, and felt a little annoyed when she heard the name. It's not because she hates it. In fact, Little Tomato is the nickname Shenyu gave her, and she likes it very much. Only Uncle Shenyu and Aunt Guang can call them this. Thinking of this, Kushina silently clenched her fists. Classmates, did I do something wrong? Why are you targeting me? Humph, you know it very well. Is a new tomato qualified to be Hokage? The leading boy snorted coldly. I hate tomatoes. Me too, if there's tomatoes in the salad, I'll leave them. How can an unpopular tomato gain the approval of the villagers? Kushina lowered her head and took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down as she shook slightly with anger. Minato, who was standing by, saw this and a hint of hesitation flashed across his face. The three boys talked at the same time, and the situation became more and more excessive, and finally the verbal attacks escalated into physical attacks. Look, the tomatoes are almost ripe. The leading boy laughed and suddenly grabbed Kushina's hair. It's the tomato festival, let's go back and harvest tomatoes. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the side and grabbed the boy's wrist. That's enough, Inauri. Minato smiled politely, his voice still gentle. Hey? You kid, are you trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Dao Huo was a little annoyed. This sissy in front of him had such a sunny smile, but his grip was so strong that it was frightening. It's time to go to class. Please give me your guidance for the tactical training in the next class. Minato looked at him, his blue eyes shrouded in shadows, no longer the pure ice blue, but like the undulating sea surface under cirrus clouds, dark blue and deep. Okay, you're so cruel. I'll remember this. Inauri struggled to break free, rubbing his sore wrist, glaring, if you mess with us Uchiha, you'll suffer the consequences. After saying this viciously, he left in disgrace with his followers. Minato sighed helplessly, turned to look at Kushina, and said with concern, Kushina-san, don't pay attention to them. That's just how Uchiha are. Just ignore them. Uchiha. Kushina suddenly spoke, her hair covering her face, and only her quiet voice could be heard. It's not like that. Chapter 159 Tomato Scrambled Eggs. The day's classes ended quickly. With Minato's help during the day, Uchiha Inabai and others did not bother Kushina again. However, the perceptive Kushina could still feel that a few dark gazes were secretly sweeping towards her from time to time, with undisguised malice. Kushina sighed softly. It seemed that what she had worried about before had really happened. She seemed to be bullied. There is no other way, so I can only. She had just packed her school bag when a refreshing voice rang out beside her. Hey, Kushina-san, where is your home? Kushina was stunned for a moment, tilted her head, and gave a puzzled look. Ah, well, please don't misunderstand me. I'm just worried that Dao Huo and the others will cause trouble for you. After all, it's because of me that they've been holding a grudge against you for a whole day. Minato seemed to be choked, and quickly explained, if you need it, I can take you home first. Where is your home? Kushina blinked and asked suddenly. South District, number 16, Pingmen Street. Kushina drawled, with a regretful tone, oh, that's a shame. My home is in the North District, so it's not on the way. Minato thought about it seriously, where is the North District? Minato-san, I've only just arrived in Konoha, so I don't really know much about it myself. Well, if you need anything, feel free to call me. He smiled gently, I'm willing to help. He was not a fool, so he naturally heard the distance between Kushina's words, but this was completely understandable. After all, the girl had just arrived, so she should be wary of everyone. This was as it should be. If you continue to pester me, you will just be considered a pervert. Soon, the school gate opened and the kids from the ninja school rushed out of the classroom. Kushina was among them. Just a few steps out of the school gate, Kushina stopped, her small floral skirt fluttering in the wind. She looked back in the direction of the classroom, and suddenly returned the same way, walked through the corridor, passed by her classmates one by one, and finally stopped in front of a few boys. Tomato. Uchiha Hikari's eyes lit up and he repeatedly looked behind Kushina, as if to confirm if anyone was following her. He was not sure about the other party's intention, so he made a gesture to his follower beside him. The man immediately understood and ran out to keep watch. Inahina-san. Kushina pursed her lips, revealing an aggrieved expression. Regarding what happened this morning, I feel very sorry. As a transfer student, I should actually be more sensible. Dao Huo was a little surprised. Sensible. Kushina folded her arms, lowered her eyes, and said softly, after all, you are from the Uchiha clan. We are unfamiliar with the place and people. We don't want to cause trouble. Hearing this, Dao Huo's face immediately became proud. At this time, the younger brother who had gone out to look out for the enemy came back and nodded slyly, "Boss, it's just her." "Okay, got it." Inayuri felt relieved and walked in front of Kushina with his hands on his hips. He slowly reached out his hand, grabbed the red hair, and pulled it up high like in the morning, his eyebrows dancing with joy. "So, Tomato, how are you going to make amends?" Kushina immediately frowned and showed a painful expression. "You know what, this red hair looks disgusting, but it feels really good to the touch." Dao Huo laughed, the bright red and soft hair flowing through his fingers, feeling silky to the touch. "It would be insincere to apologize with nothing in my hands. I'm going to treat you all to some tricolor dango. What do you think, Inahime-san? Let's just consider it as making friends." Kushina said through gritting her teeth. "Three-color dumplings." Several people looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Led by Kushina, the group quickly walked out of the school gate and turned towards a street. In the bushes at the door, Minato Namikaze was hanging upside down on a tree branch silently, looking at the backs of the few people walking further and further away, with a frown on his face. The branch trembled, and his figure disappeared, leaving only two fallen leaves sliding down slowly. After a while, "Hey, weren't we going to the snack bar? Why are you here?" Dao Huo looked at the surrounding forest, somewhat displeased. Kushina acted as if she didn't hear anything and just kept walking forward. "Hey, Tomato Head, our boss is talking to you." Suddenly, Kushina started to run faster, her hair swaying in waves, like a sea of maple leaves swaying in the wind. "Damn it! She's trying to run away!" Dao Huo shouted angrily and subconsciously chased after him with his followers. "Damn you, Tomato! How dare you play tricks on us? Once I catch you, I will shave all that red hair off your head." The few of them ran a long way, and finally Kushina braked suddenly and stopped in a dark and secluded path. Looking at Dao Huo and others who were chasing after her in a rage, she slowly turned back with a smile on her lips. "Finally I got fooled." Dao Huo and his men immediately surrounded him and said viciously, "Run, why don't you run?" Kushina smiled playfully, "I just thought about it halfway and realized that the three-color dumplings are too sweet, so I'm going to treat you to tomato scrambled eggs." "What?" The few people didn't see her movements clearly at all. They just saw a red shadow flash by, and a breeze suddenly blew, and Kushina was already standing behind them. The follower on the left was the first to scream, because Kushina kicked him in the waist. The slender calf burst out with powerful force, kicking him flying out, and he hit a big tree and lost consciousness. There was a muffled bang sound, and it was a good start just by listening to the sound. "What?" Kushina didn't give Inayuri any chance to react. She quickly stretched out her little arm, grabbed him by the collar, and swung his body like a windmill, knocking all the followers around him away. "Like pulling hair." She took advantage of the situation and rode on the dazed Daohuo, aiming at his face and punching him with her little pink fists one after another. You don't like tomatoes? Like pulling hair? Do you like scrambled eggs with tomatoes? I'll fry your eggs. Kushina waved her fists, her childish face showing a ferocious expression and her red hair flying. With every punch he threw, a few teeth shot out of Daohuo's mouth, splattering all over the ground mixed with blood. Finally, she let go of Daohuo's collar, and the bruised guy had fainted. Several little ghosts were trembling, looking at the red-haired girl who was walking towards them step by step, pushing aside the grass, and huddled together in fear. This little fat sheep, who was harmless and ready to be slaughtered just now, now looks like a demon. Just based on that move just now, they had already realized that they were no match for the opponent. That speed was almost the same as that of the ninja in the family. At this moment, they just wanted to go home to find their mother, and one follower even cried. Want to leave? Kushina's lips curled up slightly. Several boys nodded immediately. Kushina threw a kunao from her bag, raised her chin towards Inauri, and said in a cold voice, "Shave his head and I'll let you go." She looked at the timid little ghosts, and several memories flashed through her mind. Uncle Shenyu, do you mean that I will go to school with the children of Konoha? Of course, what are you worried about, Kushina? I'm unfamiliar with the place. What if I get bullied by those kids? I don't know. I never went to school. You can ask Orochimaru. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Bullying. Orochimaru showed a thoughtful expression. Go ask Nen, he has experience. Chapter 160 Similar Troubles. The border between the Fire Kingdom and the Rain Kingdom. A rumbling sound was heard between the mountains and forests, and even the ground was shaking. Billowing smoke and dust swept in, shrouding a huge shadow, which was a running giant wild boar. It came with great fury, its body as big as a hill, and plunged into the depths of the forest, running bravely towards a certain target. Suddenly, an orange light flashed, and with a low roar, a giant skeleton covered in orange and gold rose from the ground. Flesh, blood, and meridians quickly filled up, and a half-giant took shape in an instant, holding a golden thunder hammer in his hand. There was no fear in the wild boar's eyes. It was completely enraged. Even with the thunder hammer raised high, it still rushed forward without hesitation. Boom! With a loud bang, the shock wave spread rapidly along with visible lightning arcs. The violent vibration awakened the sleeping forest, and the animals fled and the flocks of birds fluttered away. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated, and the light disappeared, revealing two figures standing in front of the charred body of the wild boar. I'm sorry, Lord Madara, I was a little too harsh. Uchiha scratched his head. Madara folded his hands, looked at the wild boar with half of its head missing, and shook his head. It doesn't matter, no one eats pig heads anyway. Nian nodded, took out the scroll skillfully, and temporarily sealed the wild boar's body inside. After the hunt, the two headed back home. Shenyu and Guang had an appointment to come back for dinner today, so Madara prepared a big meal. Compared to this, Madara looked at the young man in front of him, his eyes behind the sunglasses were scrutinizing. You seem a little absent-minded, what happened? This. Nian hesitated for a moment, and his thoughts couldn't help but drift back to the coast of the Whirlpool country, rising and falling with the waves. I met an old friend in the land of whirlpools a while ago. Madara glanced at him. Girl. Ah, yes. Nian said softly, I actually don't understand some of her ideas, and I don't understand why she does these things. What's the idea? He asked calmly. She always felt that she owed me something, but in fact, there was no grudge between her and me. I only hated the upper echelons of Konoha. The dark political struggle was disgusting, which was why I followed my uncle and left there. Nian explained, but she doesn't owe me anything, and I have never blamed her. Even though she is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, there is no need for a girl to take all the responsibilities on herself. What? Madara suddenly turned around and frowned slightly. The person you are talking about who is troubling you is Hashirama's granddaughter. Yes, her name is Tsunade. She was my senior when I was studying in the ninja school. Nian nodded. We have carried out several missions together. After she saw my wood release, she went to investigate the past of the higher UPS privately. Unexpectedly, she found out about my father. In order to prevent the village from doing anything extreme, she took advantage of the night. Next, Nian briefly recounted his past with Tsunade. Madara was silent for a long time, and his frown relaxed slightly. Humph, that's how their clan is, self-righteous. But it's hard to figure out. Nian asked, Master Ban, what do you think I should do? I can't give you good advice on this matter because I still have the same distress as you. Madara raised his head slightly, and the sunlight shone through the trees, casting mottled light and shadows on his face. He unbuttoned his shirt in front of Nian, and next to his solid chest muscles, there was a pale face with clear features and eyes closed. Nian's eyes widened instantly. Madara said expressionlessly, this is the ending of me and Hashirama. Maybe this is the right solution, but it is definitely not suitable for you. At this moment, the shadows of the surrounding trees rustled, and the sound of the wind was mixed with a solemn and murderous atmosphere. Madara and Nian looked at each other at the same time, with a sharp flash in their eyes. Shhhhhhhh. Shuriken shot out from overhead, completely covering the two men's retreat route, piercing through the forest and hitting the leaves like a lead-grey rainstorm. Orange light spread instantly, and a huge skeleton stretched across the spot, protecting the two of them firmly in the center. Ding ding dang dang, sparks flying. The skeleton slowly solidified, and the orange skull rose again. Nian raised his head slightly, and his scarlet eyes had already captured the attacker's figure. He raised his hands, formed a seal, and clasped his palms together. Would release, silent killing bind. A strange wave spread out from his body, the grass and trees everywhere swayed gently, and the flow of air within it also became much lighter. Noisy exclamations immediately came from the bushes above. Under the influence of wood release chakra, the trees within 100 meters were controlled by the mind. Countless vines emerged from the tree stumps, and branches and leaves grew wildly, wrapping around and binding the attackers. Because this move was so unexpected, most of the attackers didn't have time to react and were strangled like dumplings by the thick wooden vines. Only 3 agile enemies dodged the vines in time and escaped the net. However, what greeted them was Suzanu's back bulged slightly, quickly forming a huge round cannon barrel, locking onto their direction from a distance. Chakra condensed like a whale drinking water, and amidst the roar of thunder, a thick pillar of lightning suddenly shot out, and the golden light illuminated half of the forest. Divine weapon, Thunderbolt. The dazzling thunder swept past, instantly shattering the two figures. When they fell to the ground, they were already smoke-filled corpse fragments. Nian ignored the last survivor because Lord Madara behind him had disappeared. He drove the wooden vines towards the center, trapping all the enemies together like dumplings. Die, wood release, tree binding and eternal burial. His hand seal changed, and the vines tightened at the same time. With the sound of crisp bones cracking and sharp screams, the tree stumps bulged, the branches grew, and finally intertwined into a huge ancient tree, completely sealing all the enemies inside the tree, cutting off their life. Suzanou. Would release. Who are they? Could Konoha have hidden such a trump card? In the end, the man turned pale and was completely frightened. In just a few moments, their elite team was almost wiped out. No, not almost. There was a flash of breeze before his eyes, and a figure appeared silently. He subconsciously swung his knife, but a large hand like a steel clamp gripped his throat tightly, and his strength was exhausted. Damn it, when was it? Ban lifted the man's body easily. Although he was nearly 70 years old and no longer as majestic as he used to be, his skills were still beyond the reach of these ants. He pulled down his sunglasses with his other hand, and as the three scarlet Megatama came into the attacker's eyes immediately glazed over and stopped struggling. "Tell me, who are you?" Ban asked calmly with a majestic tone. Chapter 161 The situation escalates. Shenyu Bridge, outside the base. On a towering tree, a graceful figure sat cross-legged at the top of the tree. Her body was as light as a leaf, swaying gently with the rising and falling breeze. Uchiha Hikari was wearing a loose black training suit, her black hair was tied into a tall and neat ponytail, her neck was slender, and at this moment her eyes were slightly closed, her expression was focused, neither happy nor sad, her beautiful face looked even colder. She entered a state of meditation, blending into the surrounding nature, as if she were a fallen leaf, ready to be blown away by the wind at any time. Somewhere 1,000 meters away, Shenyu stood in the air with his feet on the ripples, watching her from afar. Obviously, this state is different from any state of extracting chakra, and is naturally the practice of immortal arts. In order to better observe the process of Guang practicing the fairy art, Shenyu opened up his senses to the fullest, and even opened his Mangekyō Sharingan. The exquisite patterns were spinning quietly, like a magic circle in operation. Soon, as he observed, there was an indescribable and obscure aura between heaven and earth, light and natural. They gathered into strands, diffused and flowed around the graceful body of light, and from time to time turned into mist and floated into her nostrils. According to Shenyu's understanding, it is undoubtedly natural energy. Gradually, the breath of light also changed, like a solitary orchid in a valley, light and clear, cold and pure as a banished immortal, detached from the worldly affairs. Not only that, her appearance also changed slightly. Her jet black hair moved without wind, floating in the wind like a ribbon, and her fair face lit up with a few purple spiritual patterns as if breathing, like a cat's whiskers, adding a bit of enchanting beauty to her. Obviously, the change was not complete, but this state of integration into nature did not last long. As Guang frowned slightly, the mysterious aura surrounding her slowly dissipated, and her transformation into an immortal ceased. The ends of her hair fell down, the spiritual patterns disappeared, and she returned to her previous appearance. Guang opened his eyes, a little unhappy. In the distance, Shenyu took a step forward, and as the ripples spread, he crossed 1,000 meters in an instant and appeared beside Guang with a surging wind. "It's okay. It's already very good to have achieved such results after only practicing for a few months." He smiled and comforted her, gently extending his hand. Orochimaru, with the assistance of the White Snake Sage, practiced for another 2 years before he achieved any results. Guang took Shenyu's hand and stood up. "Are you sure this is Poka's fairy technique?" "Of course, it won't buy me fake goods." Guang stared at his hands, thinking back to the feeling just now, with a puzzled look on his face. "Why do I feel like I was turning into a cat just now?" "You have to know that Poka is just a cat." Shenyu couldn't help but touch her head. "If you don't want to become a cat, do you want to become a rabbit?" "Shenyu, I don't think this is right." Don't worry, so this is what I want to do." Shenyu said, "Only after seeing the real process of immortal arts cultivation can I integrate it and summarize a path suitable for human cultivation. Through my previous observations of Orochimaru, I have already done some research on the immortal arts of the Ryokai Cave. I believe that after reading yours, I will be able to go further on this path." "Okay." Guang nodded, not quite understanding. She believed that Shenyu would not harm her. Through the training just now, the chakra in her body has indeed undergone some incredible changes. This reaction will reflect both the body and the soul at the same time, and her aura has also surged. Overall, she is indeed getting stronger. At this time, Shenyu raised his head slightly and chuckled, "Master Madara and the others are back." Guang was a little surprised, her mouth slightly opened. "Really? Your perception is that far. She didn't notice anyone approaching. Shenyu nodded. After practicing magnetic escape, the wind and thunder forces in his body were perfectly integrated, allowing him to transform chakra into magnetism. This not only meant that he could manipulate metal, but also enhanced the range of his magnetic field induction. Although that was his original intention. However, the magnetic escape and the powerful magnetic sensibility that was previously adapted to the evolution of Flying Thunder God produced a wonderful reaction. In the past, he could sense the ubiquitous magnetic field in the universe over a very large range, and then gain insight into the distribution of the magnetic field. By monitoring the distribution and changes of charged particles in the space, he could predict space fluctuations in advance, which was his strongest counterattack against Flying Thunder God. Although he can also sense a person's emotions by sensing the magnetic field, and then assist in illusion and achieve better control, this can only be regarded as icing on the cake in front of the powerful eternal kaleidoscope pupil power. Originally, this was just a passive skill, and the long-distance perception derived from it could only see but not move. But now, he can convert chakra into magnetism and actively influence the magnetic field. The effect is terrifying. To give the simplest example, the maximum range of the third Kazakage's magnetic force control is 2 kilometers, while Shenyu's normal control range is thousands of times that of his. The reason why it is normal is that it can change the magnetic field, so the distance can be further expanded. Shenyu's development of this ability goes far beyond this, because his next goal is practice magic through magnetic fields, and use your own magnetism to induct the magnetic force of nature to draw out natural energy and create magic that is truly suitable for human practice. Use chakra to transform into magnetism, let the body absorb the electric current of nature, then use consciousness to connect with the magnetic field, and connect to the magnetic field of the universe through the rotation of the magnetic field, which is endless and everlasting. It sounds very dreamy, but once it succeeds, the magic skills you cultivate will be unprecedentedly powerful. This is also the reason why Shenyu took so much trouble to refer to and observe other magic arts. Soon, Madara returned with Nian, and they entered the underground base together. Shenyu stood in front of the wild boar, raised his sword finger and made 2 simple gestures. Frost's heart was automatically unsheathed and circled around the wild boar like a butterfly. Chucky! The sharp blades intertwined into a net, and in just a moment, it dismembered the beast into large and small pieces of meat. The blade was as clean and bright as new, without a single speck of blood. By the time the divine sword was sheathed, the spilled blood had been washed away by the water, and Shenyu had turned around to drink tea with graceful and skillful movements. Only Guang was left shaking his head and sighing, Shenyu is still Shenyu. Such delicate knife skills and precise chakra manipulation ability would be hard to achieve even if she practiced for another 10 years. Inside the room, the master and his disciple were drinking together, and Nian, the youngest one, was pouring tea for them. Are you sure it's okay to let Chef Guang? The old man frowned, looking reluctant. Shenyu said indifferently, Master Madara doesn't believe in her craftsmanship. It's not that I don't believe it, it's that I don't dare to believe it. Ban answered truthfully. Don't worry, I've already reminded you in advance. Shenyu blinked, don't put carrots in it. Old Bantu heaved a sigh of relief. Nian, who was pouring tea, suddenly said, by the way, we found a group of rock ninjas at the border of the rain country. Iwa Nin. That's right, Lord Madara also used illusion to torture out the information. Nian subconsciously looked at Madara, who waved his hand, motioning for him to continue. Nian cleared his throat. The cause of the incident was that the Rain Ninja disguised as Sand Ninja attacked the Rock Ninja base in the Rain Country, which led to a large-scale fight between the Rock Ninja and the Sand Ninja. Afterwards, the Rock Ninja Intelligence Department saw through this plan of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, and found out that the Rain Ninja was actually Konoha Ninja in disguise. Therefore, the Rock Ninja began to retaliate against Konoha frantically. Not only did they destroy their base, they also sent people to the border of the Land of Fire to kill the Konoha ninjas who came to support them. In the end, they met us. Ban said lightly, and then looked at Shenyu. This matter will not end like this, the situation will soon escalate into a war. Is all this you're doing? Shenyu was choked. Master Madara, what does this have to do with me? Is it okay? It's hard to say. Weren't you the one behind the last Ninja World War? Old Bantu added. Forward. Being belligerent is the nature of ninjas. It has nothing to do with Uncle. Nian nodded. Yeah, that's it. Chapter 162 Konoha Guard. Konoha Village, Ninja School. Since early morning, Kushina has been watched by two pairs of eyes, one with hostility and the other with caution. This made her look strange. Even without using the Akagura Heart's Eye, she could determine the source of the two gazes. Because one of them came from the last row of the class, Uchiha Inahim. And the other gaze was from her desk mate, Minato Namikaze. During lunch break, Kushina, holding a lunch box, suddenly turned her head. Minato seemed to be startled and turned around quickly, his evasive eyes like an otter. Minato-san, is there anything I can help you with? Kushina couldn't help but ask. Minato gave an apologetic smile. I was finally discovered, Kushina-san. It turns out you are also a powerful person. If you mean the fact that I caught you peeking at me. Kushina rolled her eyes slightly. I'm not blind. No, of course not this. Minato pointed behind him. In the row by the window at the back, there were several boys with bruised faces and swollen noses, looking timid. In the middle of them, Uchiha Inari's face was completely swollen like a pig's head, and he had a big bald head. What's so strange about this? Kushina slowly moved closer and whispered with a smile, weren't you there at the time? Minato looked stunned, but then he quickly reacted and scratched his head, yes, I did watch the whole process. So, stop looking at me like that. Kushina clenched her fists. The best way to fight bullying is to bully the one who bullies you. An elder in my family told me that. Minato coughed lightly, you may have misunderstood. I'm just worried that he will ask someone in the clan to deal with you. He lowered his voice, of course I believe in Kushina-san's ability, but Uchiha is responsible for the guard duty in Konoha. You beat him severely, and he has every reason to take the opportunity to target you and retaliate against you in a reasonable and legal way. Konoha Guard. Kushina tilted her head. Yes, I am responsible for maintaining public order in the village and resolving conflicts. I can use force when necessary. Kushina snorted, I'm not afraid. The power of the Uchiha is still worth paying attention to. Minato said. They are just a bunch of fake Uchiha. Kushina said casually. What? No more talking, Minato-san, it's time to go to class. Kushina narrowed her eyes and smiled, thank you for your information and your kindness, but you don't have to worry about my affairs. The whole day was very boring because there were no outdoor classes and we just sat in the classroom studying ideology and morality. Konoha really worked hard on brainwashing, so Kushina had no choice but to sneak away for the whole day. Just when she was about to go moldy, she finally made it to the end of school. This time, she walked out of the school gate as usual, slightly opened her senses, and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. In a corner of the forest, a petite figure is running forward. Kushina shuttled through the trees, flying through the air, her red hair seemed to be burning flames. She looked back from time to time, a smile flashing in her eyes. At this moment, she heard a slight sound of breaking air from behind her. She leaped forward immediately, and 3 shurikens brushed past her side and were the first to hit the tree trunk in front of her. Are you serious? She exclaimed. With her excellent perception ability, she quickly noticed the figure chasing her from behind. Her eyes turned. She raised her foot and kicked the tree trunk, rushing back at a faster speed. A red shadow flashed by, and the man was unable to dodge, so Kushina grabbed his neck and fell heavily to the ground. Kushina landed lightly, observing the man's height and attire, and recognized the emblem on his shoulder. Uchiha? Or Konoha guard? With a bang sound, white smoke filled the air, and before she could see the man's appearance clearly, he turned into half a wooden stake. Replacement technique. The sudden change made Kushina stunned for a moment. At this moment, a palm attacked from behind and cut across the back of her neck. Ugh! Her eyes went dark, her body instantly lost balance and she fell forward. A cold voice floated from behind, "Humph, I thought I was so powerful, but you are just a little devil." The wind was whistling, and many figures fell around. Kushina opened her eyes and found that this group of people were dressed in uniform and were all members of the guard team. "Someone reported you for abusing your classmates and being cruel. Come with us." Kushina shook her head, trying to regain consciousness. "Humph, they were the ones who bullied me first." "Shut up." The man grabbed her hair roughly and lifted her up. "Ah!" Kushina cried out in pain and turned around to see a sinister face. "I'm not interested in listening to your excuses. Do you want to go with us, or do you want me to break your arms and legs and drag you over?" "Forward." At this time, a timid voice came from behind the guards, and a bald man with a bruised face and nose came out. "Is this too much?" It was Uchiha Inahim. Kushina recognized his voice. "You useless thing, no wonder you are bullied." Someone from the guard team scolded, "We are Uchiha. How could we be bullied by this outsider who just joined Konoha?" Daohuo looked timid. "My dear seniors, I just want to vent my anger. We are classmates, there is no need to make too much trouble. Go away, this matter is none of your business." Everyone rushed forward and pushed Daohuo to the periphery. "As an outsider, you have to be aware of yourself, understand? You, a tomato, have provoked someone you shouldn't have." The man grabbed Kushina's hair and pulled a kunao from his waist pouch. Brother Ito." Inauri looked flustered and tried to squeeze into the crowd. "I think this is enough. I won't seek revenge." "That won't do." Yingdu said with a smile, "If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. I must let everyone know that the Uchiha clan cannot be messed with." He pulled back, causing Kushina to stumble. "Cousin, are you interested in seeing the tomato juice?" Ito drew it twice with his knife, as if looking for the angle, and the sharp cold light kept flashing on Kushina's face. Daohuo's legs were shaking. If the clan leader knew about this, he would be angry. "Shut up! The guards are in charge of the law and have the right to punish the evildoers." Uchiha Yingdu shouted angrily, "This is all legal and reasonable. Even if the higher UPS know about it, they can't say anything." "But humph, the Uchiha's dignity cannot be challenged." Uchiha Ito smiled coldly and slashed the kunao in his left hand downwards. With a hiss sound, a cut was made on Kushina's face, but what splashed out was not blood, but a clear stream of water. Uchiha Ito was severely shocked, and the girl in his arms quickly turned into a puddle of water and fell to the ground, wetting his palm. "Water clone? Damn it! When was it?" At this moment, a familiar clear voice sounded behind everyone. "You all saw it. Fortunately, this is just a water clone, otherwise." Ito suddenly turned around and saw Kushina standing in the distance unharmed, followed by a team of aggressive Chunin. Standing next to Kushina was a silent boy. His eyes suddenly widened and he couldn't help but take a step back, not because he was afraid of Kushina, but because he was afraid of the young man. "Uchiha, really? It seems that the authority assigned to the guard team by the top management is still too great." Robe Tree's face was gloomy and he almost gritted his teeth when he said this. Misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding." Ito explained hurriedly. He knew that although the young man in front of him was mediocre in strength, his identity was so great that even the current Hokage had to give him some face. No need to say more, let your clan leader go and explain to the Hokage himself. Naoka took a deep breath. I also have the blood of the Uzumaki clan flowing in my body, so I can be considered Kushina's brother. Anyone who wants to target her in the future must get past me first. Due to the intimidation from Shengshu, the guard members left in disgrace. Thank you, brother Naoki. Kushina smiled slightly. This is what I should do. I'm happy that you can come to me. Naoki patted Kushina's shoulder. Well done. Let's go eat ramen together later. Kushina patted her small wallet. It's my treat. No, I'm going on a mission with Sensei Jiraiya later. Naoki declined with a smile. So late? Kushina asked puzzledly. Rope Tree sighed softly. Yes, the situation in the Rain Country is very tense recently. Our base has been severely damaged and we are in urgent need of support. Halfway through, he shook his head. Well, why am I telling you, a little girl, all this? If Kushina gets into trouble while I'm away, she can just go directly to the Hokage building. Okay. Kushina nodded, not quite understanding. Looking at Naoka who spoke in a mature tone, she thought silently in her heart. You are not much older than me. Chapter 163 Rainy Night Raid. At the end of the 36th year of Konoha, the situation was turbulent. The sky of the entire ninja world was dark and covered by thick dark clouds, foreshadowing the coming storm. In recent years, due to the imbalance in economic development among countries, the gap between the rich and the poor has widened, causing militant forces to rise in ninja villages in various countries. In the name of pursuing fairness, they actually expand their sphere of influence through force and plunder resources to satisfy their own greedy desires. Among them, the competition among the three kingdoms of wind, fire, and earth is particularly fierce. As for the Sand Village, after the plan to recruit the Uzumaki clan members failed, the third Kazekage had to accept Chiyo's advice and vigorously promote puppetry that could quickly enhance the overall ninja strength in a short period of time. This caused the Wind Kingdom's already poor internal resources to be consumed wildly, and it urgently needed to expand its territory externally to buffer the economic pressure. As for the Uegakure village, after Noki became the Tsuchikage, he received full support from the daimyo of the Land of Earth. They had frantically stockpiled troops in previous years, resulting in an excess number of Uegakure ninjas. In order to streamline the military, they urgently needed a war to consume the excess troops. As for Konoha village, thanks to the policies of the third Hokage and the unremitting efforts of the Konoha ninjas, this once number one ninja village took a full 22 years to finally walk out of the shadow of the First Ninja World War and restore its former strength. Faced with the Sand Ninja and the Uegakure ninjas' constant interference in the Rain Country, Konoha naturally could not ignore it. Although the territory of the Rain Country was small, it had a vital strategic position for the three major countries and could not be lost. In this way, the three forces used the Rain Country as a chessboard and continuously dispatched forces to station in the Rain Country, fighting openly and secretly, and engaging in intrigue. In the early stages, it was just a small-scale test, but as all parties quietly increased their troop output, the scale of the battle gradually escalated and became more and more intense, often affecting innocent people, causing chaos in the entire Rain Country and making life miserable for the people. With heavy rain, this crying little country became more and more devastated. Faced with this situation, the Hidden Rain village naturally could not sit idly by, but it had little effect. Not only did their actions to drive away the ninjas failed to work, but they were dragged into the chaos. It was a pity that the Hidden Rain village ninjas who were carrying out their missions were wiped out one after another like moths to a flame. The reason for this is that although the Hidden Rain village has Hanzo of the Salamander in charge, and possesses cage-level combat power that can rival the 5 major ninja villages, the overall strength of the Rain ninjas is in a period of transition and is still relatively inferior. The situation can only be reversed if Hanzo takes action himself, but once Hanzo really takes action, it will undoubtedly herald the arrival of the Ninja World War. Perhaps, the three major ninja villages were so unscrupulous because they were sure that Hanzo would not easily fall out with them. In this turmoil, the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village seemed exceptionally quiet. The former, for some unknown reasons, chose to keep a low profile and take care of himself. After losing the second Mizu Cage, the Kaguya clan, and the third Mizu Cage, the latter fell into a weak state. Even the fourth Mizu Cage has not been selected yet, and the two-tailed beasts in the Land of Water have not been properly controlled. Generally speaking, the water country is unable to take care of itself. If the map plate was not far away from the center of the unrest, it would probably be attacked by everyone and become the first major country to be destroyed in the war. It was raining heavily, and the raindrops hit the branches and leaves in the forest with a crackling sound. The sky was dark and gloomy, and the occasional flash of lightning provided the only light. Is the weather always this bad here? Shenyu stretched out his hand, watched the raindrops shatter into crystal water droplets in his palm, and asked softly. This was the third day since he left Konoha, and it seemed that the rain had never stopped since entering the Land of Rain. Otherwise, why is it called the Rain Country? A free and easy voice came from beside me. Jiraiya put his hands behind his head and walked forward leisurely. Shengshu glanced at him and sighed slightly. Teacher, the companions in front are still fighting hard. Is it really okay for us to be so leisurely? You are very motivated, but unfortunately, in war, motivation alone is useless. Jiraiya didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, our mission this time is not to provide direct support. In someone else's territory, it's best to keep a low profile. Being too ostentatious will backfire. Rope Tree hesitated and smiled. I'm just worried about my companions. I heard that the base was destroyed. Don't worry. Jiraiya patted his shoulder. What you can think of, the village can think of it. The elite team supporting the front battlefield has already set off before us. Really? After hearing the news, Shengshu was slightly excited. At this moment, Jiraiya suddenly stopped, frowned slightly, and his originally relaxed expression instantly became serious. What's wrong? Just as Rope Tree was about to speak, Jiraiya suddenly held his head down, and the sound of breaking through the air flew past his head. In a flash, Rope Tree saw clearly that it was a kunai with an explosive tag tied to it, and the burning flames lit up his eyes. Ninjutsu, Needle Jizo. Jiraiya immediately hugged Nawai's body tightly, and his long silver hair grew wildly, wrapping both of them like dumplings in an instant. Every strand of hair was as tough as iron and impenetrable. Boom! Flames suddenly appeared and then quickly went out in the heavy rain. The thick layer of long hair absorbed the impact of the explosion, and the innermost layer of Rope Tree was not even hurt. At this moment, the ground cracked slightly, and 4 figures jumped out from the cracks at the same time. They held ninja swords in their hands and their moves were fierce. As soon as they appeared, they chopped fiercely at the silver hair around Jiraiya. Ninpo technique, the technique of random lion's hair. The surface of the long hair began to ripple, and suddenly several silver-white spears pierced out, like a giant sea urchin. It was made entirely of hardened long hair, sharp and moving at an extremely fast speed. It pierced the bodies of all the attackers in the blink of an eye, and the blood quickly dyed the ground red under the washing of rain. Jiraiya's secret ninjutsu combines both offense and defense, and is very useful in actual combat. Even when facing some small ninja beasts, it is more than enough to deal with them. A loud shout came from the surroundings, earth escape, split earth palm. The ground shook slightly, and several cracks split the earth like lightning. The ground dozens of meters around Jiraiya collapsed instantly and fell inward, with large and small pieces of soil and gravel falling down. Jiraiya immediately pulled back his long silver hair, grabbed Nawai's collar, and threw him upward with force. Teacher! Shengshu exclaimed, and as he flew up, the surrounding situation came into view. Nawaki was somewhat panicked to find that they had been surrounded by a team of ninjas. Judging from the forehead protectors, they were all ninjas from the Uegakure village. Don't worry. Jiraiya smiled confidently, stepped on the ground, and quickly climbed up among the gravel. He stabilized his body and formed seals with his hands. Fire release big flame bullet. He took a deep breath and spun his body at the same time, spewing out flames mixed with countless oil droplets from his mouth, forming a circle of hot and bright fire rings, which swept towards the surrounding enemies like a sweeping army. The flames burned, dyeing the rainy night red. The powerful fire power was powerful even on a rainy day. Chapter 164, Secret Battle in the Rain. Fire release big flame bullet. Jiraiya opened his mouth and spit out hot waves of fire pouring out in all directions, like a crimson tide, rolling away. Earth escape, earth current city wall. The rock ninjas formed hand seals one after another in unison, with dozens of palms slapping the ground at the same time. As a large amount of chakra flowed into the earth, the soil and rocks in front of everyone loosened, and huge walls rose from the ground and connected to each other. It seemed that a circle of steep mountains rose up from the flat ground, surrounding Jiraiya in the center like a trapped beast. The sea of fire spread, but was stopped by the towering earth walls, and huge waves of fire instantly spread all around. White mist rose, the temperature dropped sharply, and the last bit of fire was quickly extinguished in the heavy rain. However, this was not the end. The rock ninjas formed seals again, and the earth wall shook slightly. Countless fine spikes protruded from the surface. Along with the rock ninjas' uniform shouts, slender stone spears broke through the air, like thousands of arrows fired at the same time, and began to indiscriminately sweep the center area. Earth-style, multiple rock pillar spears. Shenyu fell from mid-air, and his heart almost jumped out of his throat as he looked at the overwhelming stone spears that broke through the air. Judging from the fierce firing rate alone, the power of each stone spear here is no less than that of a siege crossbow. There's really no other way. It looks like if I want to get out of this, I have to show some real skills. A hearty laugh came from below. Psychic skill Toad Jian. With a bang, a huge amount of white mist dissipated, and a huge, strong purple-red toad appeared out of thin air, carrying Jiraiya on its head. Its size is no less than that of Gamabuntat. It is dressed in black, has majestic horizontal pupils, and the U-shaped black tattoo on its face is very unique. It carries a huge pot-lid-shaped shield behind it, and holds a giant harpoon covered with thorns in its hand. As soon as it appeared, it waved the harpoon in its hand and responded instantly. "I'm counting on you, Boss Gameken!" Jiraiya shouted loudly, then shook his head violently, and his long silver hair stretched out rapidly like tentacles, rolling up the rope tree in the air. "I understand. Even though I'm stupid, I'll still try my best." Toad Jian's voice was low and timid, but his hands didn't stop moving. He swung the harpoon violently and smashed the stone spear in front of him into powder. It moved both hands, wielding the giant harpoon with great force. Countless afterimages gathered around it to form a pitch-black barrier that was impenetrable and shattered all the densely packed stone spears. Hoo-hoo! A strong wind suddenly arose, and the sound of heavy wind was heard everywhere. Jiraiya pulled Nawaka back to his side. The violent wind ruffled his long hair. He looked around and laughed. "Isn't this quite capable?" Toad Jian shook his head slightly, his expression serious. "No, I'm very clumsy." Jiraiya was slightly startled, and then he noticed that there was a several-meter-long wound on Toad Ken's calf, and blood was slowly oozing out. Is the focus of defense placed on the head? Jiraiya couldn't help but think to himself, looking at Gameken with some emotion. "You are hurt. That's why I'm clumsy." As he spoke, Toad Jian quickly bent his knees, relied on his powerful jumping ability to jump up, leaped high into the sky with a whistling wind, and instantly jumped out of the coverage of the Tulian city wall. Whoosh whoosh! The stone spear immediately changed direction and shot into the sky following the huge figure of Toad Jian. "Master Toad Jian!" Rope Tree exclaimed. "I know. Jian took off the shield behind him and stepped on it like a skateboard. Stone spears came one after another, hitting the shield with a ding-dang-dang sound, splashing dense sparks. Although I'm not good at this, I'm willing to give it a try. Jian muttered something in a low voice, then swung the harpoon violently in a circle, drawing the rain in the air to gather towards the center of the harpoon. In the white rain curtain, the head of the harpoon quickly swelled up into a huge water ball. Immortal technique water escape water breaking wave. The air was suddenly still, and endless raindrops stopped in mid-air. The next moment, a slender, straight column of ultra-high pressure water shot out from the top of the harpoon, like a transparent lightning bolt, instantly piercing through the towering earth wall and going straight through the earth. The water column flowed like an unparalleled sharp blade. Its destructive power was terrifying. It easily tore the ground apart the moment it came into contact with the ground. As Jian waved it around like a pen splashing ink, the water column plowed the ground and drew a complete circle. Mud and smoke rose up, huge rocks rolled down, and screams came one after another. Except for a perception-type ninja who reacted quickly, all the rock ninjas were cut in half by the water column, their organs were flowing everywhere, and blood dyed the ground red. With a loud boom, Gamaken fell with the two of them. It put away its shield, squinted at the black shadow of the Uegakure who was fleeing far away, and couldn't help but sigh. I still let one get away. I'm really clumsy. Looking at the desperately fleeing figure from afar, even Jiraiya frowned slightly. In fact, his action this time was not to support the position, but to go deep into the heart of the Rain country to meet the leader of the Rain village, Hanzo. As the scale of the battle gradually expands, the various forces have been fighting for a long time and have accumulated grievances, which are showing a trend of intensifying. Everyone can smell the scent of war. At this time, it is extremely important to confirm the camp and form a united front. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Konoha, Sand Village, and Uegakure are as incompatible as fire and water, and there is basically no possibility of direct reconciliation. Once the Rain Village officially joins the game, the curtain of war will be opened. There are many possible outcomes of this battle, but from Konoha's perspective, the worst outcome is the destruction of the hidden Rain Village. At the high-level meeting, Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly expressed his thoughts. He would rather the Rain Village continue to maintain its independence than have this small country divided up and annexed by the other two families. However, disagreements emerged at the meeting. The hardliners led by Danzo chose to continue the war, making friends with distant countries and attacking nearby ones. After taking advantage of the war between the three major ninja villages to completely destroy the hidden Rain Village, the Konoha side then took advantage of the victory to seize the fruits of victory and incorporate the Rain country into the territory of the Fire country. However, this move was too difficult and might cause Konoha to face three enemies at the same time. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen forcibly denied the hardline approach in the name of Hokage and secretly sent people to contact Hanzo in an attempt to reach an alliance. It seems like a coalition, but in fact it is a coalition of horizontal and vertical forces, and the Sand Ninja and the Rock Ninja are completely driven out of the territory of the Rain country. This is also the real purpose of Jiraiya's trip. But the problem lies here. His route clearly avoided all sights, but when he was about to approach the Rain village, he was ambushed and attacked by a team of rock ninjas. Judging from their response and the strength of their ninjutsu, they were clearly an elite team that had been lying in ambush for a long time. This means, his information was secretly leaked. This battle has left many traces. If he lets any survivors escape, the intelligence will be leaked and his mission will fail. Shenyu, stay here with Boss Gamajian, I'll be right back. Thoughts raced through Jiraiya's mind, and without hesitation, he immediately ran after the Uegakure ninja before he disappeared in the rain. He was very fast, but the IWA ninja was not slow either. Raindrops whistled past his cheeks, and Jiraiya did not dare to stop for a moment. At this moment, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed at the end of the field of vision, like a thin bolt of lightning, cutting through the rain curtain and disappearing with the wind. Reflected in Jiraiya's pupils was the body of the Uegakure ninja split into two. He approached quickly, and the figure of the person who attacked gradually became clearer in the rain. He was dressed in tight clothes, had a slender figure, and his long silver-white hair was tied into a ponytail. At this moment, he was holding a short knife horizontally, using the rain to wash the blood off the blade. Jiraiya exclaimed, "Sakumo? Aren't you supposed to be supporting the front lines? Why are you here?" Seeing Jiraiya coming, Hatake Sakumo looked up with a natural laziness in his eyes. "I am here. The base has been completely recaptured. I have come here to support you on secret orders from the Hokage-sama," he said calmly. Chapter 165 Chaos is the Ladder. Look what you've done. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily threw a document on the desk and stared at Danzo opposite him with a face so gloomy that water seemed to drip out. Danzo's eyes were half closed and he simply glanced at the cover of the document without reaching out to take it. He looked up at Hiruzen in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and chose to remain silent. Hiruzen took a deep puff of his pipe, and when all the smoke in his lungs was exhaled, he spoke in a low voice, "Why did you betray your companions? I need an explanation." "Betray your companions?" Danzo asked back. Hiruzen said coldly, "The Rain Ninja Alliance plan. On the night I sent Jiraiya to the Hidden Rain Village to contact Hanzo, you sent a team of root ninjas to leak this information to the Sand Ninjas and the Rock Ninjas, causing Jiraiya to be ambushed. Do you really think I don't know anything?" "Oh, what's the matter?" Danzo's tone was cold, as if he didn't care at all. "You." Hiruzen slapped the desk, and the marble surface shattered into pieces in an instant. Danzo chuckled, "Jiraiya is dead. My disciples are not that bad. But the impact of this incident is not limited to this." Hiruzen tried his best to calm himself down. "Do you know that this will not only lead to the failure of the alliance plan, but will also cause the Sand Village and the Rock Village to join forces, putting all the companions in the base in danger. It will be very disadvantageous for the upcoming battle." Danzo put his hands in his sleeves and said, "Just tell me what you want to do with me." Hiruzen stared into his eyes, the corner of his eye twitching, "Deprive the high-level council of their rights, disband the root, and in consideration of our many years of working together, retain your position as a high-level elder. Humph, you can retire peacefully in the Shimura family." He looked up and out the window. From now on, Konoha will only need one voice. The air was silent for a few seconds, and then Danzo suddenly laughed out loud. Hiruzen immediately got angry. "What are you laughing at? I just think it's ridiculous." "What's so funny?" Danzo stretched his neck and kept a calm tone. "War is coming, and the peaceful situation is about to be broken. In this chaotic situation, you did not choose to take the opportunity to expand, but to work hard to maintain the status quo before peace. You did not swallow up the Hidden Rain Village, but chose to help the Hidden Rain Village repel the other two major ninja villages." His eyes were filled with undisguised sarcasm. "I have to say, as the third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, you are truly mediocre and cowardly to the extreme." For some reason, he placed special emphasis on the words 3 generations. Hiruzen's brows were furrowed into the shape of a character, and he said unhappily, "We have already discussed this matter in a meeting. Facing 3 enemies at the same time, the chances of winning are too low. I cannot risk the lives of my companions for my own selfish desire to invade. What you call discussion is nothing more than using your status as Hokage to suppress all voices and make the final conclusion." Danzo said sharply, "Cowardly and blind, this is the real you." "Danzo, I am the Hokage." Well, then what?" Danzo scratched his ear. "You don't really think that your alliance plan will be accepted by Hanzo?" Hiruzen's tone paused, then he calmed down instantly. "What do you mean?" "Haha, your cowardly way of asking for an alliance is simply stupid. Hanzo will never agree." He would rather stand up and declare war on the 3 major ninja villages at the same time than agree to an alliance with you. Why? Hiruzen frowned and asked, is he crazy? Even our Konoha does not have the courage to declare war on all enemies directly. Where does he get the courage from a small rain village? Compared to facing the 3 major ninja villages at the same time, it is better to form an alliance with us. The reason you have such an idea is because you are not thinking about the problem from the perspective of the hidden rain village at all. Danzo shook his head and chuckled. Surrounded by powerful enemies, as a weak party, the only way to survive in the cracks is to maintain a neutral attitude and treat all enemies equally, because once the powerful enemies start to join forces, there will be no chance for him to turn the tables. Hiruzen asked in confusion, I don't understand. With Konoha as a strong supporter, does a Mangekyō still need to fear the other 2 major ninja villages? You overestimate yourself, Hiruzen. Danzo slowly stood up and lowered his voice. From Hanzo's perspective, you big countries that wantonly invade the territory of the Rain country are all bastards. Why would he trust you, just based on this piece of alliance? As he spoke, he raised his hand to pick up the document on the table, with a look of disdain on his face. Please, the hidden Rain village is facing a war to annihilate the village and the country. How can you lock the 2 countries together with a simple piece of paper? Hiruzen was silent. At times like this, we can't trust others. Declaring war on the 3 major ninja villages at the same time can ensure that they attack each other and won't divert too much force to attack the hidden Rain village. But if he really forms an alliance with you, he will not only have to face the wrath of the other 2 major ninja villages, but also have to be on guard against your backstab at any time. With a swish, Danzo tore the contract in his hand into 2 halves. Hiruzen looked up in surprise, and in response he heard Danzo's light words. So, I deliberately revealed this news to Sand Village and Uegakuer. They will naturally put aside their hostility temporarily and stand on one side tacitly to target Konoha and Rain Village to destroy your alliance plan. At the same time, when they truly join forces, the Rain Village will have no choice but to join forces with us to resist the powerful enemy. Danzo sneered, even if Hanzo guessed our intention, he would have no choice but to cooperate with us. This is the charm of open conspiracy, which is much more reliable than a piece of torn paper like yours. Hiruzen took a deep breath and looked at his old friend with a look of realization in his eyes. So, when the war is over, the hidden Rain village will still be the hidden Rain village. Thorn. No. Danzo continued to tear the contract slowly. Wait until we really defeat Sand Village and Uegakuer, then we will mobilize all our forces to strike back and completely destroy the Rain village. You. Hiruzen suddenly froze. What we want is not a Hokage who sticks to the old ways, but a Hokage who takes advantage of the chaos to gain more benefits for his own village. Danzo looked at him, his eyes as deep as a hole. Hiruzen, chaos is not the abyss, chaos is a ladder. Many people climbed up, but fell to their death. Many people had the opportunity to climb, but refused. He waved his hand, and confetti flew all over the sky like snow. They are just like you, guarding the village, guarding the civilians, and guarding the illusion of peace. All of this is an illusion. Only the stairs are real. We don't have the unrivaled strength like the first generation. Only climbing up slowly is all we have in life. Hiruzen, if you don't learn to climb, you will always be the coward who was pinned to the ground by Uchiha Kamiya and couldn't raise his head. He turned and left, imitating Hiruzen's tone just now. Konoha only needs a voice. He. Paper scraps fell and scattered, and Hiruzen stood there blankly, letting these white little things fall on the Hokage's hat. Chapter 166 The Art of Ghost Yellow. In the 37th year of Konoha, the situation was turbulent and smoke of war was everywhere. For some reason, the Sand Ninja and the Rock Ninja, who were fighting fiercely in the Rain Land, tacitly stopped their attacks and turned to attack Konoha, while showing no mercy to the Rain Ninja. This is different from the small-scale frictions in the early stages. Both sides have sent out their elite troops, and it is completely a war level. The flames of war are burning endlessly and intensifying. In May of the same year, Hanzo, the leader of the Hidden Rain village, could no longer sit idly by and watch his country being wantonly ravaged by the sand and rock ninjas. At the instruction of the daimyo of the Rain country, he declared war on the Wind country and the Earth country at the same time, and signed an alliance with Konoha to share the same hatred and the enemy. The four-way war officially began. The smoke of gunpowder spreads, and the Second Ninja World War begins. Unlike the Burning Rain Kingdom, the Iron Kingdom east of the continent, as a neutral country, is safe and sound, and its people live and work in peace and contentment, and are not affected by the war at all. The wind and snow are blowing, but the peace remains. If you really want to be picky, there is actually a certain impact. Because of the wars in various countries, the turnover of the Iron Country's first weapons guild, the Swordsmith, has increased rapidly in the past 6 months. With batches of swords being exported abroad, the commerce's coffers have become increasingly swollen, and Kakuzu shed tears of envy. At this moment, in the northern part of the Iron Kingdom, outside a hidden snowy mountain range, Bailuahu stood in a test site, rubbing his hands, not because of the cold, but because of excitement. Even his breathing became heavier, and he exhaled hot air in the heavy snow. Even Orochimaru and Uchihanan, who were beside him, could hear the thumping of his heartbeat. Have you really avoided all risks? Have all experimental samples passed the fusion standards? Orochimaru glanced at him and asked in a hoarse voice. What do you think I've been busy with all these years? While you were training with Master, I was also making progress. Bailuahu didn't answer his question directly. His eyes were wandering and his voice was trembling. My ninjutsu is complete. Nian shrugged. Please be more rigorous, both of you. Even a science idiot like me knows that only when the next experiment is successful can it be considered truly completed, right? In the open space in front of the three people, 2 giant ninja beasts were lying neatly. They were breathing evenly, and the shadows of the 3 Mangekyō Sharingan were reflected in their huge eyes. They were as quiet as cats. On the left is a large bird with a dark green body, bright feathers, and a beak as sharp as iron, but its entire head is covered with a thick layer of armor, which is very strange and obviously not a creature bred by nature. In comparison, the creature on the right is a complete hodgepodge and cannot be defined as a single species. It has the characteristics of a turtle, a wild boar, and a lion. Special runes are printed on its huge shell, with densely packed explosion characters engraved on them. Obviously, these 2 are fusion creatures that have been specially modified by Bailuahu. Orochimaru, who had already practiced sage magic, had a very keen sense of perception. He entered sage mode in seconds, and as the purple eyeshadow at the corners of his eyes gradually lengthened, he instantly discerned the special aura of the 2 creatures. The breath in the big bird's body is sometimes light and sometimes heavy, as if it is a mixture of chakras of wind and earth attributes. The body of the 4-legged beast is mellow, violent, and hot, representing the chakras of water, thunder, and fire respectively. What Bailuahu needs to do next is to fuse the 2 fusion beasts together again. How much demon geranium reagent did you inject into them? Orochimaru asked with a frown. Your question should be, how much of the perfect version of Ghost Bud Loyal Plant Fusion Fluid did you inject into them? Bailuahu laughed softly. Who would remember those things? I only know that I am about to succeed. Nian pursed his lips and said nothing. He was more curious about how many ninja beasts were fused together to form these 2 monsters. After a moment of silence. Brothers, witness this moment. Bailuahu slowly raised his hands and looked up at the heavy snow. The cold wind ruffled his long white hair, but his eyes were blazing, like a devout pilgrim. With a paw sound, he clapped his palms together, and then changed into dozens of hand seals, which was dazzling. Let's fuse. The demon sprout technique. Suddenly, circles of ink-colored spells appeared on the big bird's back, covering its entire body like a spider web. Then, a mass of black liquid that was wriggling like paint oozed out, slowly flowing along the feathers, and quickly wrapped up the entire bird. The word encapsulate may not be an accurate description. Nian thinks that swallow would be more appropriate. Soon, the mass of liquid continued to wriggle, like a giant black python coiling its body, except that it had no eyes, only a big mouth that slowly opened, as if it had been hungry for a long time and couldn't wait to satisfy its desire for gluttony. Under Bailuhu's control, it instantly found its prey, which was the four-legged beast beside it. It didn't hesitate at all, and slammed down with its big mouth. With a gulp sound, it completely swallowed the entire body into its stomach in just a few breaths. All that was left before the three people's eyes was a large mass of squirming black liquid. Bah! Bubbles continued to emerge from the liquid, and finally a huge amount of white steam evaporated. Are you sure? Nian opened his mouth and wanted to ask about the progress, but saw Orochimaru shaking his head at him. He immediately realized that he needed to stay fully focused during the experiment and could not be distracted for a moment. Any tiny thing would magnify the error infinitely and ultimately lead to failure of the experiment. It's okay. Bailuhu suddenly said, with a confident smile on his face, I have performed this operation thousands of times, and I can complete it even if I am sleepwalking. Orochimaru looked at him deeply. Perhaps, only he, as a fellow scientific researcher, could understand that this kind of confidence was not based on vague beliefs, but was built up from countless lonely, boring, and complicated experimental results. It seems that while he was practicing hard in Longdi Cave, Bailuhu did not slow down the progress of the experiment, but continued to work hard in the lonely laboratory alone. Good. Soon, the ball of black liquid stopped bubbling and began to shrink rapidly. 10 seconds later, Bailuhu said, "It's done." Nian concentrated and looked carefully, only to see the pool of liquid slowly disappearing and being retracted into the fused beast inch by inch until all the droplets disappeared and a brand new ninja beast appeared in front of them. Its body has shrunk several times compared to before, but it has retained the huge wings. However, its entire body is covered with hard bone armor like a hawksbill turtle shell, its beak has been replaced by fangs, and two slender tail feathers are floating behind it. Roar! It roared towards the sky, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, the 5 elements in its body surging, and it actually broke through Nian's illusion blockade. The next moment, it suddenly took off into the air, swept its wings back, and rushed forward with a sharp sonic boom. Its target was Bailuhu in the middle. At the critical moment, Nian and Orochimaru attacked at the same time. With their sleeves fluttering, they shot out thick vipers and tough vines at the same time, binding the wings of the monster bird at the critical moment. Even so, they were still carried several meters away by the ferocious force. Call! The strange bird suddenly stopped in front of Bailuhu, and its mask was only 1 step away from his nose. The whirlwind whistled by, carrying snowflakes with it. Bailuhu's hair was flying, his face had a sickly flush, his eyes were excited, and up to now, he had no intention of avoiding it. If Orochimaru and Nin had not acted in time, he would have been smashed into a pool of minced meat, staining the white snow red. Chapter 167 Fusion Beast. Wow! The fused monster bird roared loudly, and the sound waves spread, almost tearing everyone's eardrums. But no matter how he struggled, he couldn't move his body at all, and the vipers and vines that bound his wings made a creaking sound. Orochimaru and Nin looked at Hokuto at the same time with cold eyes, as if as long as he nodded, the two of them would tear apart and destroy this fusion beast that was suddenly attacking its master. Bailuhu opened his arms and half-closed his eyes, completely unaware that he was in danger. At this moment, he seemed to be in a state of excitement, like a great artist who had just finished his work and was intoxicated with his own work. Kill him! Nian tilted his head, and more wooden vines emerged from his arms. Don't be in a hurry. Orochimaru obviously understood Obito's feelings at the moment better. Even he had an attitude of appreciation and expectation for the successful experimental subject, and even treated him as his own child. The corners of his mouth turned up in a sly smile, but it shouldn't be a problem to cripple it. Just as he finished his words, two sturdy vipers suddenly opened their fangs and bit the strange bird's leg with a crack. The strange bird cried out in pain. After all, that position was the only one not covered by bone armor, and Orochimaru found its weakness at a glance. Oh, oh, oh. Take it easy, brothers. Obaru woke up as if from a dream, and immediately gave Orochimaru a resentful look. This child has just been born, he can't stand the torment of a monster like you. Is this the extent of the demon germination technique? It seems like it still can't keep up with me. Orochimaru smiled playfully. It's just a matter of time. Bailyuhu smiled slightly, without much emotion. Please give this acquired genius some time. Then what should we do with this strange bird? I can use illusion to subdue it and force it to sign a new spiritual contract with you. His execution of thoughts was frighteningly fast. As he asked this question, he had already revealed his Mangekyō Sharingan, and the exquisite sunflower pattern was spinning slightly. Why not try its abilities? Bailu rubbed his hands, his tone containing a hint of excitement. Oh, but don't kill it. He hastily added, this child is my only means of fighting the enemy at the moment. Humph, then, let's stretch our muscles. Orochimaru stretched his neck. Nian didn't say anything, feeling more and more out of tune with the two people. The two men exerted force at the same time, and the viper and the vine were immediately stretched straight. The force burst out immediately and threw the strange bird far into the sky. Amid the whistling wind, the strange bird's body flipped several times and soon it was flying steadily. Its wings and legs, which were damaged by the restraints, were healing slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bailuhu nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the self-healing ability of Panluopig has been perfectly inherited. As long as the injury is not fatal, it can be automatically repaired over time. At this moment, the strange bird hovering in the sky roared, with a fierce light in its eyes, and it flapped its wings violently at the three people on the snow. Swish swish swish! Emerald green feathers poured down like a rainstorm. On each feather, there was a scarlet rune engraved. In the center of the spider web-like spell, the word explosion burned slowly, melting and evaporating the surrounding snowflakes. It's a detonating talisman. Nian recognized the runes on the feathers. In fact, he didn't need to remind him. Orochimaru sensed the explosive and burning breath in the air at the first moment, and immediately recalled the explosion technique on the tortoise shell of the four-disc animal before the fusion. Did they combine the advantages of these ninja beasts together? Nian looked up at the burning feathers in the sky, then took out an explosive kunao from his waist bag. Ordinary explosions naturally cannot hurt him, but if these explosive feathers are allowed to fall to the ground, this relatively empty experimental site will be useless, and the aftermath work will be quite tiring. The best way to deal with detonating talismans is to detonate them in advance. He moved his hands at such a fast speed that they even left a trail of afterimages in the air. Countless explosive talismans and kunao were shot out and all rushed towards the feathers in the air. Wind release, gale wind palm. Orochimaru clapped his hands, and air surged around his body. Using the crisp sound of his hands as an opportunity, he compressed the air into a large-scale storm, which surged out and soared straight up, helping each kunao to come into contact with the feathers at a faster speed. Boom boom boom! Thick smoke billowed and continuous explosions echoed throughout the mountains. The originally white sky suddenly darkened. Nian smiled confidently. With his powerful dynamic vision and sophisticated shuriken throwing skills, each kunao found its target accurately. He even took Orochimaru's wind assist into account. With a whoosh sound, a figure like a sharp arrow pierced through the smoke screen, the air shook violently, and a milky white sound cone followed behind it, smashing towards the three people fiercely. I come! Nian took a step forward, his black hair moved without wind, and clear golden lightning flashed all over his body. Along with orange streams of light that split the air, a huge half-giant projected out from his body. Susanoo, second stage. He did not drive the thunder hammer or thunder cannon, but just controlled Susanoo to open a big hand and steadily caught the impact of the monster bird, as if he had caught a cannonball. Boom! A circle of shock waves visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out, and snowflakes in the sky danced wildly with the storm. Bailuo was caught off guard and was blown away by the huge impact. The strong wind blew his lab coat, outlining his thin figure. Orochimaru moved, used the instant body technique to flash, and rushed steadily behind Obaru to catch him. The two of them braked far away in the snow. The moment he touched Okunaki's arm, Orochimaru was stunned. The feeling of that bone rib-like arm was painful even through the sleeve. He couldn't help but turn his head, and what caught his eyes was Bailuo's fanatical expression. "How is it? My fusion beast is pretty good, right?" he shouted. The snow dissipated, and in the field, Susanoo's two huge arms grabbed the wings of the monster bird at the same time. With just a strong pull, the monster bird was torn in half. Nian turned his head slightly, with a questioning look. "Continue." Bailuo coughed a few times and waved his hand. "Let's end it here. I already know its strength." Nian nodded and turned to look at the strange bird. The moment they looked at each other, his scarlet eyes shone with light. As powerful spiritual energy suddenly swept over, the strange bird stopped struggling without any resistance and became quiet again. Orochimaru looked at Hiraho, who was walking towards the strange bird step by step, frowned and asked, "Do you want to merge with it? This bird's strength is not weak, but it is far from enough. I think any shadow can kill it." Nian gave a fair evaluation, but his words implied that he advised Bailuo to think carefully. In fact, he didn't want Bailuo to become such a weird monster. It would be disgraceful for him as his friend or as his uncle's disciple. Bailuo waved his hands. "How is that possible? This guy is just a spirit beast, temporarily acting as my mount." As he spoke, he took out the spiritual scroll, dripped each other's blood on it, and completed the contract again. Chapter 168 Bailuo and Number 039, S Plan. At the Iron Country base, the wind and snow were blowing, and it was still cold. Somewhere hidden inside a mountain, a huge laboratory is operating, every moment, seemingly never stopping. There was a faint smell of medicine in the air. The room was brightly lit, with several cold white fluorescent lights illuminating every corner, casting a cold metallic luster on the alloy walls. The light passed through the huge containers and petri dishes, and through some unknown liquids and tissue samples, casting a lustrous green light, turning the three young faces into a pale green. The fusion of ninja beasts is just the beginning. Next, I will need your help. Hiruzen looked at Nin and Orochimaru opposite him with a sincere tone. "What do you need us to do?" "Help me catch someone." Hiraho rubbed his hands. "The other party is an elite jonin from the Hidden Rock Village. He has mastered the bloodline Genkai of explosion release. It will be very difficult for me to do it alone." Iwagakure. Nian frowned slightly. "Isn't Iwagakure busy fighting with Konoha? If we weaken the fighting power of the Iwagakure ninja at this time, wouldn't that be helping Konoha in disguise? The situation is turbulent at this moment, and the Second Ninja World War is in full swing. Although the Iron Kingdom is calm, the entire Rain Kingdom is in chaos." Orochimaru saw the hesitation in Nian's eyes and asked, "Does it have to be now?" Bailuo nodded solemnly. "Before September 9th of this year, I must complete the swallowing of the Stone Ridge Mountain in the north of the Rain Country before the end of this day. The right time, right place, and right people are all essential. Can't I change someone else?" "No." The two looked at each other and began to ponder. Seeing this, Bailuo immediately gave them a reassurance. "Don't worry, I have already consulted Master about this matter, and the entire plan has been approved." "Really?" Nian blinked. I wouldn't dare to lie about this matter even if you gave me some courage. Hirahu raised his hands high, he said that everything should be based on my plan. As long as it doesn't involve the tailed beasts, it's fine even if it interferes with the ninja world war. Hearing this, the two breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that's no problem. Orochimaru looked at Hirako and licked his lips out of habit. Your Kizuna no Jutsu can actually devour bloodline limits? Interesting. I am getting more and more curious about your plan. No, the demon geranium technique has been perfected so far, it is easy to fuse a single attribute, but there is no way to directly devour the bloodline limit, so special conditions are required. Obaru shook his head and looked at Orochimaru. Remember what I told you about the topic? The activity of the ghost bud luo plant is affected by astronomical phenomena and the environment. Hearing this, Orochimaru looked thoughtful. Different targets require different preparations, but I don't have any information about other targets right now, so I can only start with a single target. This also determines the order in which I must devour. Baileahu spread his hands and told the story. In addition to the technique, the devouring bloodline limit must possess the three elements of heaven, earth, and man at the same time. First of all, the so-called heaven is the golden ring solar eclipse. When the sun is blocked by the moon and the calamity of the eclipse shines on the earth, the ghost Gara technique will be active to an unimaginable degree. Even the blood limit can be perfectly integrated into my genes. And the location refers to the best place to observe an annular solar eclipse. I have calculated that there are basically several annular solar eclipses every year, but if you want to see an annular solar eclipse again at the same location, you have to wait 224 years. It can be said that there is only this one chance in a lifetime. Finally, people, the target I want to devour, this is a long story. Hirahu walked to the experimental table, took out a chakra test paper from the locker, and injected chakra in front of the two of them. Nian opened her eyes slightly, the piece of paper was flat as usual, nothing happened. Unfortunately, my innate aptitude is too poor. I do not possess any of the 5 elements. Although I can master them through acquired training, it is nothing but a foolish dream to cultivate a blood limit. Bailuo calmly threw the chakra test paper into the trash can and said, after that, I used a special method to measure the only attribute I have, which is Yang. This is both fortunate and unfortunate. Fortunately, my goal is clear. As long as I swallow the bloodline limit containing the 6 attributes of wind, fire, water, earth, thunder, and yin, I can achieve the balance of yin and yang. Under the fusion effect of the demon geranium technique, my body will automatically construct a relationship of mutual generation of the 5 elements and become an immortal perfect ninja. Unfortunately, due to the interference of the original yang attribute, the bloodline limit that I integrated into my body will also be disturbed, generating unpredictable and strange changes. Bailuo took out a plan from the experimental shelf and handed it to the two of them with great anticipation. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. There were densely packed words on it, it was simply a mess, with all kinds of words and lines of different sizes, and even clumsy paintings between the pictures. Orochimaru raised his hand slightly to show his refusal. You know, I never understand what you write. Bailuo had to put away his expectant look and looked at Uchihanan with resentment. In order to meet his expectations, Nian had no choice but to take the schedule. After opening the 3 Megatama, he could understand the plan a little bit. Start with explosion style, then absorb magnetic style, burning style, boiling style, and finally Sharingan. Orochimaru tilted his head. Can you explain? Of course. Hirahu showed a satisfied smile. Explosion style is a perfect fusion of earth style and lightning style, and the next magnetic style is lightning style and wind, scorch style is wind and fire, boiling style is fire and water. Follow this order step by step, and the 5 elements in the body will automatically achieve a perfect cycle. The last Sharingan bloodline limit represents the final step of the unity of yin and yang. Earth and thunder, thunder and wind, wind and fire, fire and water, yin and yang. Nian muttered to himself. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, frowned and asked, "Are you sure that your Kiyomizu no Jutsu can devour so many people?" "Orochimaru, what do you think of the strength of that fused beast?" Hiruzen asked back. "To be fair, it's quite strong. Apart from the summoning beasts from the three major fairy lands, it has basically no rivals. Well, the amount of Gyuluo fusion fluid injected into my body is hundreds of times more than that." Bai Luo pointed to his heart and raised a hand. "In order to practice this technique, these fusion fluids merged into my body inch by inch." The skin on the palm of his hand rippled slightly, and a pool of inky liquid gurgled out, climbing up along Bai Luo's fingers, changing into various shapes in mid-air. Somehow, Orochimaru even felt that the thing was alive. Hirahu took a deep breath and said, "If you can find all the targets that meet the requirements now, I can even devour them all at once. This is my fusion ninjutsu, Katra." He raised an eyebrow at Orochimaru. "Well, this is my path to immortality, how does it compare to the immortality of your soul?" Orochimaru raised his eyes and looked at him, his golden pupils flashing with an inexplicable fighting spirit. There is still a long way to go. Chapter 169 Hanzo vs Dai. In the southern part of the Rain Country, there is a deep and dense forest. A huge explosion completely broke the silence, followed by earth-shaking shouts of killing, which frightened the birds and beasts and made them flee frantically. Whoosh whoosh! Countless figures were running back and forth in the woods, countless shurikens and poison needles were whizzing through the air, interweaving with each other in the crackling rain, accompanied by muffled groans from time to time, and occasional blood dyed the rain curtain red. The rain fell heavily, constantly washing away the bright red blood stains and blending them into the soil. At this moment, a grey figure broke through the rain curtain and shuttled through the crowd at an unimaginable speed. Sharp black and golden light flashed frequently around its body, and every time it passed by, a life was harvested. Such a powerful reaper naturally quickly attracted the attention of others. The wind was whistling as three figures in black robes flew over the bushes and blocked the reaper's way at the same speed. They raised their slender arms and attacked with knives, axes, and hammers at different angles. Crack! As they raised their hands, their joints began to twist in strange arcs, accompanied by strange sounds of vibrations from mechanisms, and the cold blades slashed down mercilessly, cutting off the reaper's attack. With a ding sound, sparks flew everywhere. The reaper snorted coldly, and only then did everyone realize that the weapon in his hand was a sickle wrapped with a long chain, which was chilling. The two men in black robes opened their mouths at the same time, and a rain of poisonous needles poured out, forcing the reaper's back. The reaper flipped over 3 times in a row to distance himself from the person coming. Under the gas mask, a pair of sharp eyes scanned the person coming. His gaze passed over the men in black robes, who were just 3 puppets, and at the same time penetrated the dense rainforest and locked onto a short middle-aged woman. The woman walked lightly and appeared from the darkness. She raised her hand slightly, and 3 black-robed puppets slowly floated up and stood on her left and right. "Cho, as a puppeteer, hiding in the dark is your best option." The reaper spoke slowly, his voice low and cold. "Humph, do you want me to sit back and watch my subordinates being killed one by you, Hanzo?" The woman snorted coldly. Hanzo shook his sickle, and the chain creaked. "You sand ninjas acted recklessly and invaded our territory. You deserve death." Cho remained unmoved and spoke sharply, "The strong prey on the weak. This is the law of nature and the law of the ninja world. The Rain Country is rich in water resources. What's wrong with ceding a part of it to us? What a law of the jungle! Is this the reason why you all retreated during the last Ninja World War?" Hanzo narrowed his eyes slightly. "You and I both know how unworthy it is for the Sand Village to be among the top 5 ninja villages." Chiyo's face was gloomy, and the black-robed puppets behind him all vibrated and made a cackling sound. "I have to say, as the leader of the Hidden Rain Village, your tone is very arrogant, but No matter how despicable the sand ninja you are talking about is, it is enough to deal with you guys who are not worthy of being on the stage. Are you kidding? Hanzo's voice was filled with undisguised sarcasm. Since I officially declared war, I have already destroyed dozens of your bases. It won't be long before you and your group of defeated soldiers are driven out of the Rain Country. He raised his head slightly, his breathing behind the mask rough and heavy. Perhaps on a whim, it's not impossible for me to invade the Kingdom of Wind. Hearing these provocative words, Cho laughed instead of getting angry. Invading our Wind Country? Are you so capable? Aren't you afraid that your ally will take advantage of your army's departure to launch an attack and destroy the hidden rain village directly? Hanzo remained silent, his face hidden behind the mask showing an uncertain expression. Do you really think those guys in Konoha are good people? They are just a group of thugs who claim to be righteous and invade everywhere under the guise of peace. Their essence is no different from us. Chiyo's voice gradually rose, leaving the western battlefield completely to Konoha and trusting them completely to resist the rock ninja is your most wrong decision. Hanzo's voice gradually turned cold. Cho, it seems that you only learned puppetry from your master. Other than that, you are useless. What? Humph, you don't even know the simplest military tactics. At a time like this, the more you sow discord and attack people's hearts, the more it proves that your sand village can't hold on any longer. Just as he finished speaking, he stepped on the ground, the puddle suddenly spread out, and his whole body turned into a beam of afterimage, violently smashed the rain curtain and rushed in front of Cho, holding the cold sickle high. In May of the 37th year of Konoha, Hanzo officially joined the battlefield, announcing the official start of the Second Ninja World War. Unlike the original four-way chaos in the sky, the Sand Village and the Uegakure Village reached an alliance and launched an invasion of the Rain Country from the south and west respectively, attempting to disperse the Rain Ninja forces, expand the territory of the Rain Country as quickly as possible, establish a military base, and prepare for subsequent plans. But with the help of Konoha, the invading Uegakure were quickly stopped in the western part of the Rain Country, and Hanzo was able to divert his energy and concentrate all his firepower to fight against the Sand Ninja. The four directions were divided into two major battlefields, the western and southern ones, and more than a dozen small battlefields were divided around them. Elite troops were sent to each other, including various reconnaissance departments, combat departments, and beheading departments. After fighting for several months, the Fengtu alliance gradually lost its strength, and the balance of victory seemed to be tilting towards the fire and rain countries. IAI/. A faint and slender blade light cut through the rain, splitting the three puppets in half, tearing the black robe and scattering the parts. Cho suddenly ducked her body, and dodged the attack with fear. This sword-drawing move was extremely fast. If the target had not been her own puppet, she would probably have died on the spot under the opponent's sword. But if Hanzo chooses to kill himself, he will also be hit in the vitals by the puppet, and it will be a complete life in exchange for life. It seems that the opponent is not only powerful, but also extremely cautious. In her mind, Hanzo's level of danger has risen to a higher level again. His mind raced, but Cho acted without hesitation. He dodged the sword light and with a wave of his sleeve, three kunao shot out in the shape of a Chinese character, piercing the air and pointing directly at Hanzo's eyes and brows. Hanzo had already drawn his sickle, and there was no chance to put it away at this moment, but there was no panic on his face. Instead, he pulled the chain that was stretched straight in front of him with both hands. Ding ding ding! Sparks suddenly appeared and kunao flew away. Soul-binding sickle, second attack. Hanzo took advantage of the situation and swung out his sickle, chopping it fiercely at Chiyo's crown from top to bottom. His wide-open and wide-opening posture was very much like a fisherman casting a net at sea. The blade flashed, and it appeared in a flash. However, just when Cho was about to be split in half, the sickle strangely stopped above her head and returned to zero in an instant. Hanzo was surprised that an invisible force was struggling with him, causing the chains to tremble continuously. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that his weapon had been tightly entangled by several chakra threads as thin as an ox hair, and the source of the threads was Chiyo's hands. Could it be the kunao just now? He immediately guessed the reason. Puppetry, manipulation of the blade, using silk threads to control the kunao and launch it at the enemy. If the attack misses, the silk threads can be attached to the enemy's body when the kunao hits the enemy, making it hard to defend against. This is the specialty of puppet masters like Cho. Practice, flowing cut. Cho put her 5 fingers together, and her hands flashed with blue light. Then she pulled hard, and 5 imperceptible silk threads instantly passed through the air and cut Hanzo's neck without any hindrance, just like cutting a piece of tofu. But Hanzo's head did not fall to the ground. What caught Chiyo's eyes was a pool of spilled water. The water gathered dozens of meters away and instantly condensed into Hanzo's body. This is water instant body. Hanzo didn't hesitate, his eyes flashing with coldness, at this distance. The moment he landed, he formed seals with his hands and slapped the ground, fire style, exploding flame formation. Cho was startled for a moment, the ground beneath her feet suddenly squirmed, and the mud mixed with rainwater soon swallowed up her feet. When it spread to her calves, she suddenly realized that it was not mud, but burning detonating talismans. Boom! Suddenly, flames appeared, accompanied by a loud bang, and a whirlwind tore through the rain curtain. The thick black smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the situation inside. Cho did not lose her legs, nor was she blown to pieces. Instead, her entire body was enveloped in a circle of mellow blue light. Puppetry, mechanical light shield. Her legs began to deform before the explosion, the skin cracked, the bearings rotated, and they quickly gathered outward to form a shield, supporting the chakra light shield. Hanzo, this is really not simple. However, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a deep shout came from Hanzo's position. Psychic! The white smoke dissipated, and a giant salamander with a dark grey body stood proudly on the battlefield. Chapter 170 Lao Ziai and Number 039, S Strategy. In the western part of the rain country, the sky was gloomy and dark. This is a bare hilly area. The closer you get to the land of earth, the more uneven the terrain becomes. Even the traces of the forest are gradually fading, and even the heavy rain that never stops all year round has stopped. Normally, such a boring area should be sparsely populated by people, and even animals would not set foot there. But today, the place is littered with corpses, broken bodies strewn across the ground, and blood flowing like a river. The ground was full of gullies and had been destroyed beyond recognition. The air was filled with a thick, bloody smell. It seemed as if a fierce battle had just taken place here. With a loud bang, Jiraiya fell to the ground in a mess, his long silver hair still burning with flames. He was quick-witted and quick-handed, and he rolled over on the ground a few times to put out the flames in his hair. When he stood up again, his originally majestic silver hair like a lion's mane had been charred black and was emitting wisps of black smoke. Heavenly Pain Fist! Tsunade's angry roar was heard from the front, followed by a dull crash, and the shock wave expanded violently. The surging airflow was mixed with unbearable heat waves. Jiraiya quickly stood up and rushed back, supporting Tsunade as she stumbled backwards. "How's it going? Are you okay?" Tsunade pursed her lips and said nothing, just staring ahead with a serious expression. It was obvious that her punch just now had worked, blasting her opponent into the distant mountain ridge like a cannonball. But Jiraiya couldn't help but look at her slightly trembling hands. The backs of her hands, which were white and translucent before, were now severely burned. The bones of her fists were exposed, and the surrounding area was covered with black and red flesh, which was charred and even steaming. "Don't worry, I can still fight." Tsunade took a deep breath, not just to show off. 2 palm-sized slugs jumped out from her chest and attached themselves to her hands respectively. Then, warm green light emerged and began to heal her burns. Jiraiya grinned, put his hands together to pull the long hair that was burnt into a bunch, then pulled out a kunai and cut it off at the roots, and a bunch of burnt hair fell to the ground. Soon, the smoke and dust in the mountains dissipated, and a man with flames all over his body walked out, making the two men squint their eyes at the same time. He looked like he had just walked out of magma, with hot lava wrapped around his body, emitting a bright red light. As he approached, even the air around him became warmer. I have to admit that you two are indeed a bit difficult to deal with. To be able to fight with us rock ninja to this extent, even I have to take you seriously. The lava flowed and shrank back into the body inch by inch, revealing the figure of the person inside. He was wearing a purple combat uniform, complete with a breastplate and helmet. His dark red medium short hair was tied into a small ponytail, and he had dark red stubble on his chin. Iwagakure Village, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Lao Zi. Jiraiya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and laughed heartily. The Four Tails Jinchuriki, a cage-level warrior of the Hidden Rock Village, is being stopped here by two unknown people like us. Aren't you afraid that people will laugh their heads off if you tell others about it? A man who established a spiritual contract with the Myaboku Mountain Fairyland, and a woman who possessed the supernatural powers of the Senju clan and the Wetbone Forest slugs. Lao Zi's eyes swept over the two of them one by one. You are not unknown people. And his expression was grim. What gave you the illusion that I used the power of the tailed beast? What? They were both stunned at the same time. After all, in the previous battle, the melting escape method demonstrated by the opponent has been confirmed to be the ability of the Four Tails without a doubt. Not to mention the special changes in nature, his melting chakra mode alone has established his undoubted position as a commander. That set of scorching hot molten armor not only provides powerful defensive capabilities, but can also melt everything it touches. Combined with the physical effects, it has both lethality and defensive capabilities. This was enough to support him in fighting on the battlefield and tearing through Konoha's front line as if he was in an empty space. The reason why Jiraiya and Tsunade were in such a mess was because of this move. In addition to Sun's abilities, I am also a lava release Kekkei Genkai. The only difference is Lao Zi formed seals with his hands, and a hot and manic aura suddenly rose from his body. Two long crimson tails slowly emerged from behind him, with hideous spines standing on the thick furry tails. Tsunade and Jiraiya's expressions immediately became solemn, and each other's chakra became more violent, like a raging fire from hell, burning everything. My lava release is controllable, but Sun's power is so strong that even I can't control it. Lao Zi snorted coldly, and then jumped high in one step. Lava release, burning river rock technique. He opened his mouth and spit out several huge magma balls that fell from a distance, lighting up the grey sky. The red light completely enveloped Tsunade and Jiraiya. There's no other way. Jiraiya's eyes were focused, and he made a seal decisively. With the blood on his palm, he slapped the ground, and circles of ink-colored spells spread out. Do you want to summon those big toads again? Then, which one will it be this time? The double swords, the Wakaizashi, the tin staff, or the rock-stupid one? Lao Zi showed a disdainful look. After several months of fighting, he had almost figured out Jiraiya's intelligence. Apart from the giant toad beast that could summon spirits from Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya posed almost no threat to him. Whether it was his fire escape, earth escape, or the random lion technique that seemed quite tricky to others, they were all completely defeated by his melting escape. As for Tsunade, although she is strong, she lacks agility. She can just keep a distance and consume the enemy from a distance. Even if she is caught close, she can rely on the defensive ability of the melted chakra mode to resist the attack. If Jiraiya and the big toad hadn't interfered, he was confident that he could defeat Tsunade completely within a few dozen rounds. The only tricky thing is this group of toads who master water escape and magic. Previously in the heart of the rain country, due to environmental factors, his lava release was greatly weakened in the heavy rain. Although he could guarantee invincibility, he still had some difficulty facing these toads. And because of the presence of companions around him, it is not convenient for him to use the power of the tailed beasts. Because of the destructive ability of the four-tailed beast, it will easily affect friendly forces. This is also something that Onoki has repeatedly emphasized to him. But now, things are different. On the surface, Konoha's vanguard troops were unstoppable in the battle with Iwagakure, uprooting one base after another, and soon pushed the battle line to the border of the Rain Country. But this is all an illusion. The Iwagakure ninjas were not that bad, he just transferred their forces secretly. As the commander of the Iwagakure vanguard, he dispatched most of the Iwagakure ninjas to form a surprise attack force. Under the leadership of another bloodline limit, Explosion Hunter, they had quietly bypassed the blockade and headed towards the Rain Village headquarters. Doing so would naturally lead to defeat in the main battlefield in the west, but this defeat was planned by him, and the so-called rout was just an act. His purpose was to avoid unfavorable environmental factors, create the illusion of a lone commander to lure the enemy deeper, and finally explode the power of the tailed beast in his body to behead the enemy commander and send him away in one go. As long as they kill Konoha's vanguard army, they can regain the previously lost territory, and then cooperate with the previously sent surprise attack force, attack from both sides, and catch the remaining Konoha troops in a swoop like dumplings, and the battle will be won. With a bang, the white smoke dissipated. To Lao Zi's surprise, Jiraiya did not summon a giant toad as big as a mountain as usual. What appeared under the lava ball was a petite toad with a grey-green body, wearing a miniature black robe and a white beard. I'm counting on you, Fukasaku Sage. Chapter 171 Complete Tailed Beast Transformation. Molten Escape, Burning River Rock Technique. The red magma ball rolled down, accompanied by the whistling wind, and the scorching heat distorted the air. As a puff of white smoke dissipated, the Fukasaku toad from Miyaboku Mountain responded to the call and jumped onto Jiraiya's shoulder as soon as it appeared. It immediately noticed the red light above its head. The magma balls were coming at it like cannonballs, and its mouth puffed up immediately. Water release exploding water wave. Fukasaku Sage opened his mouth wide and spurted out an unimaginable amount of water from his tiny body. The high-pressure water flow was like a waterfall flowing upstream, heading towards the magma ball in the air. When water and fire come into contact, a large amount of water vapor evaporates. The magma balls cool and shrink under the impact of the waterfall. As the high temperature is taken away, they also turn into several irregular purple-black stones and fall around. Thousands of tons of water fell to the earth, and a small lake quickly formed in this desolate area. This is not over yet. Shenron Fukasaku clapped his palms and chakra surged around his body, drawing two streams of water from the lake into the air. After just a circle, they gathered into a huge water dragon, roaring and rushing towards Lao Zi in the distance. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Lao Zi fell to the ground from mid-air, backing away again and again until his feet touched solid ground. Then he completed the seal and slapped the ground. 2 escape 2 Lu returns. 2 cracks spread out to both sides with the palm as the center, drawing a standard rectangle on the ground in front. With a deep shout from Lao Zi, the ground suddenly turned over, and a huge stone slab blocked in front of him like a dam and collided with the water dragon. The ground shook and the water leaked. Amid the rushing water, Fukasaku looked at Jiraiya and Tsunade and said in a thick accent. Little Jiraiya, it looks like you are really in trouble this time. I'm sorry, Master Fukasaku, my current strength is not enough to summon both you and Master Shima at the same time. Jiraiya scratched his head. Before Shenzo Shengren could say anything, there was a huge crash sound from the front. The stone slab suddenly cracked, and spider-web-like cracks spread in all directions, and then exploded with a bang. Amid the rustling rocks, a humanoid monster with bone armor on its head and covered in a dark red chakra coat appeared in everyone's sight, with 3 long tails swaying slowly. It's the tailed beast. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and said, this guy really seems to have no scruples. We've fallen into a trap. The defeat of the rock ninjas these days is just a way to lure the enemy deeper into their territory so that they can catch us all in one fell swoop. Tsunade calmed her breathing. After the treatment of the living slug, the injuries on her hands had almost recovered. The Uegakure village's means of controlling the tailed beasts cannot be stronger than ours. Therefore, whenever he turns into a tailed beast, his mind will be affected by it. Tsunade's eyes were solemn. In the past, he might have been concerned about hurting innocent people, but now, he can let his consciousness fall into the abyss and kill everyone present. Damn it, I made a wrong judgment. Thinking of his companions who died in battle, Jiraiya looked ashamed. Tsunade grabbed him by the collar. Now is not the time to apologize, and besides, we haven't lost yet. Her eyes were beautiful and determined. Even her messy hair and disheveled face could not conceal her compelling heroic spirit. Looking at her, Jiraiya immediately cheered up again. At this time, Fukasaku Sage shouted, "Here they come!" A red shadow tore through the air, and Lao Ziai, who had entered the half-tailed beast state, turned into a humanoid beast, and his two sharp bone claws went straight to the hearts of the two men. Fukasaku Sennin took the lead and puffed out his lips, Senjutsu water-style water slash. With a hiss sound, a high-pressure water line shot out like a long knife and slashed across at an extremely fast speed. Lao Ziai raised his head to avoid it and passed by the water line. His bone horns and the stone slab behind him were cut in half. Fukasaku's move greatly slowed down the opponent's speed. Taking advantage of this gap, Tsunade and Jiraiya attacked at the same time. "Fuck me!" Tsunade punched the ground, and the impact created a powerful airflow. The ground a dozen meters ahead suddenly shattered, causing Lao Zi's body to fall into a pit. At this moment, Jiraiya jumped high, opened his mouth and spit out a huge amount of chakra oil, while Fukasaku on his shoulder spewed flames. The fire and oil blended, and flames burned away. Senjutsu fire-style toad oil flame bomb. The flames burned wildly, mixed with boiling oil and splashed away, directly forming a cluster of fire pillars that fell from the sky and smashed Lao Ziai into the pit. Rolling heat waves swept across the earth, instantly igniting a sea of fire. Good-do-do. The flame did not go out, but instead became darker and deeper red. As bubbles emerged, Lao Ziai actually stood up again from the fire pit. Obviously, this magic technique caused him great harm, and even the outer coat of the tailed beast was mostly stripped off, but red and hot lava began to flow from his body surface, and his eyes became more and more manic. Melting escape undersea needle. He leaped out, and all the lava in his body condensed in his palm. With a push of his palm, an extremely thick lava stick shot out. Before it got close, it made Jiraiya's silver hair curl slightly. Retreat! With a loud boom, the red lava tore through the earth and lit up the entire dark sky. Lao Ziai, who has entered the half-tailed beast state, has obviously lost the combat qualities that a ninja should have, and in return he has gained unparalleled violent power. He vented his anger wantonly, and every blow could erupt boiling magma, turning the earth into a sea of fire. This terrifying chakra that can easily change the terrain and is like a natural disaster is obviously no longer a simple Lao Shi bloodline limit, but comes from the power of the four-tailed beast. Several people were engaged in a fierce battle. Tsunade, who possessed extraordinary strength, was responsible for facing the enemy head-on. Jiraiya made a feint attack, and Sage Fukasaku was responsible for using fairy techniques to make fatal attacks. It seemed like 3 against 1, but if Sage Fukasaku had not intervened, Jiraiya would have lost count of how many times he would have died at the hands of the opponent. After dozens of rounds, Tsunade was already in a miserable state. Her jet-black combat uniform had long been burned, leaving only a tight-fitting chest binder to wrap her graceful body. Her arms were charred black. Although the living slug was constantly treating her, it was simply a drop in the bucket under the continuous attack. The opponent was like a tireless perpetual motion machine, with one wave of attacks faster than the other. The three dared not breathe, and any slackness would result in the death of their companions on the spot. A burst of white mist rose up, and the immortal Shenzhou fired a water cannon to knock Lao Ziyi away. But this time, Lao Ziyi did not attack immediately like before. Instead, he lay on the ground, his breathing becoming heavier. Deep energy gathered like a tide, and visible red chakra began to flow in the air. Under the horrified gazes of several people, Lao Ziyi stretched out his fourth tail. The energy of the tailed beast surged all over his body, and his body rose inch by inch. Along with the boiling lava, a huge gorilla with a red body, ferocious muscles, and two horns on its head suddenly appeared. This is complete tailed beast transformation. Chapter 172 Cold Night White Teeth. Rainy night. Dark clouds rolled in, pouring down rain, and a streak of purple lightning spanned the sky. The lightning at that moment pierced through the darkness, illuminating the white rain curtain, as well as a dilapidated and charred camp and countless figures fighting in the rainstorm. This is the northern part of the hidden rain village, Konoha's last line of defense. A loud thunderclap and earth-shaking shouts of killing echoed throughout the forest. Just as the battles in the west and south were becoming increasingly intense, a surprise attack force of the Rock Ninja emerged and launched a decapitation operation without warning. Their target was the base camp of the Rain Country Ninja, the hidden rain village. Hanzo was leading his army to fight against the Sand Ninja in the southern battlefield and had no time to spare. Therefore, the only troops that could resist this surprise attack were the troops temporarily dispatched by Konoha. Although it was rushed, everyone was working hard. They knew that if the hidden rain village was really lost, the alliance previously reached between the village and Hanzo would instantly collapse, leaving no room for maneuver, and the war would move towards a situation that would become increasingly unfavorable to the village. Due to the disadvantage in numbers, the Konoha ninjas were quickly defeated, with only a dozen or so left struggling to hold on, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Damn it! These rock ninjas actually launched a surprise attack at a time like this. We can't retreat. If the hidden rain village is lost, this battle will be in trouble. Suddenly, the Konoha ninja who was speaking was startled, and a ghostly figure appeared in front of him. Before he could make a sound, a fist landed on his forehead. The punch was not very powerful, but it made him dizzy and lose his balance. Bang! Bang! The puncher was very fast. In a flash, he threw two punches in succession, accurately hitting the chest and lower abdomen of the Konoha ninja. Each punch was more powerful than the last. The last punch directly sent his body flying. Explosive escape thunder fist. The Konoha ninja was in a panic, and the last scene he saw was the cold face of the person who punched him, and a pair of sparkling eyes. You are... He fell into the arms of his two companions, and without even a scream, his whole body exploded instantly. Visibly, a layer of flames broke through his body from the inside out, and then exploded with a loud bang. The powerful shock wave flattened everything within a radius of 10 meters. The two companions were not spared and were swallowed up by the explosion. When the explosion subsided, only a deep pit remained, with broken flesh and blood scattered around it. Captain Hunter. The two IWA ninjas landed next to the puncher, with a very respectful attitude. Xiao turned his head slightly, his eyes cold. Have you found the ghost? The IWA nin looked embarrassed. I'm sorry. Notify the perception squad to search for Konoha's ghost ninja with all their might. His spirit killing technique poses too great a threat and must be dealt with first. Yes. Xiao snorted coldly. Take down this base as soon as possible, and then flatten the hidden rain village. We will be the heroes of this battle. At this time, another rock ninja landed beside them and knelt on one knee. Report to the captain, the western detachment encountered a strong enemy and suffered heavy losses. Xiao's eyes narrowed, and he turned back suddenly. Lead the way. In the deep forest, a figure was crisscrossing the battlefield, fighting back and forth. He had an agile figure, and his pitch-black combat uniform seemed to blend into the night. He shuttled among the enemy troops, his afterimage appearing and disappearing along with the flash of his sword. Every time he swung his sword, an Uegakure would die on the spot. His movements were so fast that they were blurry, and the rock ninjas could not see his sword at all. The last thing they saw was his cold eyes and his cool white hair. Call out! There was a sharp sound of breaking air overhead. Hitaki Sakumo turned slightly without looking back and narrowly missed a long sword that was chopped down vertically. He took advantage of the situation to turn his body, and the short knife in his right hand was instantly turned into a reverse grip. The sharp white knife light drew an arc and passed through the throat of the attacker. With a puff sound, blood spurted out and a head rolled to the ground. His movements were simple and direct, combining the swordsmanship and ninjutsu passed down from generation to generation in the Hitaki family and bringing them to perfection. The short knife flipped over, and the sharp blade reflected a dazzling white light. With just one stroke, it cut through the 3 shurikens, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. The knife flashed, and the IWA ninja's body was split into 2 along the trajectory of the knife. The blood-red color slowly unfolded like a scroll, revealing the scene of hell and dormant murderous intent, which was cruel to the extreme. This level of sharpness is comparable to that of a divine weapon. However, this is not entirely due to the power of the dagger. The greater reason is Hitaki Sakumo's own chakra. This short sword is specially made of chakra metal. It can accommodate a certain amount of chakra and transform it into a chakra blade as thin as a cicada's wing, which is sharp and tough. It is precisely with this unique skill that Sakumo is able to move freely in the chaos of battle, jumping and dodging with a single sword as if he is in an empty space. After just a few rounds, the rock ninjas realized that something was wrong. They could not get close to such a terrifying enemy at all. If they wanted to fight, they had to keep their distance. Earth escape! With a swish, the cold blade light cut off the Uegakure's hands, and then tore his chest in front of his astonished eyes. Sakumo looked coldly, ignoring the blood dripping onto his face, and continued to rush towards the next enemy. White teeth burst. He gripped the hilt tightly, and as the afterimage emerged, more than a dozen blade beams flashed in the air, and 3 more people were torn apart by the blade light and bathed in blood. "Tu dun tu liubi!" An Uegakure ninja screamed and slapped the ground with his hands. With the cover of his companion's self-sacrifice, he finally released his ninjutsu. A thick earth wall rose from the ground, blocking Sakumo's pursuit. The IWA ninja changed his hand seals, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a bright light suddenly flashed across his eyes. The earth wall was split in 2 in an instant, and my throat also felt slightly itchy, followed by an unbearable stinging pain and a feeling of suffocation. His sword can even cut through ninjutsu. The rock ninja fell to his knees helplessly. Under him, a bright red color slowly expanded and gradually swallowed up his entire body. The wind was biting cold and the rain in the forest was gradually weakening. Hitaki Sakumo stood with a knife in his hand, and corpses were lying all around him. He stopped his sword and looked around. There were still about 30 ninjas wandering in the woods, like a pack of hyenas hunting a lion, ready to attack but not daring to approach rashly. Although there are many experts in physical skills among this group, there are even some elite jonin. The reason for all this is that this white-haired ninja in front of him can end the battle with one move no matter who he meets, without any delay. No matter whether you are a genin or an elite jonin, he kills them all with one sword, just like a tireless machine, constantly executing the killing orders. Hitaki Sakumo panted slightly, bent down quietly to hide the rapidly heaving chest, and used the rain to wash away the sweat from his forehead. He is not a machine, of course he gets tired. The reason why I have been able to hold on until now is not just due to myself. Whenever he was in crisis or encountered an equally agile enemy, a spirit would always take the opportunity to break into the opponent's spiritual world. Even if it could not be killed immediately, it would still cause interference for a certain period of time. In the eyes of a master like him, this amount of time is enough. No matter whether it was him or the spirit in the dark, they were both fighting for their lives at this moment, with the purpose of intimidating the enemy and dragging the battle until reinforcements arrived. Chapter 173 White Fang vs. Hunt. In the dark forest in the rain at night, there was a loud thunder, and murderous intent flashed across the sky. All the Uegakure ninjas moved together. In order to continue their march, they had no choice but to deal with Hatake Sakumo in front of them. This battle was inevitable. But they did not rush forward as usual. Hatake Sakumo was now like a bloody Shura, invincible in close combat. The tragic corpses on the ground said it all. They formed seals at the same time, and rich earth-style chakra burst out. Earth-style, multi-shot earth spear. The ground trembled violently, and countless sharp rock spears broke out of the ground, covering an area of 100 meters. Hatake Sakumo flashed and, with his agility, brushed past the stone spears. The ground was torn apart one after another, and a stone forest soon formed on the flat ground. He twisted his body in the air, pushed his feet on the rocks, used the momentum to turn his body into an arrow, and shot straight towards somewhere. Crazy Fang Spin! He held the dagger in reverse, his body spinning madly like a top, the sharp blade emitting a blinding white light. As he transformed himself into an indestructible blade storm, he flattened all the stone forests along the way. The stone spear was flattened by the knife light the moment it was thrust out. The seemingly solid rock was no different from tofu in front of Shu Mao's white-fanged short knife. Accompanied by a dancing whirlwind, a straight line of stone forest was swept away, and countless pieces of stone flew around. With this move, Hatake Sakumo successfully broke through the blockade and came in front of an Uegakure ninja, his short sword emitting a cold light. Without hesitation, he stabbed the opponent's chest with his backhanded knife, all the way to the handle. The Uegakure's expression suddenly twisted, and his entire body quickly faded, turning into a clay figure, with his chest caved in, swallowing up Sakumo's short sword and arm. At this moment, the soil under the feet of the clay man turned inside out, and the real body of the rock ninja suddenly jumped out. He grabbed Sakumo's ankle, his eyes fierce, and his other hand had already condensed into a huge rock fist, smashing it hard into Sakumo's head. Earth Release Fist Rock Technique. Sakumo's eyes changed and he struggled hard. He just pulled out the dagger, but the rock fist had already hit him, and the strong wind blew his white hair flat. Suddenly, the IWA ninja's expression twisted, struggling between dullness and ferocity, and his offensive also stopped. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sakumo avoided the rock fist and stabbed straight in with the knife. With a swish, the tip of the knife accurately penetrated the heart, rotated half a circle, and then was quickly pulled out, bringing out a stream of hot blood. In the sight that was invisible to everyone, a slightly dim spirit leaped out from between the brows of the rock ninja. His body floated high up, and his expression became increasingly weak. After this momentary breakthrough, Sakumo successfully advanced to the rank of rock ninja, picked up his short sword and charged into the enemy camp. His figure flashed again and again, his white hair dancing with the light of the sword, and in the ink like blood, the enemies fell one after another. At this moment, an angry shout was heard in the woods. Explosion style, thunder blast. Accompanied by the loud rumbling sound, the ground exploded one after another, and the powerful shock waves rose like waves, one layer covering the other, earth and rocks splashed everywhere, broken wood flew everywhere, and the violent air wave directly blew Hatake Sakumo away. Sakumo flipped over in mid-air, turned the blade upside down and inserted it into the ground, sliding a long distance before he could stop his momentum. A thin figure slowly walked out from the scattered smoke and dust. The man with a razor-striped face, afro, a vest full of soft armor, and bare arms is the leader of the Rock Ninja Surprise Attack Army. He has the explosion-style Kekkei Genkai, hunting. He looked coldly at Hatake Sakumo who was slowly getting up, his face sinister. "You are very strong, you actually killed so many of my men. After this battle, I will erect a monument for you here. Shuo Mao stretched out a hand, covered his wet white hair, and smoothed it into a neat back. Sorry, I won't erect a monument for you, because this is not your territory. Xiao's eyes twitched. You are very arrogant. I have never heard of you before. Tell me your name. I'm just an ordinary Konoha ninja. Instead of remembering me, you might as well remember my sword. Sakumo turned his fingertips and made a beautiful sword flower. The white blade reflected a cold light. Its name is White Fang. Konoha, White Fang. Xiao clenched his fists and moved closer step by step. There were figures moving behind him, but the rock ninjas did not follow him forward. This is a very wise move. As a explosive release blood limit master, his combat is quite violent. With just a wave of his hand, he can easily release the energy of a stack of detonating tags. It is very powerful and anyone who is not careful will be affected by the explosion. Therefore, he does not need any help in his battle, as that would only restrict his actions. As Kari's subordinates, the Iwashi ninjas naturally had a good understanding of each other. At this moment, they slowly retreated and silently formed an encirclement, which not only opened up the battlefield but also blocked all of Hatake Sakumo's retreat routes. It can be said that unless Sakumo can fly, he will surely die tonight. Without any nonsense, the battle was about to break out the moment their eyes met. Sakumo took the first step, and 5 shurikens flew towards Xiao's face like meteors in the dark night. Explosion style, explosion wave. Xiao just raised one hand, and a flash of fire appeared on the palm of his hand, followed by a surge of air, and all the shurikens were deflected away by just a micro-shock wave. The wind whistled in his ears and a ghostly figure appeared beside him. When Xiao saw Sakumo's white hair clearly, the cold blade had already slashed towards his neck. The biting chill rushed straight to the top of his head, his expression changed, and even goosebumps appeared on the skin of his neck. Explosion style, big explosion wave. He clapped his palms together, and a thunderous sonic boom suddenly exploded. A circle of transparent air waves exploded from the palms of his hands. The shock wave pushed aside the rain curtain, pushed apart the air, and created a vacuum zone around him for a moment. Of course, Shuo Mao couldn't withstand such an impact, so he immediately put away his sword and retreated. Even so, he still had tinnitus and a buzzing head due to the sudden explosion. He touched his earlobe and his fingertips felt hot and wet. You're fast, but I'm not bad either. Xiao snorted coldly, bent his knees, squatted, and slightly raised his heels. Explosive style, explosive step. With a bang, there was a series of explosive sounds coming from the soles of his feet. Relying on the recoil force generated by the explosion, his figure disappeared instantly and appeared in front of Shimao like a ghost, with his fist raised high. Explosive escape thunder fist. This speed was many times faster than ordinary teleportation techniques. Sakumo suddenly opened his eyes wide and saw that the fist was about to hit his face. An unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped every cell in his body. At the line between life and death, he stimulated his own potential, and his lightning chakra was suddenly activated and flowed through his limbs and bones, causing fleeting blue arcs to flow all over his body. The powerful electric current activated his body and pushed his speed beyond the limit. He took a step back and disappeared like lightning, appearing more than 10 meters away. Boom! The ground exploded instantly, and gravel and raindrops flew everywhere. After being hit by Xiao's fist, the ground exploded into a pit more than 10 meters deep. Chapter 174 Who are you? Shuo Mao breathed slightly and stared at Xiao who walked out of the smoke and dust, his eyes becoming more and more solemn. He was never a genius ninja. The reason why he was so successful on the battlefield was simply because of his hard training day after day, his skillful swordsmanship, and excellent reaction ability. In fact, he is not a pure physical ninja, he prefers to call his methods, ninja taijutsu. The reason why his swordsmanship is powerful is because it is fast, and the reason why he is fast is because he has created a unique lightning escape technique. Relying on the lightning chakra released from every cell in the body to form an electric current with the same frequency as bioelectricity, special means are used to stimulate the body, strengthen muscles and nerves, and thus cooperate with the instant body movement technique to burst out with ghostly speed. Obviously, compared to the lightning chakra mode of the successive Raikage of the hidden cloud village, this move is not a secret technique, and it does not have its terrifying defensive capabilities and endurance. All he wanted was a momentary burst of power, which would complement his swordsmanship and enable him to defeat the enemy in one move. Compared to the domineering lightning release chakra mode, his ninja body techniques are more focused. Concentrate all your energy on one point and seize the opportunity to draw your sword in an instant. Looking at the hunter walking towards him, Sakumo adjusted his breathing and let out a long breath. The thought arises, and the knife falls. He took a step forward, and his figure turned into an afterimage and pounced forward. Due to the extremely high speed, his entire body became blurred, and only a slightly dissipated arc of electricity remained in the air. White Fang, throat sealing slash. Brush. The blade cut through the air and slashed diagonally towards Xiao's neck. The entire blade turned into a white streak, and the afterimages were all merged, like a long and sharp fang that flashed away. There was a muffled bang sound, and fire flashed under Xiao's feet. He moved horizontally to the right, barely avoiding the fatal blade. With a hiss sound, blood spurted out. 2 fingers fell to the ground with a click. Sakumo's knife cut off Xiao's fingers. Blood flowed along the blade and splashed on his arm. It worked, just do it again. Sakumo exhaled slowly, a hint of deep fatigue flashing in his eyes, but his gaze remained firm. Xiao groaned, and even though his facial features were distorted by the severe pain, a strange smile still appeared on his ferocious face. Now! He spread out his 5 fingers and clenched them tightly, explosion style, blood explosion. Sakumo suddenly felt something was wrong. The blood on his arm felt hot and seemed to be burning. With a loud bang, before he could wipe off the blood, his right hand holding the knife was engulfed in a burst of fire. The powerful impact threw him flying and hit him hard against the tree. The smoke slowly dissipated, and Chu Mao sat weakly on the ground with his back against a tree trunk. His entire right arm was covered in blood and was twitching constantly. But despite this, he did not drop the white fang in his hand. I have to say, you are very strong. If you were in your prime, I would have been dead with that blow just now. Xiao walked forward slowly, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. But, unfortunately, this is war. He laughed and spread his hands. You should be content after killing so many of my people. Don't worry, I won't break my promise, Konoha White Fang, I will erect a monument for you. He clenched his fists at his waist, and his violent aura slowly gathered, explosion release. Suddenly, Xiao's expression flashed a moment of daze, and then half of his face was twisted together, his face was red and veins were bulging, and he uttered an indistinct shout. Sakumo, hurry, go! Half of his face was panic-stricken and anxious, and the other half was furious. Sakumo realized something instantly, held his injured arm with one hand, and struggled to stand up. Hurry, go, forget it. After just a moment, Xiao resumed his action, as if he had an exaggerated shudder, and his whole face was full of anger. Asshole ghost, I know where you are. Kill him. He turned around abruptly, threw down a sentence, and actually let go of Hitaki Sakumo who was within his grasp. Instead, he launched the explosive step and rushed straight towards a certain location accompanied by a dull explosion. No. Sakumo's face turned pale and his frown revealed his anxiety. The rock ninjas rushed forward, ready to use ninjutsu to execute him on the spot. The rain was pouring down like a curtain. Among the dense raindrops, a green feather fell with the raindrops and floated onto the shoulder of an Uegakure ninja. He was a little confused and took a quick glance. On the feather was a blood-red explosion spell, bright and vivid. Not only him, everyone noticed the long green feathers mixed in the raindrops. These things fell like petals and fell to the ground with the raindrops. They looked up at the same time and saw a strange-looking bird circling silently in the night sky, its two long tail feathers dancing in the wind. Just then, all the feathers began to burn. Not good. Get out! All the feathers exploded at the same time, and the red flames exploded with the impact, submerging most of the rock ninjas. Boom boom boom! Smoke billowed and wailing was heard everywhere. What it is? Damn it! Does Konoha have reinforcements at this time? Such doubts not only appeared in the mind of Iwagakure, but also lingered in Sakumo's heart. According to the information he had, there were no ninjas in the village who used such methods. At this moment, a black shadow streaked across the earth, and a rapid whistling sounded above everyone's heads, sweeping past like a bomber. The rock ninjas retreated one after another. The giant strange bird circled in the sky and then dived down like a swooping falcon. Boom! The ground was broken and dust and smoke were everywhere. Sakumo raised his head, his eyes fixed on the trees above his head. A second before the giant bird landed, he noticed a human figure gracefully falling. Before he could ask, the man spoke directly in a relaxed tone. Hitaki Sakumo? I didn't expect you would have such an embarrassing day. A young man flipped onto the ground and stood face to face in front of Sakumo. He has fair skin, delicate features, long white hair like Sakumo, and a white robe that flutters in the wind. You are? Shimao frowned slightly, looking puzzled. Who? Bailia, whose face was full of black lines. His enthusiasm was immediately extinguished. He stood there like a clay sculpture. Let me remind you, you and I are in the same class, and we are both top of the class. He still held on to the last glimmer of hope and had an expectant look in his eyes. Classmates. Shu Mao was even more confused. He knew very well that he didn't know the guy in front of him at all, and he hadn't even seen his forehead protector. He was suddenly suspicious. Bailia, whose eyes completely lost their luster. I originally wanted to hit this former top student, then laugh at him and say something like, haha, you have come to this day too to make myself secretly happy, but I never expected that he didn't even know him. The last bit of mischievous thought was gone. My name is Obaru. 10 years ago, I left Konoha at the same time as Uchihanan and Orochimaru. He said without any emotion. Oh. It's you! Sakumo exclaimed. Chapter 175 The Legendary Ninja. Bailyuhu. Hitaki Sakumo took a deep breath and raised his head. I am grateful for your life-saving grace, but since you have already left the village, why did you save me? Bailuo put his hands on his hips, smiled and shook his head. I saved you to prove to Konoha that a mediocre person like me can also turn things around one day. If this is the only reason, it's too much of a joke. Shuo Mao frowned. This is a battlefield, it's very dangerous, you'd better leave here as soon as possible. You should really see the expression on your face right now. Bailyuhu was calm and composed, not even turning his head. Just based on these small fry, I don't even take them seriously. While the two were talking, the giant bird spread its wings and charged among the rock ninjas, stirring up a heavy whirlwind. That body of solid bone armor would break bones and tendons if it was even slightly scratched. Basically no one could resist its incredible power head-on. With the impact of a dump truck, it quickly tore through the encirclement of the rock ninja. Although it did not cause heavy damage to the enemy, it also made them panic for a while and they completely ignored Hitaki Sakumo. Sakumo leaned against the tree trunk to adjust his breathing. He clenched his right wrist tightly with his left hand to suppress the tearing pain in his right arm. I, Hitaki Sakumo, will never forget your kindness today, but I have more important things to do now. He turned towards a certain direction and took difficult steps. That was the direction where Xiao had just disappeared. Blood flowed down his trembling arms, staining the ground red bit by bit. With your current state, what can you stop? Bailuo stared at Sakumo's right arm. The muscles are torn, the tendons and bones are damaged, and perhaps the nerves are damaged. If you don't treat it in time, your right hand will be useless and you will never be able to hold a knife again. I still have my left hand. Sakumo did not stop and passed by Hirako. The corners of Bailuo's mouth slightly raised. What if I tell you that Kato-dan will be fine? What? Shu Mao stopped and looked back in confusion. How did you know? He and Dan, one in the open and one in secret, fought against the Uegaku's surprise attack army for several days. This information could not have been known to any outsider except the Konoha ninja. Hitaki Sakumo, Kato-dan. Biraho chuckled, I haven't forgotten any of the names of you top students. I mean intelligence. How do you know this? At this time, you are still thinking about this? It seems that those who have stayed in Konoha for a long time are not in their right minds. Bailuo waved his hand, okay, I lied to you just now. I don't need to prove anything to Konoha. The reason I help you is because you have helped me before. Have I helped you? Well, in the first grade, you stopped a bullying incident, and the person being bullied was me. Bailuo nodded, maybe this incident doesn't matter to you, but it means a lot to me. As he said that, he walked over to Sakumo and motioned for him to cover his ears. Then he took out the earplugs and put them on slowly. After doing all this, Bailuo raised his hands high and clapped them 3 times. In the center of the battlefield, the strange bird that was fighting suddenly stopped, raised its head and let out a loud hiss. Wow! The piercing sound waves shook the entire place, and all the rock ninjas protected their ears tightly, with painful expressions on their faces. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the strange bird spread its wings and glided in front of Bailuo. Hirako grabbed Sakumo's left hand and jumped with him to the top of the monster bird. The giant bird spread its wings and flew high into the sky with the 2 of them. Bailuo put his palms together, a bright green light emerged from his palms, and placed them on Sakumo's injured right arm. What are you doing? Shu Mao was slightly stunned. If you still want to keep this arm, then shut up. Bailuo said in a serious tone. With my medical ninjutsu, I can only help you stop the bleeding temporarily. At best, I can comb the damaged meridians and do an emergency treatment. You will need medical ninjas to treat you later. Sakumo frowned, I still need to go to Kato-dan. I've told you, he's fine, and you'll be fine too. Bailuo's palms emitted green light, emitting a faint breath of life. At the same time, the big bird under the 2 of them flapped its wings, shaking out a few explosive feathers from time to time, and continued to bombard the rock ninjas on the ground. It's not that the rock ninjas didn't try to fight back, but they were not good at dealing with enemies in the sky, and it was raining heavily at the moment, and the visibility in the night sky was extremely low. Whether it was shuriken, explosive tags, or long-range ninjutsu, they all had little effect. Boom boom boom. Feathers landed and exploded wildly. They had no choice but to work together to perform earth escape ninjutsu and defend themselves. Shu Mao looked at the battlefield below where smoke was billowing, and his brows relaxed slightly. He turned to look at Bailuo and said with admiration, it seems that you have achieved extraordinary growth since leaving the village. All my skills, including medical ninjutsu, were taught to me by my master. Hirako smiled proudly. Your master? Uchiha Shenyu. Bailuo looked up at the sky, to be honest, I am his useless disciple, but, sooner or later, I will become his proudest disciple. Kamaya. Sakumo's eyes showed thoughtfulness. The intelligence level of this man was very high, which was a secret among secrets. He only learned some of it after he was promoted to Jonin. According to the intelligence, this man is a disciple of Uchiha Madara. He awakened the strongest eye in Uchiha legend, attacked the village several times, played around with the first 5 Kage, and was a thug who ended the first and second Hokage at the same time. He is extremely dangerous. Sakumo frowned and thought, quickly filtering the information about Uchiha Shenyu in his mind. According to legend, several major ninja villages have suffered defeat at his hands, and some were even defeated at one point. It goes without saying that in Konoha, in the eyes of the top leaders, Uchiha Kamiya is simply a damn Hokage killer. Not only the first and second Hokage, but even the third Hokage almost died in his hands 10 years ago. He was punched from the village entrance to the Hokage rock and couldn't be pulled out. They'd two lights in the clouds, Gold and Silver brothers, who are of very high seniority in the hidden cloud village, speak of Shenyu with great awe and seem to have no intention of hiding their inner admiration for him. The Kirigakure was even worse. There were rumors that the second-generation Mizukage, Hojiki Gengetsu, had a very subtle attitude towards Kamiya. He was terrified and feared him like a snake and scorpion. It was suspected that Kamiya had been severely tortured. Not only that, but Kamiya had also personally wiped out the strongest corpse clan of Kirigakure, the Kagaya clan, in front of the third-generation Mizukage. The third Kazekage of Sand Village, who is known as the strongest Kazekage, has recently become famous again because of the news that he fought a great battle with the legendary Uchiha Kamiya in the desert and left calmly. It seems that only the Uegakure village has not been ravaged by Shenyu. Shu Mao's expression was complicated. The more he thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed. I don't understand. If you were his disciple, you should have watched us, the Konoha ninjas, at least not add insult to injury. Why did you? He looked at his arm. Under the soft green light, his wound was slowly healing. At least on the surface, the bleeding had stopped. Bailiu tilted his head. Don't use your ordinary people's thinking to speculate about my master. The grudges of the previous generation have already ended with him. In his eyes, whether your Konoha is dead or alive now is not worth his attention at all. If he wanted to, he could turn the entire ninja world upside down with his own strength. However, he prefers to live a life of leisure and ease. This is a kind of self-confidence, a kind of arrogance that is unrivaled in the world. Chapter 176 My target is you. Boom. A foot stepped heavily on the ground, and with a crisp explosion sound coming from the sole of the foot, a figure disappeared in an instant, turning into a distorted afterimage and disappearing into the air. Xiao had a tense face, was breathing rapidly, and ran forward stubbornly. There was a flash of fire under his feet, and the recoil force generated by the explosion kept pushing him forward. The scenery on both sides quickly retreated. With the help of the explosive step, he had already burst out at an unimaginable speed. This speed is almost crazy. He is either running for his life or hunting. It wasn't until a large tree with lush branches and leaves appeared in the field of vision ahead that a gleam of light finally flashed in Xiao's sinister eyes. He stepped on the ground, and the whole person rushed out like lightning, clenched his fists at his waist, and shouted loudly, unable to hide his anger. You're dead, ghost! Explosive release, Mind Fist! Boom! The moment his fist touched the bark, explosive chakra flowed through his body and violent energy was injected into it. The big tree that four people could hug together exploded in an instant, with smoke and dust rising and broken wood flying everywhere. A man's figure crawled out from under the fallen tree trunk, rolled to the ground, and lay weakly on the ground. He was wearing Konoha combat uniform, his long silver-grey hair was disheveled, he was gasping for breath, there were scattered wood chips stuck in his lower abdomen, chest, left leg, and other parts, and bright red blood seeped from under his clothes. Are you the famous ghost? Xiao walked up to him step by step and looked down at him. Kato Duan supported himself on the ground with his hands and raised his head with difficulty. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was seriously injured by the explosion. Your spirit is strong enough to not shake my soul, but it's a pity that I have so many subordinates. Hunter said in a low voice, the ninja who wiped out the soul, is worth remembering. Tell me your name. My name is Kato Dan. Okay, then, Kato-dan, I will erect a monument for you. Sha raised his fist, aura flowing through his body. Now, you can die. At this moment, a white snake suddenly jumped out like a ghost, bit Xiao's arm, and then pulled it hard, changing the direction of his punch. The fist hit the ground, causing a loud roar. What? Xiao's eyes narrowed, and he endured the severe pain in his shoulder, and punched the white snake's head, but the snake dodged nimbly and its tail took the opportunity to wrap around his waist and abdomen. Explosion style, large explosion wave. The white snake spun around and swung its tail, using its powerful strength to throw the hunter far away and crash him into the dense bushes. Following a loud bang, the shock wave turned into a strong wind that washed over the jungle. This is... Kato-dan raised his eyes weakly, only to see the white snake spitting out its tongue and crawling in front of him, slowly opening its big mouth. The mouth opened so wide that it was quite exaggerated. Just when Kato-dan was wondering, a pair of pale, slender hands reached out from the snake's mouth, prying open the upper and lower jaws of the white snake. A living person crawled out of the snake's belly and appeared in Kato-dan's eyes. Wet black hair, pale face, a faint evil smile on the corner of his mouth, and a pure white snake suit that stretched slightly in the damp and cold air. It's been a long time, Kato-dan. Orochimaru walked out of the white snake's mouth and stretched. You are... Kato-dan looked at the young man in front of him vigilantly, trying to identify his identity. What? It's been so long that you don't even remember your old classmates. Orochimaru smiled and opened his hands, his voice hoarse. Old classmate? Kato-dan looked at Orochimaru's face in confusion, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. The face in front of him was slowly overlapping with the appearance of a genius boy in his memory, Orochimaru. Orochimaru licked his lips. Yes, it's worth it for me to save you. Suddenly, Kato's pupils shrank and he shouted in fear, watch out behind you. There was no need for his reminder at all. Orochimaru turned his body and narrowly avoided a fist. The angry face of Kari was reflected in his amber vertical pupils. Seeing Kajai rushing towards Kato-dan behind him, Orochimaru opened his mouth, and his long tongue stretched out like a snake and wrapped around Kajai's neck. He pulled back suddenly, and Xiao staggered and lost his balance instantly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Orochimaru slapped out with his palm, and a whirlwind circulated around his palm. As a blue light lit up, a blue chakra ball quickly condensed and pressed on Xiao's chest with a shrill buzzing sound. Boom! A blue light burst out, and a powerful torque instantly swept through Xiao's body, causing him to fly out like a kite with a broken string, and fall into the bushes in the distance again. You defected, didn't you? Kato-dan struggled to stand up and said weakly, why did you save me? What? Do you feel ashamed to be saved by a traitor like me? Orochimaru turned his head slightly. If you don't like it, I can just kill you. As Orochimaru spoke, the white-scaled viper slowly crawled towards Kato-dan, moving its cold body inch by inch on his skin, finally stopping on his chest, slightly raising its head, its pair of vertical pupils flashing with a murderous gaze. Kato-dan couldn't help swallowing his saliva and dared not say another word. Orochimaru, a paranoid and eccentric genius, had a strange personality when he was a teenager and silently betrayed Konoha. Now that he has grown up, it is not surprising even if he suddenly attacked and killed people. Orochimaru didn't bother to pay attention to him, turned his head, and walked forward step by step. And my goal is... Explosion style, thunder flash. The hunter went and came back, turning into an afterimage that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye and pounced forward. He put his palms together, and powerful impacts kept bursting out from his palms, and the trees along the way were destroyed in an instant. Orochimaru clasped his hands together, then opened them again, air swirling around his body. It was still the Raise Nan move, but this time the Raise Nan had expanded dozens of times. Otama Raise Nan! He raised his palms and pushed forward. The dazzling blue light illuminated the deep forest. He used the raised nan as a shield to block in front of him and allowed the hunter to hit him hard. Boom boom boom. The explosions continued, and my ears were suddenly filled with violent roars. The air waves were surging and violent, and the rapid gale blew away everything within a 10-meter radius. After the explosion subsided, Orochimaru stood there motionless, but Kori was blown dozens of meters away. The ground between the two of them had already been damaged and was filled with black smoke. Have the reinforcements from Konoha arrived? Damn it! I won't give in. Shao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His chest was burning with pain because he had been hit by a raised nan. You seem to have made a mistake. Orochimaru tilted his head. I have nothing to do with Konoha, and nothing to do with this boring war. I am here for you. Stop joking. Shao gritted his teeth and shouted, I won't be fooled, all of you go to hell. Tisk tisk, you can still move. Orochimaru stretched his neck and looked up and down at Shao. What a trouble. Since we can't kill you, let's keep you alive for a while. Chapter 177. Am I late? Explosion style, thunderous explosion. Shao quickly formed seals with his hands, and then took a deep breath. Roar. The roar was earth-shaking and spread throughout the entire forest. Visible sonic boom bombs exploded one after another, setting off waves of air. This is to add explosion chakra to the throat, transform it into sound wave energy through the vibration of the vocal cords and release it all at once, changing the scale and integrating the power of the explosion into the air. It is an indiscriminate range attack. Those who are hit will suffer broken bones and tendons at best, and damage to their internal organs at worst. It is one of the ultimate killer weapons of hunting. Tisk tisk, he's really tenacious. He's a talent to be able to develop explosion to this level, but... Orochimaru raised his eyes. At that moment, his black hair turned white like snow, and dense white scales appeared on his skin. The purple eyeshadow at the corners of his eyes spread out. He formed the seal with his hands and puffed up his lips slightly. Immortal technique, the technique of Beiji. A red dragon flew out from Orochimaru's mouth, turning into a red shadow, winding into the sky. It ignored the sonic boom bombs that were scattering, and circled in the boiling air, spinning madly around the black round bead in its claws like a crimson tide, until the entire dragon was swallowed by the black bead, without a trace of light. A blazing white light burst out from the orb, illuminating the entire jungle. A piercing buzzing sound drowned out the sonic booms, and even stronger sound waves spread in all directions. Shao had no choice but to close his eyes and mouth and cover his ears with his hands. The dazzling white light illuminated his face that was distorted with pain. Seeing that Kar's ninjutsu was forced to be interrupted, Orochimaru immediately turned off the white blaze technique, because Kato Dan behind him was foaming at the mouth and fainted. If he continued to output, this guy might really die in his hands. To be fair, he didn't want to owe Konoha anything anymore. He took a step forward, and his pale body suddenly disappeared into the air. As Shao just opened his eyelids a crack, a pair of golden vertical pupils came into his eyes, cold, eerie, and without any emotion, as if he was a piece of meat on the chopping board. Autumn dew on leaves. The translucent blade of light was as thin as a cicada's wing, and passed by the hunter with an icy blue light. With a hiss, it brought out a stream of hot blood. Clap! An arm fell to the ground. Shao turned his head blankly and looked at his empty left shoulder. It was not until he felt a sharp pain that he realized what had happened. The willpower honed through years of practice allowed him to regain consciousness that had once been overwhelmed by pain. Suddenly, a hint of cruelty flashed across his eyes. He raised his foot and kicked his broken arm towards Orochimaru, while stretching out his hand and spreading his 5 fingers in the distance. Explosive style, blood explosion. With a sizzle, flames flashed across the entire arm like an electric arc. A beam of light shot out from the broken arm, then split into dozens of strands, quickly turning into an expanding ball of light, which exploded with a loud bang. A circular shock wave suddenly spread out, and Orochimaru, who was at the center of the explosion, was immediately engulfed by the flames, emitting black smoke. However, Xiao suddenly opened his eyes wide, and a horrifying scene was reflected in his pupils. Orochimaru opened his mouth, and a pale afterimage shot out. A completely new Orochimaru pounced forward with his mouth wide open, raising the light blade high and slashing down fiercely. Boom! The ground broke and collapsed. Jiraiya and Tsunade groaned. Even though they dodged the four-tails fist, they were still dizzy from the impact. Seeing that the four-tailed beast was about to pounce, the sage Fukasaku on the side quickly opened his mouth, and his long tongue stretched out like a snake, breaking through the ground as if breaking into the sea, like a dolphin taking a breath, leaping several times in a row, and finally rushing towards the four-tailed beast, tightly entangled its wrist. Immortal technique, tongue fighting binding. Fukasaku sage pulled with all his might, an unparalleled strength burst out from his small body, and he actually caused the mountain-like four tails to stagger. Little Jiraiya! It yelled incoherently. Jiraiya quickly steadied his body, took a few steps back, then spread his legs and clapped his palms. Ninpo technique, the technique of random lion's hair. He shook his head violently, and his long hair swept up like a white dragon. Taking advantage of the moment when the four-tailed beast was off balance, he wrapped around its other arm and pulled hard, stretching his silver hair straight. One man and one frog, one on the left and one on the right, temporarily restrained the movements of the four tails. Tsunade! I know! Tsunade let out a low roar, stomped her jade feet on the ground, and accompanied by the explosion of dust, her body soared into the sky and hit the four tails' face like a cannonball. Heavenly Pain Fist! At this moment, Tsunade almost drained all the strength in her body. A powerful chakra was transmitted from the solace of her feet to her waist through her meridians, and then transmitted through her arms to the tip of her fists through whip-like punches. After burning wildly, it was released all at once. An unparalleled punch hit the four-tailed fox's face heavily. The force burst out, making a huge dent on its face, causing its entire body to involuntarily retreat. With a loud bang, the four beasts hit the mountain with their backs and sat heavily on the ground. It works! Do it again! Jiraiya shouted loudly and drove his long hair to spread out again. Fukasaku sage did the same and cooperated with Jiraiya to perform the tongue-fighting binding to entangle the four-tails' arms. But at this moment, the four-tailed beast suddenly let out a deafening roar, and hot lava came out of its body, quickly turning into a giant red gorilla. Lava escape, granite! It spoke in human language and roared loudly. Wrapped in magma, the four-tails' body was filled with unimaginable high temperatures. Jiraiya's long hair was burning. His face was solemn, and he had to cut off his hair to avoid being implicated. It was a terrible situation for Sennin Fukasaku. His entire tongue was severely burned. With a series of hissing sounds, he screamed, retracted his tongue, and jumped around. Lao Ji, howling ape! The four tails swung its fist violently, gathering all the magma in its body into its fist, which then burst out and gushed out. The surging lava formed a burning ape head, and slammed towards Tsunade like a meteor falling to the ground. Tsunade widened her beautiful eyes, the hot wind ruffled her light golden hair, the red light illuminated her pretty and messy face, and also illuminated the deep despair in her eyes. Is it really over? The power of the tailed beast is indeed not something that ordinary people can contend with. It has endless energy, chakra as deep as the ocean, and destructive power like a natural disaster. At least for now, I really have no chance of winning against such a monster. Amid the flying fireworks, she closed her eyes in despair. I'm sorry, Shenyu, I can't spend your birthday with you. At this moment, a clear voice sounded in my ears. You should say this to him in person. Tsunade opened her eyes in surprise, and a young and tall figure came into view. For a child, it is a big blow for an important person to be absent on an important day. Facing the roaring lava, Uchiha Nian raised his eyes slightly, and beautiful ink-colored patterns unfolded in his scarlet pupils. As fine bloodshot appeared in the whites of his eyes, the lava in front of him was completely locked. Heaven stands forever. Silently, the lava that was like a volcanic eruption disappeared without leaving a trace. Only a gust of evening breeze blew across Tsunade's face, moist and slightly cool. Nian tilted her head slightly, a gentle smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Am I late? Chapter 178 Subduing the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Read. Uchiha Nen. Tsunade and Jiraiya in the distance were both stunned at the same time, their expressions instantly changed from panic to astonishment. Jiraiya even rubbed his eyes, suspecting that he was dazzled. It seemed incredible to see Nian here. It's me. Nian nodded, his tone still gentle. What's wrong with you? Tsunade's pretty face flushed, and a hint of imperceptible joy flashed across her eyes. I originally came here to help my friend, but seeing that you were in danger. Nian suddenly raised his head, if I save you, Konoha will owe me a huge favor. On the other side, the Four Tails scratched its head, unable to understand why its own technique disappeared out of thin air, but it quickly recovered from its confusion and roared angrily at Uchiha Nen. Let's talk about the past later. Nian turned around and faced the huge figure of the four-tailed one, and a pair of scarlet eyes began to glow red. Before the Four Tails realized anything, its huge eyes reflected the shadow of the Mangekyō Sharingan. The moment the eye contact was completed, Nian madly infused his pupil power, and a magic spell directly made the Four Tails become dazed. The air fell into an eerie silence. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and even Senseiku Fukasaku beside them were all stunned, and everyone's eyes were wide open. They couldn't understand that the tailed beast that they had exhausted all their strength to defeat could be subdued by just a casual look from Nen. However, in the next moment, the Four Tails suddenly moved again, the shadow of the Sharingan in its eyes disappeared, and it regained its clarity, even flashing with human-like agility in its gaze. It looked at its hands blankly, then looked around, as if confirming the situation. It seems that what Uncle said is indeed correct. Ordinary illusions are ineffective against Jinchuriki. Nian folded his hands and looked up at the behemoth in front of him. You should be Lao Zi, right? Four Tails was slightly stunned, with a hint of solemnity in his eyes. It is indeed Lao Zi's soul that is in charge of the body now. As an imperfect Jinchuriki, he had lost consciousness the moment he completely transformed into a tailed beast, allowing his spirit to be devoured by the Four Tails' violent chakra. Like a lone boat on the sea, tossed by the raging waves. Not until Nian's illusion hypnotized the four-tailed fox's consciousness did he have the opportunity to break out, as if the light of day had suddenly broken through and completely illuminated his soul. Since that's the case, Lao Zi didn't hesitate. A surge of air immediately burst out from his body, turning into a strong wind that blew in all directions. To him, everyone present was an enemy, and the correct answer was to kill them all. This point is the same whether it is Siwei who performs it or you do it yourself. The wind was whistling, Tsunade crossed her arms in front of her face, her twin ponytails were blown by the wind, like two light golden ribbons, dancing wildly in the wind. She raised her head with difficulty, only to see Nian standing straight, his black hair and black clothes rustling violently, and the whole person seemed like a battle flag standing in the wind, motionless. Lao escape, Flower Fruit Mountain. The four-tailed beast supported itself on the ground with both hands, and as a visible ripple spread out, the surrounding ground collapsed, turning black inch by inch, and finally a bright red flame ignited in the darkness, and a sea of magma ignited the earth, churning out hot bubbles. His eyes moved, and in the vision of the Mangekyō Sharingan, a violent and fiery energy was brewing at the bottom of the magma sea, and it seemed that it would erupt in the next second and burn the entire earth into a sea of fire. Without hesitation, he focused his pupils and aimed at the magma under the feet of the four-tailed beast. Amaterasu. A ball of inky black flame ignited the lava and suddenly rose up, as if a stream of ink was pushed into a bowl of clear water and quickly spread out. Amaterasu, an everlasting fire that will never go out until it has burned its target, can burn anything, but when burning with flames and heat, the burning effect is doubled. In just a moment, the magma sea turned into a pool of abyss-like black flames, and the energy brewing underground was extinguished. As an experienced ninja, Lao Ziyi sensed the danger the moment he caught a glimpse of the black flames. He jumped away first and landed on the mountainside like a monkey climbing a tree. If this move was done by the four-tailed fox in charge of the body, it would definitely be hit by Amaterasu. No, this guy is too evil. We must end the fight quickly. Otherwise something bad will happen. Lao Ziyi stared at the young man on the ground, a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he immediately controlled the four tails to raise their necks and open their mouths. As a terrifying and heavy energy slowly gathered in his body, the four long tails surrounded him like kneading dough. Tailed beast Jade. The air suddenly stagnated, and above the four tails' head, the red and blue-tailed beast chakra gathered in dots, gradually condensing into a purple-black sphere. With the appearance of this black ball, the entire battlefield changed dramatically, and a dangerous aura enveloped the earth. Oh no, it's the tailed beast ball. Tsunade took 2 steps back, breathing rapidly. Jiraiya and Fukasaku Sennin also felt powerless. They just looked at the sphere that was getting bigger and bigger, and they couldn't help feeling despair in their hearts. Nian walked forward slowly, spread his legs and stood in the cold rain. As we all know, both the Sharingan and Wood Release have a natural suppressive power on the tailed beasts, as if it were a tribute suppression. Fortunately, Nian has both of these powers. Wood Release, Kaibu Kurojutsu. He formed seals with his hands and clasped them together. Tong! 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 The ground shattered, and 4 thick wooden vines broke out of the ground one after another, transforming into huge and solid wooden palms in mid-air. They grabbed the 4 tails of the four-tailed beast and pulled them hard. The 4 tails was pulled by a huge force and sat down on the ground with its buttocks. The accumulated energy lost its balance, and the tailed beast ball, which had not yet taken shape, was shattered. Lao Ziyi was a little angry. He swung back and smashed a wooden palm, taking the opportunity to break free from a tail. Of course Nian would not give him a chance. He immediately released all his chakra and clapped his hands. Wood Release Wood Dragon Technique. The damaged branches of the wooden palm grew wildly, expanding inch by inch, and finally turned into a huge wooden dragon. Its size was no less than that of the four-tailed dragon. As soon as it appeared, it coiled up and tightly wrapped around the four-tailed dragon's sturdy body. Nian was breathing heavily, with beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, which were soon washed away by the rain. He roared, and another wooden dragon rose from the ground, opened its big mouth, and bit the four-tailed dragon's neck. He was breathing rapidly, and it was obvious that this move had taken a toll on him. Ah! Chakra continued to erupt, and the wood dragon tightly bound the four tails body. While suppressing it, it was also continuously absorbing the four tails tailed beast chakra. As the power of the four tails grew, the struggle of the four tails became weaker and weaker. Soon, the four-tailed beast stopped struggling, and the chakra of the tailed beast was retracted like a tide. Its huge body shrank inch by inch until it turned back into the appearance of old Ziyi and was held in the mouth of a wooden dragon. The heavy rain continued and the battle ended quietly. Nian breathed a sigh of relief, and just as he stood up, he was wrapped in a soft warmth from behind, with 2 white arms wrapped around his waist. Chapter 179, Sad Man on a Rainy Night. Tsunade. Nian lowered his head and stared blankly at the arms that were wrapped around him, and suddenly became a little at a loss. The sudden hug made this hot-blooded young man blush. Especially after the battle just now, Tsunade was left with only a thin layer of heavy chest binder, which was now tightly attached to his back. The warm and soft touch made his heart flutter. This was a new and most novel experience he had ever had in his life for more than 20 years. Tsunade also realized that she had lost her composure. She blushed and let go of Nian, saying softly, "Thank you, you came to save me. I'm really happy." Nian smiled unconsciously, "Do you still remember your promise?" "Promise?" Tsunade asked dully. Nian reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "You said that one day you would become Hokage, wipe out the deep-rooted illness, restore light to Konoha, redress the injustice of my father, and then, invite me to visit your territory." "Ah, this, of course I haven't forgotten." Tsunade stood on tiptoe, "I have been working hard for this goal. As for me..." Nian smiled softly, raised his hand and rubbed Tsunade's head, "But I'm looking forward to that day." Tsunade stood there obediently, her eyes narrowed like a kitten. In the distance, Jiraiya and his toad friends were stunned, especially Jiraiya, who had his mouth wide open with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. What did he see? Tsunade, who has always been heroic and as brave as men, and who was once tougher than men in both character and methods, now actually shows such a delicate and beautiful attitude? Is this still the Tsunade he knew? Why does the eldest brother act like a little girl? At this moment, Tsunade lowered her head, stood on tiptoe, with her hands obediently behind her back. Her eyes wandered around like a little girl who had done something wrong, and she whispered from time to time. She was completely different from the Tsunade in Jiraiya's memory. "This is love." Fukasaku stroked his beard and said with certainty. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Ah! Jiraiya looked dazed, his voice trembling. "This is love." Fukasaku-sen thought he didn't hear clearly, so he repeated it to himself. It looked emotional and said incoherently, "Back then, my child's mother and I were like this." Jiraiya was completely dumbfounded, and could only feel the cold icy rain hitting his face randomly. He and Tsunade have known each other since childhood. They are companions who have grown up together, close friends who can trust each other's lives, and childhood sweethearts, one-sided self-righteousness. He admits that he has never concealed his love for Tsunade. Especially after Orochimaru left the village, the two of them spent time together day and night, which made his feelings for Tsunade even deeper. However, for some reasons, he had always buried this love deep in his heart and was reluctant to express it. For her, he could do anything. Even when she resolutely went after the notorious Uchiha Kamiya, he gritted his teeth and went with her. In fact, Jiraiya has a sensitive heart hidden under his seemingly rough and bold appearance, and he has always lacked the courage to express true feelings. Not confessing his feelings doesn't mean giving up. Rather than being rejected outright by Tsunade, he was more worried about her half-hearted acceptance, because this was not the heartthrob he had been expecting for a long time, but more like a habit formed after being together for a long time, a habit of having such a confidant to accompany each other. This kind of feeling was not what he wanted. Besides, he didn't want to shake Tsunade's heart, he just hoped that one day she would accept all of herself. But now, he was looking at Tsunade in the white rain, and she was speaking softly and tenderly. She was so affectionate, and her eyes seemed to be filled with summer night dew that was about to flow down. It turns out, she can also show that kind of expression. Jiraiya felt that the world was unprecedentedly silent. He could no longer hear any sound. His body grew colder inch by inch from his fingertips to his heart. "Hello, my name is Jiraiya. If you want the love letter, just give it to me later." With a loud boom, the silence was broken, thunder pierced the sky, lightning shot directly into the center of the sky, and rain fell with a rustling sound. Little Jiraiya, where are you going? Clean up the battlefield. Although the Jinchuriki's destructive power is strong, I believe there will always be surviving companions who need to be rescued. Jiraiya said in a cold voice and turned around without looking back. He slowly walked towards the darkness and finally disappeared completely in the heavy rain. "Hey, is that Jiraiya?" Above the night sky, a huge bird with a strange appearance broke through the rain curtain and roared past with a strong wind. On the back of the bird, Baileahu took out a telescope from his arms and looked down at a white-haired figure on the ground. As he said this, he handed the telescope to Orochimaru beside him, but the other party waved his hand to refuse. "I don't need that kind of thing." Orochimaru closed his eyes slightly, and a breeze flowed around his body. With the perception of natural energy, everything on the ground was fed back to his mind. "It's him, but this chakra seems a little dark." Orochimaru was a little confused. Can you lend it to me to have a look?" A humble voice came from behind the two of them. It was Hatake Sakumo. Next to him, Kato Dan was lying unconscious. Hirahu generously threw the telescope to him. Sakumo nodded in thanks. After carefully checking through the telescope, he also nodded in agreement. "It's Jiraiya. He appears here, does that mean the battle is over?" Sakumo pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said, "You two, can you please leave me here? I need to confirm the situation with Jiraiya." No, you still need to find Tsunade as soon as possible and let her treat your wounds." Obaru shook his finger. "At least consider Kato Dan who is by your side. We are not obligated to send anyone away for you." Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes evil. "If you leave, in order to avoid trouble, we will have to kill Dan." Sakumo looked worried. "I haven't seen her, and I feel like something might have happened to her." Orochimaru and Hirako exchanged a glance, smiled and shook their heads. "Even if anyone gets into trouble, nothing will happen to her. That's it." "Okay then." As his saviors, Shimao had no reason not to believe them. He pursed his lips and hesitated for a while, but still couldn't help asking, "What are you going to do to that guy?" Just now, Hokage descended from the sky, protected him and helped him escape the siege, and then took him to reunite with Orochimaru. Seeing that Duin was still breathing, Sakumo finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he saw Orochimaru walking out of the forest, he couldn't help but be shocked. The explosive-style hunter who had made him use all his tricks and nearly died was carried on Orochimaru's shoulders like a dead dog and completely fainted. Hearing this, Baileahu grinned and made no secret of his plan. "That is just my first route. Soon, I will turn myself into a furnace and forge 100 forms." Orochimaru covered his mouth with his hand and stared at Sakumo, his eyebrows slightly raised. "This is not something you should ask about." "What are you doing, you bastard Orochimaru?" Obito was a little angry. "You will die from information leaks sooner or later," Orochimaru added coldly. After following Shenyu for these years, his mouth has become a little venomous. "We want to do big things. We must keep a low profile until we succeed." "I know, but I just can't control the joy of sharing. Will I become that strong by following Uchiha Kamiya?" Hatake Sakumo watched the two men talking from behind and silently tightened the hilt of White Fang. Chapter 180 Reminiscing about the past. The sudden rain had just stopped, and with a hint of paleness appearing on the edge of the sky, the halo of morning light painted the sky, ending this long, wet and cold rainy night. On the battlefield, the cracked ground was covered with gullies, evidence of the fierce battle last night. Two huge wooden dragons pierced through the mountain and formed in mid-air, standing motionless in the cold wind. One of the dragons still had the unconscious Lao Ziai in its mouth. After losing the blessing of wood release chakra, they were just two giant solid wooden sculptures. "Sorry, Tsunade, I can only help you up to this point." Nian looked at Tsunade and smiled gently. "You have nothing to be sorry about. I owe you a favor." Tsunade pressed her chest and said softly, "I know you don't care about the village, so I owe you this favor." "Then what are you going to give in return?" Nian suddenly laughed out loud. If it were his uncle, he would definitely say this. "Why are you laughing?" "Nothing, it's getting late, I should go." Tsunade tilted her head in confusion. her bangs falling on her forehead and her light golden hair swaying in the wind. Looking at that lovely appearance, Nian couldn't help but reach out and smooth her hair. His fingertips touched the soft face, and then jumped back as if he had been electrocuted. Tsunade's pretty face flushed, and she did not reject this seemingly intimate physical contact, but her heart was beating wildly, as if 10,000 deer were bumping into each other unscrupulously, causing her heavy chest to rise and fall slightly. That! Nian pointed at the wooden dragon behind him. I must take the four-tailed Jinchuriki away. Uncle said that no accidents can happen to the tailed beasts. Oh. Tsunade nodded in confusion, then frowned slightly and asked thoughtfully, I have a question, Uchiha God. Why does your uncle care about the tailed beasts? This question exceeds your authority. Nian's heart moved, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a playful arc. You are not qualified to know this now. Qualifications? What qualifications? Nian shook his head silently and smiled without saying anything. At this moment, a black shadow came from the sky, getting closer and closer with the sound of whistling wind. Tsunade immediately raised her head nervously and assumed a fighting stance. She looked closely and saw that it was a strange-looking big bird. Even with her experience as the princess of Konoha, she couldn't recognize what kind of ninja beast it was. Don't be nervous, we are all familiar faces. Nian turned around and raised his head with her, watching the big bird gracefully land on the ground. Several faces came into view and Tsunade was suddenly stunned. Her frowning brows subconsciously relaxed. Indeed, they were all acquaintances. Orochimaru, Hitaki Sakumo, Kato Dan, and the handsome guy who waved his hands crazily and said hello, is Obaru? How did you guys get together? She rubbed her eyes, feeling an inexplicable throbbing in her heart. Her gaze seemed to travel through time. Everything in front of her was not the battlefield of the Rain Country, but the graduation ceremony of the ninja school that year. Familiar faces appeared before her eyes, and finally disappeared in a moment of realization. Bailuo jumped down from the fusion bird with a warm smile on his face. Tsunade, it's been a long time since we last met. You are as beautiful as ever. Tsunade looked at Hirahu, then at Orochimaru, and finally her gaze fell on Nin. Recalling what Orochimaru had said outside the Uzushio village, a trace of relief flashed in her eyes. So you guys are really together? Nian raised his chin towards Hirahu and Orochimaru. Did you succeed? Orochimaru shrugged, looking nonchalant. It's just a warm-up. If you take it seriously, you'll be defeated in seconds. Well, Orochimaru can handle it alone. Biluahu put his arm around Nian's shoulders and winked. Hey, we're late enough. Hey, why did you elbow me? Nian felt a little embarrassed, but fortunately Tsunade's attention was not here. While the three of them were chatting, she had already run to Hitaki Sakumo and confirmed the battle intelligence of last night. After learning that it was Orochimaru and Obito who called for help for their companions, Tsunade was silent for a moment. Her brows suddenly became firm, and then she turned around, bowed solemnly to the two of them, and did not stand up for a long time. This is... Bailuo tilted his head. Orochimaru crossed his arms around his shoulders and raised his face slightly. Tsunade, it's too early to bow now. To tell you the truth, our purpose is not simple. I know, but no matter what your purpose was, you saved the village. No, you saved my companions. She stood up slowly. I'll remember this favor. Orochimaru was a little surprised, and his pupils shrank slightly. It seems that you have finally grown up a little, Tsunade. Tsunade took a deep breath, patted her face to adjust her expression, and gave Orochimaru a provocative smile. Yet, wasn't that what you wanted to hear me say when you hit me in the face with your nimbus last time? Orochimaru disagreed. Haha, if one day we attack Konoha, I hope you will still have the awareness you have today. Let's put one thing first. Tsunade looked calm. That's right, let's keep things to ourselves. Orochimaru politely extended his hand and gestured. If you feel unhappy, you can always seek revenge on us." Tsunade frowned, and some not-so-nice memories flashed in her mind. "I hate this sentence. Let's stop reminiscing about the past." Nian walked up to the two of them and said in a gentle tone, "Everyone, it's time for us to go. Yes, the prey is already in my hands. I can't wait any longer. When the light of disaster comes, I will take the first step." Bailuo showed an intoxicated look. "Pray, the light of disaster." Tsunade showed doubt on her face. She had just learned from Hitaki Sakumo that Orochimaru and Obito had abducted the explosive ninja of the Uegakure village. "Tsunade, if you are interested, I don't mind sharing my path to good fortune." Orochimaru skillfully covered Hiruzen's mouth and jumped onto the strange bird with an expressionless face. Nian bent her knees slightly, did an elegant somersault and stepped on the bird's back. She put her hands behind her back and turned back to smile at Tsunade. "Then, see you later." The big bird let out a long cry, then spread its wings and flew into the sky with the three people, slowly disappearing into the clouds and disappearing without a trace. "Goodbye," Tsunade murmured in a voice that only she could hear. High in the sky, a strange bird flaps its wings and soars. "What are you going to do next?" Nian looked at Bailuo. "The time has come. Although the conditions for devouring a single individual are not that harsh, we still need to prepare some techniques in advance. Let's go directly to Stone Ridge Mountain." Bailuo's eyes revealed a hint of expectation. "Master promised me that he would come to watch the ceremony that day." Orochimaru and Nin looked at each other and saw a hint of envy in each other's eyes. "By the way, what has Master been busy with lately?" "At the base, accompanying my aunt to practice the magic of the cat house." Orochimaru's eyes moved, and he recalled his experience in the Ryokai cave. "Master, are you going to practice fairy arts?" "No, it's just for reference." Nian's tone was filled with a hint of pride. "Uncle is planning to create his own magic." "Created his own magic? That's indeed his style." Orochimaru thought about it for a moment and immediately expressed his understanding. With strength like that of the master, he naturally would not bother to practice the magic arts of various fairyland. Thinking back to the time, the perfect immortal mode in Longdi Cave that he was so proud of, which he had cultivated for 2.5 years, was shattered by someone else's casually called Second Life Gate, which made him doubt his life for a while. If that's the case, I'll be more confident if I refer to more immortal techniques. He pondered for a moment, thinking to himself. The fused monster bird spread its wings, and its 10-foot-long body flew out smoothly among the clouds. It opened a chakra barrier around its body and began to accelerate at a constant speed towards the northern part of the rain country. Chapter 181 Don't be angry. A vast plain north of the Fire Nation. Boom! A loud thunderous sound spread far away. Under the strong impact, the earth shattered and shook, splashing thick smoke. In the smoke and dust, a black figure leaped up, drew a graceful arc in the air, and then spun around and landed gracefully on the ground. This is a young man. The sunlight pouring down has cast a faint halo on him. His tall and slender back makes people feel as if they are in a trance. His eyes were clear and handsome, his skin was as white as snow, his long hair was like black satin, and there was a refreshing smile on his face. Not bad, not bad. This force is enough to break my water molecule barrier, but it still can't do anything to me. Shenyu waved his sleeves and shook off the smoke and dust on his cuffs. Then what are you hiding from? A clear and pleasant voice was heard in the wind. As the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, a graceful figure walked out. She is tall and graceful, with a proud figure that makes the high-necked ethnic dress show off her plump curves. She has jade-like bones, icy skin, picturesque eyebrows, and the charming crimson color at the corners of her eyes carries a hint of solemnity. It was Uchiha Hikari. At this moment, a faint blue mist was emanating from her body, as light as a gauze, flowing with dreamy colors. Under the influence of natural energy, her black hair and robes moved without wind, as if a fairy had descended to earth. She was naked with a pair of white, slender legs, revealing her slender and graceful lines. Lilac patterns bloomed at her ankles, and her feet were as crystal clear as jade, lightly touching the ground, spotless. The most striking thing is her breathtakingly beautiful face. A hint of bright blush appeared on her pretty face, which was originally without any makeup. There were 3 more purple spiritual patterns on both sides of her cheeks, flickering with light like breathing, and 2 furry cat ears appeared on her head, fluttering gently in the wind. This change did not destroy her natural coolness, but instead added a weird and violent air to her, making her even more beautiful. I just don't want to be embarrassed. Shenyu smiled slightly and looked his wife up and down. Although your sage mode is not perfect yet, its strength is far beyond Orochimaru's sage mode. Not enough, far from enough. Guang narrowed her beautiful eyes, opened her lips slightly, and took a long breath, Senjutsu fire-style incineration cannon. All the fire chakra in her body gathered in her throat. As she opened her mouth and spit out, a red cannon shot out from the air, igniting the air and leaving a red trail like a silk thread. The artillery fire arrived in an instant, and the air began to boil. Shenyu did not dodge, but just stretched out a hand from a distance. Boom! The burning stream spread out, and the red flames dyed the earth red. Shenyu caught the cannon steadily, and white mist grew around him. It was the water molecule barrier on the surface of his body that was evaporating rapidly. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly, stretched out his other hand and inserted it into the fireball. With a slight pull of his hands, the extremely hot shell was torn into 2 halves, exploding into a wave of fire that swept across the prairie. However, just as he raised his head, his vision was completely covered by raging black flames. Amaterasu! You actually used this kind of attack on me. Shenyu was slightly stunned. Have you forgotten something? I have long been accustomed to your Amaterasu. The black flame instantly ignited Shenyu's body, like a demon with bared fangs and claws, but it did not cause him any harm. At this moment, a white fist penetrated through the layers of flames, pierced through the water molecule barrier, and was imprinted on Shenyu's chest without any fuss. Boom! The force burst out, and the shock wave turned into a tangible strong wind that spread in all directions, rolling up heat waves. Behind the swirling black flames, Guang's bright and pretty face and her scarlet Mangekyō Sharingan appeared. Shenyu stood still like a mountain, not moving a single step, with a hint of surprise flashing across his raised brows. So you wanted to block my vision and get close to me? He smiled faintly. I didn't hide this time. Just as he finished speaking, a thorn-like wooden thorn suddenly appeared in Guang's palm. However, Shenyu had already retreated slightly, spun around and swung Guang's arm away. At the same time, he gathered power in his left fist and swung it with great force towards Guang's shoulder. Guang's eyes narrowed slightly. It was too late to retreat now, so he quickly raised his arms to block. There was a dull bang sound, and a huge force swept through her body, blowing her away. Her well-proportioned and round feet left 2 long tracks on the ground. Shenyu took a step forward and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The wind was whistling, and just as Guang raised his eyes, a handsome face came into view with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. What? This speed? She looked nervous and subconsciously tensed her body, but the expected heavy blow did not come, only a warm touch came on her forehead. Shenyu did nothing but kissed her gently on the forehead. You! Guang was so ashamed and angry that he punched out. Shenyu's body shook, his afterimage flashed, and he appeared behind Guang in an instant. Guang obviously sensed this, and he spun around and kicked as if he had anticipated it, using a sharp whip kick to lash at Shenyu's temple. With the blessing of fairy chakra, her body was filled with pure power. This feeling of making light of heavy things was incomparably mysterious, as if she could split mountains and rocks with just a wave of her hand. However, Shenyu simply raised his hand lightly, not only dissolving all the force into nothingness, but also grasping Guang's feet in his palm. The touch was cool and smooth like jade. Shenyu couldn't help but smile and grasped her ankle. Damn it! Guang's pretty face flushed slightly. This move was really a bit ambiguous, as if she deliberately put her feet in his hands. Taking advantage of her panic, Shenyu leaned forward like a swooping shark, lifted up one of Guang's legs, and carried her on his shoulders. The warm body temperature of the girl and the faint scent of flowers instantly enveloped him. Carrying my wife on my back. Shenyu raised a wicked smile, twisted his body and bent his waist, and spun around and threw the beautiful woman on his shoulder far away, and she fell into the mountains with a boom. We agreed that this is just a test of your ability. You can't get angry. Shenyu shouted towards Shan. The one who responded to him was Guang's cold voice. Immortal technique would release birth of the tree realm. The ground continued to tremble. Thick vines cut through the earth, spreading out one after another and quickly growing into towering trees, as if thousands of troops were rolling in with a murderous array. Shenyu still stood in the same place, facing the huge trees that were coming towards him to strangle him. He raised his hand slightly, and a crystal clear silk thread came out from his fingertips. Gold is gathered and armed. The halo flowed, and the entire chakra line underwent a drastic change from the inside out, covered with a strong metallic luster, heavy, solemn, and invincible. Line slash. With a swish sound, the silk thread broke through the air and disappeared without a trace. A light breeze blew past, and the forest in front of Shenyu collapsed in unison, stretching for hundreds of meters. The trunks, branches, and leaves, including the unformed vines, everything was severed at the root, and the broken ends were as smooth as mirrors. Shenyu blew gently on his fingertips. I told you not to get angry. Chapter 182. You like being stepped on by me, right? Rumble. Rocks rolled down, trees fell down in pieces, and in the flying dust, a graceful figure flashed several times and appeared in front of Shenyu. Shenyu put his hands behind his back, leaned forward and blinked. Are you angry? Guang's pretty face was tense, her dark eyebrows flashed with annoyance, and her tone became colder. Continue. Still fighting? Shenyu tilted his head. Then you have to promise not to be angry with me. Ah! Forget it, you're already angry. When you're not angry, you just reply with HMM. Shenyu shook his head. I don't want to sleep on the floor at night. What nonsense! Guang snorted coldly and took the first step, his fist with blue smoke attacking Shenyu's chest. Shenyu raised his hand and grabbed Hao Wan's thin and smooth skin just right. He stepped back and gently pulled her. An inch of strength burst out, causing her to stumble and fall towards him. Guang Mei's eyes narrowed slightly, and she clasped her other hand into a palm, while tapping the ground with her toes. Using the momentum, she chopped Shenyu's neck with a sharp palm knife. Shenyu handled the situation with ease. With a perfect turn, he let Guang's jade hand brush against his nose. At the same time, he raised his foot and tripped Guang, causing her to completely lose balance. Her soft and boneless body fell into his arms. You! Guang was about to get angry when she fell into a warm embrace. The refreshing masculine scent hit her face, and a strange feeling spread throughout her body like an electric shock, making her suddenly freeze in place. In the moment of distraction, she met Shenyu's jade-like face and warm and gentle eyes. Looking at the beauty who was as cool as water in his arms, how could Shenyu miss the opportunity to get close to her? He immediately leaned over and gently kissed her fresh red lips. It was a pretty long French kiss. Guang's eyes suddenly widened. To be fair, Shenyu's kissing skills are not gentle, and are even quite wild. He only knows how to invade and demand. But Guang did not hate this feeling. Instead, he was very immersed in the process. Conquest and resistance were intertwined, which was naturally very touching. In the distance, the old man who came to watch the battle out of curiosity silently put on his sunglasses, turned and walked towards the sea. After an unknown amount of time, Shenyu slowly raised his head, and a crystal-clear line of water hung on the lips of the two, swaying in the wind, and about to break. "Are you still angry?" Shenyu asked softly, running one hand across Guang's jade back and pinching her furry cat ears. "No. I'm not angry anymore." The beauty in his arms blushed and was already extremely shy. "Well, shall we continue?" he asked calmly, his clear voice containing the domineering aura of a superior. "Go on, I seem to have gained some new insights, and my understanding of natural energy has improved." Shenyu raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Can this speed up the progress of cultivation?" I don't really know either. Anyway, put me down first." Guang said softly, but when the words were about to come out, she was surprised to find that Shenyu had picked up her legs and held her in his arms without her knowing. After landing as she wished, she exhaled lightly, then sat cross-legged, slowly cleared her mind of distracting thoughts, and began to feel the natural energy floating between heaven and earth. In fact, this is a very dangerous process. When you empty your mind and merge your spirit into heaven and earth, you must not be disturbed. Otherwise, the natural energy will invade your consciousness and you will be backlashed, with disastrous consequences. However, she had no such concerns at all and sat on the ground in meditation very naturally, because she knew that the person standing next to her was the strongest guardian in the entire ninja world. When all his states were emptied, Guang officially began to refine the fairy chakra, and began to practice according to his sudden enlightenment. Soon, light and clear breath swirled and gathered, and from time to time a faint blue mist swirled with her every breath. It was mysterious and natural, and difficult to describe. Under Shenyu's shocked gaze, Guang's tail vertebrae shone brightly, and a long furry tail slowly stretched out. It was slender and soft, dark blue in color, and dotted with circles of intricate patterns. Her appearance was also slightly different from before. The crimson eyeshadow at the corners of her eyes was darker, and the cat whisker patterns on her face were more blurry and dreamy. She looked like a cool and beautiful girl with animal ears. "Oh my goodness!" Shenyu was stunned by Guang Mei. At this moment, he was extremely glad that he bought Baka's magic. The 20 billion taels were worth it. It's damn worth it. His eyelids trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. "Shenyu, I feel like I can do it again. I think it's okay." Shenyu held her little hand, and wrapped his other hand around her waist skillfully, and was about to give her another French kiss, but was pushed away by her in disgust. "Idiot, I mean sparring. I am indeed in love," Shenyu said vaguely, because his face was deformed by Guang's little hands. Guang couldn't bear it any longer, so he grabbed his arm with his backhand, grabbed him, turned around, and threw him over his shoulder in one go, smashing Shenyu into the ground with a bang, sending a surge of air past. "You said you wanted to observe the cultivation process of immortal arts and test the results of cultivation through sparring. So take it seriously." Guang puffed up his lips, looking very angry, and raised his foot to step on Shenyu's face. His foot was beautifully rounded, and his toes were delicate and shiny, like a perfect work of art. "Did you hear that?" "I can't hear you." Shenyu changed his face and continued to lie on the ground pretending to be dead. "You." Guang was embarrassed and angry, biting her red lips lightly with her jade teeth, and forgot about this guy's unique hobby. "You like being stepped on by me, don't you?" She took a few steps back, her scarlet Mangekyō Sharingan glowed red, and all the fairy chakra in her body suddenly burst out. A strong wind suddenly arose, ravaging the earth. Red and transparent ribs quickly emerged, forming a huge full-body skeleton. Dark red energy gathered like a tide, and a huge giant covered with Crow Tengu armor stood on the spot. "Accumulate." Guang clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and output his pupil power crazily. Red light surged, air currents danced wildly, Suzanu's mask was suddenly tightened, its body grew taller and taller, its huge eyes emitted dazzling golden light, and its body of light also floated in the air and placed itself on the giant's head. When the chakra fluctuations subsided, a war god with a red body, wings on its back, and towering like a mountain suddenly appeared. Complete form, Susanoo. Guang stood gracefully at an altitude of nearly 200 meters, bathing in the condensed energy of Susanoo, with his left leg slightly curled up and the toe of his right foot pointing at the ground. His clan robes fluttered in the air like flames, and he was so beautiful that he could not be described in words. Under her control, the dark red war god Susanoo lowered his head to look at Shenyu and slowly raised one foot. "You like being stepped on by me, don't you?" Shenyu opened his eyes wide, stood up swiftly with a somersault, and disappeared on the spot. Susanoo's right foot stepped down heavily without hesitation, causing the ground to explode and the surface to continue shaking violently. "Fuck, you're serious?" Shenyu was also not vague. He soared into the air, his ink-black eyes were lit up by a sad and bright red light, deeper and more massive chakra gushed out of his body like a flood, and thick black air rushed straight into the sky. He stood in the air, with hurricanes swirling around him. With a deep and powerful roar, the dark completed form of Susanoo projected from his body, standing tall and upright. Two giant war gods, one red and one black, confronted each other, and even the air was shaking violently. "Don't be careless." Guang squinted his eyes and chuckled, "My Susanoo is made entirely of senjutsu chakra." Shenyu shook his head gently, "Whether it's strong or not, you won't know until you try it." The black war god opened his hand and clenched it. Dark thunder flashed in his palm, and a majestic ink-black spear appeared in his hand. The spear body was wrapped with dark golden patterns, and it was extremely powerful. "Divine weapon, Dujian Huangbatu." "Divine weapon? I have one too." Guang clasped her hands together, and the red god of war followed her movements and clasped his hands together. As they opened their hands, red light condensed, and the outline of a long-handled weapon slowly emerged. The light gradually condensed, and a strong sense of determination spread in all directions, and a slender naginata appeared in Susanoo's hand. "Divine artifact, Mother of Pearl 3-day star." "That's right." Shenyu smiled slightly, looked around, and said, "In order to prevent the battle from affecting the base, let's change the battlefield." Guang's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. "That's exactly what I meant." The two complete Susanos bent their knees at the same time, spread their wings, and rushed into the sky with a piercing sonic boom. Chapter 183 Golden Ring Solar Eclipse. Konoha 37, April 9. In the northern part of the Rain Country, Stone Ridge Mountain. The earth was in darkness. From a certain moment on, the sunlight gradually became weaker to a degree visible to the naked eye, and the sky became soft and slightly dim. Looking up, my eyes penetrated through the layers of dull dark clouds. The outline of the sun was blurry and illusory. The shadow of the moon gradually shifted horizontally, turning into a dark shadow that swallowed up the light and blocked the sun. The entire sky began to undergo subtle changes. Today is an annular solar eclipse, a special day. But for someone, this is not just a special celestial phenomenon, but also a turning point in his life and the first step towards immortality. At the highest point of the entire mountain range, there is a flat stone platform, which provides the best viewing point. But if you zoom out and look at the entire mountain, the stone platform on the top appears very abrupt, as if it was artificially built by some incredible force that flattened the top of the mountain. The cold wind howled, and the damp and cold air blew past. It was extremely cold up there. "Is everything ready?" "Just wait and see, Master." Baileahu rubbed his hands and looked at the magic circle in the center of the stone platform, his expression unable to hide his excitement. Shenyu stood at the bottom of the stairs, looking calmly at the highest platform with an interested look on his face. Uchihanan and Orochimaru stood on his left and right respectively. Today is an important day for him, his chief apprentice. As his teacher, he certainly cannot be absent. Furthermore, the ghost geranium technique, a combined ninjutsu of stealing human genes and blood limits, is an unprecedented and unparalleled ninjutsu no matter where it is placed. Even Kamiya finds it extremely novel. If Baileaho can really achieve the same results as in the original time and space, then his guidance and cultivation back then would not be in vain. Shenyu smiled lightly and sat back. Upon seeing this, Nian beside him immediately clasped his hands, and several wooden vines emerged from the stone platform one after another, interweaving and weaving in mid-air, quickly forming an antique rattan chair for Shenyu to sit on. As time goes by, the annular solar eclipse quietly unfolds. The sky was changing with the wind and clouds, as if it was repainted by an invisible giant hand. The sun's light was no longer as dazzling as usual, but was covered with a thin golden veil. Through the increasingly tiny gaps, a soft and sacred light emanates. Soon, soon. Baileaho's hands trembled slightly. Even though he had rehearsed it thousands of times in his mind, he still couldn't help but feel nervous when the moment really came. On top of the stone platform, dense ink-colored spells formed a spider web-like magic circle, and on the wooden pillar in the center of the magic circle, a dying ninja was hanging. It was the explosive-style Bloodstain, Hunter, from the hidden stone village. Bailuo took a deep breath of the cold air on the top of the mountain, letting his excited nerves cool down a little, and began to concentrate. When the shadow of the moon almost completely covers the sun, only a thin circle of golden edge remains, like a golden ring hanging in the sky, and the whole sky seems to be stained with a mysterious color. Baileaho silently calculated the time in his heart, while climbing up the stairs step by step and standing in the center of the magic circle. The golden halo brushed across the faces of Shenyu and others, pouring towards the earth. The mountains in the distance were dyed with a faint golden glow, and the outlines of the trees were clearly layered against the golden light, as if they were in a dream. This golden ring between illusion and reality hung in the air and reflected in Baileaho's eyes. It's now. Baileaho crossed his hands and completed the complicated seals methodically, then looked up at the golden ring of the sun, allowing himself to fully bathe in the golden halo. Let's fuse. The Devil's Sprout technique. The air seemed to be silent for a moment, and then a shadow spread out from Baileaho's body and slowly swallowed the hunter on the wooden pillar. Under the rendering of sunlight, this pool of ink-like substance now glowed with colorful brilliance, wrapping the bodies of Baileaho and Xiao at the same time, forming a colorful giant egg. This process may seem slow, but it actually only takes a few seconds. In the stands, Orochimaru, who had been watching quietly, suddenly frowned slightly. Nian, do you feel that Baileaho's Ghost Bud Luo technique this time is a little different from the previous ones? Is there? Nian looked carefully and shook his head after a moment. I don't see any difference. If I have to say, it should be the influence of the celestial phenomenon. Orochimaru remained silent and silently took note of this phenomenon. Soon, the giant egg shrank inch by inch, and finally froze into a clear human shape. During the process, the golden ring in the sky gradually closed. Each change was accompanied by a subtle shift in the world's colors, from bright daylight to deep twilight, and then to the gradual return to daily life. When the shadow of the moon completely shifted away from the sun, the fusion ceremony was completed, and a brand new Baileaho appeared before everyone. He has a delicate face and flowing white hair. His appearance is not much different from before, but his body has shrunk a little, as if he is a few years younger. He touched his forehead and found the bright red mole still there. This was the mark he had deliberately made in order to imitate the Wuji mark on Shenyu's forehead. At the same time, this is also the standard he uses to judge himself. After all, the Ghost Bud Ra technique is a combined ninjutsu that first merges and then devours. If the red mole that he cares about most disappears, it means that the devouring has failed, and he will no longer be himself. Fortunately, he succeeded in swallowing it for the first time. Master! Baileaho looked at Shenyu the first time, his eyes full of joy. Shenyu smiled slightly, stood up from the rattan chair, and clapped his hands slowly and firmly. Under his lead, Nan was the first to start applauding. Orochimaru was disgusted at first, but when he saw Hiruzen's earnest eyes, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He recalled the busy figure of his colleague and brother who devoted himself to scientific research day and night, and finally smiled and applauded vigorously. Baileahu was deeply moved. His eyes suddenly turned red and his pupils became moist. He was about to cry. I finally took this step. After a while, Baileahu finally calmed down from his excitement and began to experiment with his own power. As Shenyu and others watched, he closed his eyes slightly, feeling the power contained in the chakra in his body, and suddenly froze. How about it, do you already have the explosive chakra? Orochimaru asked first. No. It's not explosive release. Bailuo murmured. Let me make it clear first, I didn't arrest the wrong person. Orochimaru spoke decisively, trying to distance himself from the matter. It's not your problem. It should be what I mentioned before. During the fusion process, the yang release chakra in the body caused interference, causing some changes in the Baku release bloodline limit. Bailuo gave a bitter smile, raised his hand and formed a seal, attracting the unfamiliar chakra in his body and slowly gathering it in his palm. Suddenly, his entire palm turned black, with a smooth texture and a distinct metallic luster under the sunlight. Steel escape. Shenyu blurted out, with a hint of understanding in his eyes. Steel release. Hearing this name, Bailuo murmured to himself. This is good, this is good. Since it is the name given by Master, I will call it this from now on. Chapter 184 Worship. The gentle breeze blows across the fields, and the late autumn night is refreshing and pleasant. The moon is in the sky, shining silver light. A giant tree with lush branches and leaves stands tall. Its huge shadow is like the guardian of the earth, its broad crown covering the sky and seeming to hide the stars. The area within a radius of several thousand meters centered on the giant tree is covered with a lush sea of flowers. The flowers are in full bloom and are dyed with pure white light by the moonlight, just like silver light falling on the earth. Uchiha Nian stood quietly in front of the tree, his eyes wandering, with a half-filled pot of liquor on his waist. Today is the anniversary of Uchiha Kagami's death. According to Shenyu's request, Nian comes here every year on this day to worship his father to show filial piety. As the night wind blows, the flowers and plants sway gently, and the petals dance in the wind, like an endless sea of fragrance. The aroma is everywhere and refreshing. Nian stood there in silence for a long time before he slowly walked to the tree, leaned his back against the trunk, and sat on the ground. Father, you know, I recently fell in love with a girl. His name is Tsunade, the princess of the Senju clan. He spoke softly, and his clear voice echoed in the wilderness, containing the calmness of autumn water. I told my uncle and aunt about this right away, and they all gave me their blessing. I was really happy. Especially my eldest uncle. As narrow-minded as I am, I even worried at one point that he would object. By the way, I haven't told Lord Madara about this yet, because the last time Lord Madara heard that she was the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, his expression was a little mysterious. You must be thinking, I've been away from Konoha for so long? How could I have feelings for someone from Konoha? But do you know that when my identity was exposed and the Konoha high-ranking officials discovered that I possessed wood release and was imprisoned, she came to find me alone regardless of the danger and used her identity to cover for me. She was the only person who helped me that night besides my uncle. Even the information about you and the fact that I am your son were told to me by her herself. She is really special, the only one who cares about the truth. I always feel that if she were here, Konoha would not be hopeless. If one day, she really becomes the Hokage, how should I appear in front of her? Father, can you tell me? There was a silent pause. The night breeze blew slowly, and the branches and leaves swayed and rustled. Oh, you can't. Nian untied the wine jug, tilted his head back and gulped down the wine. The wine flowed down the corners of his lips and quickly wet his chest. The strong liquor goes down your throat, and the spicy taste burns away all the bitterness in your heart, giving you a unique sense of satisfaction. Father, I haven't even met you. Nian raised his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth, looking out at the silver sea of flowers. Watching these elf-like little things swaying in the wind, he couldn't help but be lost in thought. My uncle has taken good care of me over the years. No matter in terms of ability or character, I think I am worthy of his cultivation. I don't really have any aspirations. I'm not like Madara-sama, who cares about the world. I'm not like my uncle, who would risk everything to become stronger. I'm not like Tsunade, who has her own ninja way and will. Just maintaining the status quo makes me feel satisfied. The only motivation for me to persist in practicing till now is the hope of getting my uncle's approval. I can't even imagine if I would go crazy if he showed me a disappointed look one day. Being able to assist him in completing the infinite seal is the most rewarding thing I have done in these years. Nian suddenly burped, and a cold breeze blew on his face, and his eyes became clear again. I have to go now. I have an appointment with my brother tonight and I need to practice Gundam release with him. I won't be with you, father. After saying that, he slowly stood up, stretched himself, and walked towards the sea of flowers. Suddenly, Nian stopped and turned around to take a last look at the towering tree. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly, and surprising anger surged out of his pupils in an instant. His dark eyes even turned a faint scarlet, and the shadow of the Megatama appeared and disappeared. Being of Uchiha descent, this was a sign of extreme emotional ups and downs. Father, I don't hate you, but you have to know that I even worship you just to satisfy my uncle. He raised the wine jug and slowly poured it towards the big tree. The clear and transparent wine flowed down, forming a one on the ground and sank into the earth. That's all. His voice was as cold as ice, and he turned and left. In the 38th year of Konoha, the war situation has changed dramatically. On the western battlefield of the Land of Rain, due to the disappearance of Kari, the Iwagakure surprise attack force was leaderless, and the plan to destroy the hidden rain village was defeated. The war situation on the front line was tense, and the Four-Tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi encountered a powerful enemy and nearly lost his life. Onoki had to recall him back to the Iwagakure village. After some inquiries, he sent him to the battlefield again, and sent his young and promising son Huangtu to the front line, and mobilized all troops to attack the border. As for the Sand Ninja, since the battlefield in the Land of Rain had been attacked for a long time, the top leaders of the Sand Village suggested releasing One Tail to support the southern front. However, this move was strongly opposed by the third Kazekage. It's easy to dispose of, but is it recyclable? He believed that as the commander-in-chief of a large army, Cho did not have the ability to subdue the One Tail. If he wanted to suppress the tailed beast back into the body of the Jinchuriki, he could only rely on him, the third Kazekage, to do it himself. Once he appears in the Land of Rain, the Sand Village will be empty in an instant. If an enemy attacks at this time, the consequences will be disastrous. In the end, under the almost autocratic policy of the third Kazekage, the soldiers of the Sand Village took a risky move and sent an elite force to bypass the Rain Country and launch a surprise attack on the Fire Country, cutting off Konoha's rear supply lines to relieve the pressure on the front battlefield. This elite force is led by the Akashagoro couple, who have mastered the art of puppetry and possess the strength of elite jonin. They are also Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. This troop is of extremely high quality, has clear combat objectives, and is elusive. After destroying strategic materials, they will immediately withdraw and never fight to the end. Most of them are puppeteers, so even if some puppets are damaged, it is not a big deal and does not affect their combat capability next time at all. After several unsuccessful attempts at sniping, Konoha had no choice but to withdraw Hitaki Sakumo and Kato Dan from the battlefield in the Land of Rain, and use them as a joint perception force and a decapitation force to block the Sand Ninja Puppet Master's surprise attack. At the same time, At Danzo's suggestion, Konoha sent a large number of Uchiha to support the western battlefield of Rain Country, led by Uchiha Fugaku, captain of the Konoha Guard, and followed the dispatch of Jiraiya and Tsunade to fight against the Uegakure army. The Fire Nation battle line was thus opened, with both sides using the Fire Nation's western forest as their front line. One side cut off food supplies while the other side sniped and killed, beginning a long tug-of-war. Chapter 185 Visiting and Cultivation. Konoha Village. Due to the war, most of the ninjas above the level of Chunin in the village are out of town, and all external mission commissions are suspended, and everything is pending. During this extraordinary period, even the ninja school was temporarily suspended. Both the senior ninja reserve and the junior kids were granted extremely long vacations by the top management. This action made Kushina's already boring life in Konoha even more boring. That day, Kushina, who had nothing to do, suddenly saw a familiar figure at the door of her house. She was in a daze for a moment, suspecting that she had seen it wrong, and quickly rubbed her eyes and looked carefully again. This person has a slim and curvy figure, wearing a pure black belly-bearing outfit, and her two slender legs are wrapped in black gauze-like stockings, making her look sexy and charming. Her long black hair is tied into a ponytail, and her beautiful face is hidden by a pair of large framed sunglasses. At this moment, she is leaning against the door, waving at Kushina. "Aunt Guang." Kushina was overjoyed, her little face seemed to blossom, and she immediately jumped into Guang's arms. The subtle fragrance filled her face, and she soon lost herself in the turbulent waves. "Aunt Guang, why are you here? I thought you might be bored, so I came to see you when I happened to have some free time." Guang gently stroked Kushina's little head and said softly. "Yeah, I knew it, Aunt Guang is the best to me. But..." Kushina seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and immediately tightened her face and welcomed the light into the house. She poked her head out slyly to look around, and after making sure that no one was paying attention, she quickly closed the door and let out a long sigh. "The Konoha village is heavily guarded, how did Auntie get in?" Kushina wiped the non-existent sweat and asked in a low voice. Guang pulled down his sunglasses, and his scarlet Sharingan glowed faintly. "The barrier and guards of Konoha village are useless to me." "Wow, Aunt Guang, you are so amazing." After being cuddled for a while, she finally held onto optical fiber's soft and slender hands and asked, "So what are we going to do today?" Guang thought about it carefully and raised his pointed chin. "I know there is an izakaya in the South District. The food there is delicious. Shenyu brought me here to eat before. Today, I will give your little belly some meat." "Okay." Guang rubbed Kushina's tender face, with a hint of reluctance in her beautiful eyebrows. "Shenyu said that after you officially become a Jinkraki, I won't be able to visit you often." Kushina nodded silently. Becoming Konoha's Jinkraki was the second task given to her by Uncle Kanazawa. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The force was very gentle, only 3 times, which showed that the visitor was a polite and patient person. Kushina signaled Guang to be patient, and then walked to the door in confusion. The moment she pushed the door open, a brilliant yellow hair came into view. "Minato!" She uttered an "ah," then she remembered that she and Minato had made an appointment to go out and play because the holiday was too boring. "What's the matter?" Minato took a half step back and showed a refreshing and gentle smile. "Sumimasen, Minato-kun, I suddenly have something to do today, you can go and play by yourself." "Hey!" Minato was slightly stunned. "Is something wrong, Kushina-san?" "Yes, my relatives came to see me." Kushina suddenly puffed up her lips, trying to look fierce and ferocious, and threatened, "She came here secretly, don't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, I will ignore you." Minato scratched his head. How could this be? Since he's Kushina-san's relative, then I have nothing to worry about. So let's make an appointment next time. It is good. Kushina breathed a sigh of relief and slammed the door shut. Minato stood outside the door, stroking his chin, looking thoughtful. A relative. At the moment when the door was closed just now, he used his excellent reaction nerves to catch a glimpse of the beautiful figure in the room. The black hair was completely different from Kushina's. Forget it. He shook his head. Since Kushina is busy, I will go practice on my own. He walked down the stairs and glanced at the Hokage rocks in the distance, which were shining brightly in the afternoon sun. Sooner or later, I will be recognized by everyone. He waved his fist, his blue eyes full of energy. At the same time, in Uzushio village, at the training ground on the shore. Latent shadow snake hands. Orochimaru shook his sleeves, and his robe fluttered. 6 thick vipers shot out one after another, like soul-locking hooks and chains, accurately hitting the target. Aren't you going to hide for a moment? Orochimaru couldn't help but frowning as he looked at Obito, who was tangled up like a dumpling. Bailuahu pried open a viper that was blocking his mouth. There's no need to dodge an attack of this magnitude. My next move will be to pull you to my side and fire a raise nan. Orochimaru frowned and said, are you sure you're okay? Hey, you look down on me. I'm not the weakling I used to be. Please take me seriously. Bailuahu was very angry and felt that he was being looked down upon. Use your full strength? Okay. Orochimaru had a cold face and didn't say a word, but the vipers opened their mouths at the same time, with venomous fangs, and bit hard at Okunaki's vital points. That's right. Hirahu took a deep breath and mobilized chakra to circulate throughout his body, steel style, steelization. Crack! 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 With the crisp sound of bones cracking, the fangs broke instantly and the poisonous snakes hissed in pain. Bailuahu's physical features changed greatly. His originally pale skin turned black in the blink of an eye. His skin had a dense texture, as if cast in copper or iron, and it sparkled with a dazzling luster under the sun. Orochimaru had expected this, and with a pull of his right hand, he used the entanglement of his snake body to pull the tempered Hiraga to his side. His left hand emitted a blue light, and the raise nan that was ready to be launched blasted towards Hiraga's chest. Bailuahu still did not make any struggle. Instead, he held his breath and clenched his arms, as if his whole body had become as solid as iron. Steel style, iron block. This move is a defensive ninjutsu created by Hirako. It mobilizes chakra on the basis of tempering, accelerates blood flow, and then tightens muscles, hardening the already invulnerable body again, making it immune to most physical attacks. Of course, the downside is, you can't move. The raise nan hit Hirako's chest without any suspense. The airflow surged and spread out in an instant, but it did not cause any harm to him, only knocking him back slightly. The only thing Orochimaru could gain was a muffled bang sound. How is it? Ha ha ha, my defense is impeccable. Bailuahu released the iron block state, put his 5 fingers together, and turned his palm into a sword. Steel release, autumn dew on the leaves. The pitch-black luster quickly stretched out and condensed into a materialized black blade, as thin as a cicada's wing and extremely sharp. With just a slight turn, Bailuahu chopped all the vipers into pieces. When did you learn this trick? Orochimaru's vertical pupils shrank slightly and his tone obviously changed. Hehe, Master taught me that it can be used with steel release to reach a higher level. Bailuahu laughed wildly. Compared to your immortal technique, perhaps my steel release is more suitable for autumn dew on leaves. Is it? Orochimaru's voice was slightly cold, natural energy flowed slightly, a horn emerged from his forehead, and he instantly entered the sage mode. Are you finally going to get serious? Bailuahu was eager to try. Come on, I've wanted to try your magic for a long time. He held his breath and steadied his body. Steel style, iron block. Immortal technique, Ouroboros, 8-part light wheel. I'm going to your dam. Chapter 186 I am the sharpest knife. In the 39th year of Konoha, in the southwestern part of the Land of Fire. Hateful. Kato-dan leaned against a big tree, his face was pale and his eyes could not hide the fatigue. He looked extremely miserable now, with several pieces of wood stuck in his shoulders and a bloody hole on his left wrist, suspected to be injury to his tendons and veins. The bright red blood was dripping like a faucet that was not tightened. His chakra was almost exhausted, and his long silver-grey hair was stained red with blood. He tore off a piece of cloth, bit one end with his mouth, and wrapped his injured left arm tightly with his right hand. Then he pulled it hard and completed the simple bandage. This emergency response was quite crude, but he really didn't have time, because 5 tall and thin black-robed puppets with long limbs and arms and legs had surrounded him. Behind the puppets, a man in black robes was surrounded like the moon surrounded by stars. At this moment, 2 puppets moved slightly to the side, revealing his figure. It was obvious that he was the puppeteer who controlled all these puppets at the same time. "Are you still struggling?" The man in black robe slowly lowered his hood, revealing short dark red hair and a handsome and resolute face. "Akaza, Goro." Kato-dan's eyes were serious as he read out the other person's name. Akashi Goro spoke calmly, his voice full of contempt. "You don't really think that you can catch all of us sand ninjas in one fell swoop by disguising yourself as a material transport unit and luring us into the trap, do you?" He raised his finger and pointed it condescendingly at Kato's nose. "Haha, you're the ones who took the bait." Faced with blatant humiliation, Kato-dan did not answer, but took several deep breaths repeatedly, secretly accumulating chakra, ready to launch a fatal blow at any time. "Kato-dan, given your despicable behavior on the battlefield, I should have killed you directly." Akashi Goro said coldly, "But, we in the Sand Village are very interested in your powerful perception ninjutsu that can kill enemies thousands of miles away with your soul. If you are willing to hand it over, I can spare your life." "Dream on." Kato-dan spat out a mouthful of blood foam and flatly refused. The spiritualization technique is not only the reward he obtained after going through countless difficulties, but also a precious forbidden technique that is unique to the village. How could he possibly give it to someone else? "Hehe, are you still struggling?" Goro looked around, his eyes sweeping across the battlefield. The bodies of Konoha ninjas came into view one by one. "Take a good look, if you don't agree to my terms, you will die here in obscurity like them. They are not unknown, they died fighting for the village, how glorious." Kato-dan looked straight at Goro's face, his tired eyes suddenly turned sharp, and his right hand hidden in his sleeve quietly formed a seal. In a flash, an invisible and intangible spirit shot out from between his eyebrows and rushed straight towards Goro's forehead. This was a blow that cost him his life. Boom! Just as the spirit was about to sink into Wulang's brow, the 3 puppets beside Wulang suddenly moved in unison as if they sensed something, and their hearts flashed green light at the same time. That was the boundary stone embedded in the core. Green light shone, connecting with each other in a triangle. A translucent barrier flashed by, creating ripples like the surface of water. Kato-dan's spirit was struck hard, as if it had hit a wall after a 100-meter sprint, and was thrown back into its physical body. Cough, cough. His face turned pale instantly and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood uncontrollably. It was not until then that Goro realized what had happened and he immediately became furious. "You deserve to die. Secret technique, 1000 killings." He raised his palm and pulled hard with his 5 fingers. As the thin chakra lines trembled slightly, the 3 black-robed puppets opened their mouths at the same time, and countless thousands of swords shot out, which were bound to turn Kato into a hornet's nest. Kato-dan gritted his teeth, used his last bit of strength to push off the ground and roll over, withdrawing from the center of fire, but his back and calves were still hit by dozens of senbon missiles, and he fell to the ground with a thump. "We have been fighting for more than a year, and so many of our companions have died in that time. Do you really think they all died in vain?" Goro was furious. He raised his hand and a puppet immediately came forward, swung the iron hook, pierced Kato-dan's shoulder, and slowly lifted his body up. We know your information very well. We just need to use the barrier to cover ourselves, and your spirit body will not be able to play any role at all. Wu Lang said in a gloomy tone, this special puppet I made is prepared for you. Kato Dan gritted his teeth desperately. The severe pain in his shoulder made his face as pale as paper and he saw stars for a while. Although his body was shaking uncontrollably, he still didn't say a word. Don't even think your companion can save you. Goro said with a sinister look, in order to deal with him and his damn dagger, we worked just as hard as you did. As Goro raised his arms, the puppet also lifted Kato Dan's body higher and higher, opened its mouth wide and aimed it at his head. I'm tired of it. I have one last question for you. Hand over the secret technique, or die. Seeing that Kato Dan still had his eyes closed, looking stubborn and waiting for death, Goro's face twitched and his raised hand suddenly fell down. Go to hell! At this moment, a sharp dagger pierced the air like a white wild goose flying by. The cold white light flashed across Wulang's eyes, and with a bang, it hit the tree trunk and kept shaking. What? Goro's face changed drastically. The dagger's firing speed was too fast. In just a moment, the 5 chakra lines connecting his fingertips were cut off at the same time. This meant that the 2 puppets responsible for the attack were disconnected and out of control. His eyes focused and caught a glimpse of a ghostly figure. The man with silver hair, white tail and cold eyes is none other than Hotaki Sakumo. He left a trail of afterimage on the spot, and with a neat roll, he caught Kato Dan's seriously injured and falling body. How come you are here? Wu Lang's heart skipped a beat and he asked almost out of control. But Sakumo did not answer the question, he just stared at him coldly. This battle should end. Only then did Goro notice Sakumo's empty hands, and a hint of ruthlessness immediately appeared in his eyes. He pulled the left hand that controlled the defensive puppet suddenly, and dense poisonous needles came like a silver rainstorm, blocking all of Hotaki Sakumo's retreat routes. Without that knife, you can die in peace. Sakumo's eyes were calm. He did not choose to break out. Instead, he stood still. Light blue arcs of electricity emanated from his body, and lightning chakra filled his entire body. In the past 2 years, he traveled between 2 major battlefields, killed countless enemies, and encountered countless life and death crises, but his sword did not break because of the numerous hardships. Instead, it became sharper with each sharpening, and his swordsmanship improved day by day. In countless battles, he was on the verge of death several times and broke through, unleashing his potential, and becoming one with his sword. Now he is completely different from the past. Poison needles shot at him, and he immediately pulled out a dagger exactly the same as the white fang from his waist, raised the knife to meet the attack, and the cold arc of light tore through the rainstorm. As he turned his wrist, the blade spun wildly, turning into a bright blade wheel that rolled around his body. Ding 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 ding. Amidst the dense sparks, he knocked away all the hidden weapons and slashed out a crescent-shaped blade, splitting one of Wu Lang's defensive puppets in half. You seem to have made a mistake. Sakumo stood with the knife in his hand, looking directly at Goro's stunned expression. I am the sharpest knife. Chapter 187 White Fang and Number 039, S First Show of Power. Hateful. Wu Lang pulled with both hands, and the last 2 puppets floated up at the same time. Their arms deformed, revealing black gun muzzles. The black robes on their backs were torn at the same time, revealing more than 10 kinds of weapons, as if they were ready to fight to the death. Sakumo raised his blade and said in a cold tone, Are you sure you still want to fight? Wu Lang shouted angrily, What nonsense are you talking about? Sakumo said calmly, The sand ninja who fought with me has been killed. If you are determined to fight to the death, you may be able to kill Dan behind me, but you will definitely die under my sword. Are you threatening me? Wu Lang's face flushed, veins popping out. Do you think I will believe your lies? My wife is far better than me, she will not die. I am just stating the facts. If you stop here, both of us can be safe and sound, and we can wait for the next battle to decide life and death. Haha, for the sake of a half-dead and useless companion, are you willing to let go of the enemy in front of you? Wu Lang sneered and shook his head. Sakumo's voice remained calm, without any emotion. This is a multiple-choice question. For me, this is not a choice. Goro pointed at Kato Dan behind Sakumo with a gloomy face and grinned, do you think he won't die if I stop? My puppets are all made by hand, and each hidden weapon is evenly coated with neurotoxin. Unfortunately, your companion was hit countless times in the battle just now. He is dead. As he said, Kato Dan fainted the moment Sakumo appeared, his lips were black, and it was obvious that he was severely poisoned. However, Sakumo remained unmoved. I told you, this is a multiple-choice question. Suddenly, there was a noise coming from the bushes on one side of the forest, and the grass and trees rustled, which aroused Wu Lang's vigilance. In full view of everyone, Sakumo's shadow clone stepped out. Goro was stunned for a moment, as if he was struck by lightning, because he found that Sakumo was carrying an unconscious woman on his shoulders. She had long chestnut hair and a pretty face, but her breathing was weak at the moment and she had no strength to resist. You! Goro was furious. Don't act rashly. Shu Mao's eyes were serious. He took out a kunai from his sleeve and put it against the woman's throat. You only have 3 seconds to consider. Hand over the antidote and leave, or... he said in a low voice, destroy both of you. The kunai moved forward slightly, piercing the woman's skin and oozing out a trace of blood. No. Goro panicked and immediately pulled out an iron box from the chest of a puppet. After unlocking many mechanisms, he took out a needle of pink reagent and hurriedly threw it to Sakumo. Sakumo did not hesitate and pushed the needle into Kato's severed carotid artery. Let him go. Wu Lang said anxiously. Shu Mao had a cold expression and remained silent. Goro knew that he was verifying whether the antidote was effective. If Kato Dan showed no signs of waking up, the other party would kill his wife without hesitation. It was not until Kato Dan slowly woke up and her face regained its rosy complexion that Sakumo raised his hand and formed a seal, releasing the shadow clone and allowing the woman to fall to the ground helplessly. Wu Lang didn't have time to vent his emotions. He rushed to the woman with the puppet, knelt on the ground to feel her breath, and only after confirming that there was nothing unusual did he breathe a sigh of relief. In every battle from now on, I will try my best to kill you. He turned his head, gave Shimao a vicious look, then picked up his wife, turned around and disappeared into the jungle. Sakumo watched the enemy leave in silence, his brows slightly frowned, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Only when the other party completely disappeared from his sight did he carry Kato on his back and retreat to the secret base. Break, hold on, you'll be safe once you reach the camp. Cough cough. A weak cough came from behind Kato Dan. Shu Mao, you shouldn't have saved me. He lowered his head, looking ashamed. You are my companion. As the successor to the Will of Fire, I will never abandon my companions, and I will never betray the village. Sakumo's tone was calm. But, if you just gave up on me, you could have killed the 2 commanders of the Sand Ninja Army in one fell swoop. Shu Mao smiled faintly, I want to kill them, and I have many chances. Why should you sacrifice yourself? Kato Dan was silent for a long time, raised his head and looked at the sky covered with green shade. Perhaps, as a ninja, dying in battle is the best destination. Don't be silly. You don't even have a wife, are you willing to die like this? Shu Mao rarely started to tease him. Kato Dan was slightly annoyed. So, only a married person like you can die without regrets. No, I won't give up. Shimao smiled unconsciously as if he had thought of something. There are still so many wonderful things waiting for me in the world. Kato Dan coughed twice, his eyes full of resentment. Please, can you leave some room for us bachelors? Besides, I not only have a wife, but also a 2-year-old son. However, Shu Mao sighed, I have been away for the past 2 years and have not been able to go back to see him. At the end of the 39th year of Konoha, on the western battlefield of the Land of Rain, with the addition of the Uchiha clan, the Konoha army achieved outstanding results in just 1 year. Relying on their unique Ijutsu bloodline limit, as well as their skilled fire escape and shuriken techniques, they displayed impressive combat capabilities, and the Iwagakure troops found it difficult and were defeated. At this time, Konoha suddenly changed its tactical strategy and secretly transferred some of Konoha's elite troops led by Tsunade to the southern battlefield to assist Hanzo in fighting against the Sand Ninja. On the surface, this move greatly alleviated the pressure on the hidden rain village, and with Tsunade's excellent medical ability, the poison used by Cho was completely neutralized. Coupled with Hanzo's powerful command ability, the Sand Ninja troops suffered repeated defeats and retreated step by step. But if we turn our attention to the Western Front, without the endurance of medical ninjas like Tsunade, the pressure on the remaining Iwagakure troops was suddenly reduced, and they were evenly matched with Konoha, fighting back and forth on the border of the Rain Land. Not only did the Sand Village suffer a defeat on the southern battlefield, the situation on the Konoha battlefield was also quite unfavorable. No one expected that Konoha would accidentally play a trump card named Hitaki Sakumo. 2 years ago, he was just a team leader with the strength of an elite jonin. After the trials of life and death on the battlefield, he has grown into an absolute strong man with the thinking and strength of a cage. The short sword is as fast as lightning, and the sword skills are as graceful as a startled swallow. Every time he makes a move, there will be a strong man who suffers. Over time, the nickname Konoha White Fang began to spread on the battlefield. Under the command of Sakumo, the surprise attack army led by AKA's Goro and his wife suffered heavy losses, and even Goro himself had his right hand cut off. They urgently needed logistical support and supplies. Now, the third Kazekage's original surprise attack on Konoha plan seemed quite ridiculous. If there was no timely reinforcement, the entire surprise attack force would be defeated in the Land of Fire, and there was a tendency of stealing a chicken and losing the rice. Chapter 188 Feng Ying and Number 039, S Strategy. Land of Wind, Sand Village, Kazekage Bunker. The high-level meeting room was solemn and the atmosphere was heavy, with everyone's face gloomy. The reason was simple. The Sand Ninja was weak and suffered successive defeats in the battlefields of the Rain Country and the Fire Country. They were about to be driven back home and lose the war. You must know that they have spent countless resources over the years, exhausted all manpower and material resources, carried out large-scale construction, and frantically stockpiled puppets. Their fundamental purpose is to expand the territory of the Wind Kingdom and plunder external resources to alleviate the pressure of internal deficits. Once they were driven back to their hometown, even if the enemy did not take the opportunity to attack, they would have been completely defeated. What's more, the third Kazekage, despite everyone's opposition, confidently applied for a large amount of funds from the relatively poor Wind Kingdom. Even the top leaders of the Sand Village did not know where the money went. If the war fails, this investment will be wasted. Because of this incident, the daimyo of the Wind Country has begun to put pressure on the Sand Village. On the Rain Country front, Cho, as the commander-in-chief of the three armies, is not only a high-ranking member of the Sand Village, but also a powerful ninja who is proficient in puppetry, medical ninjutsu, sealing techniques, and poison techniques. Her overall strength is undoubtedly at the level of Kage. Under her leadership, even if the Sand Ninja army was defeated, they would not be defeated instantly. In comparison, the situation on the Konoha battlefield is obviously more dangerous. White Fang's ferocity poses a much greater threat to the Sand Village than Hanzo of the Rain Village. The Konoha troops led by him are like a ferocious beast, and are about to devour the assault force of AKA's Goro and his wife. If the Sand Village does not rescue in time, the consequence will be heavy casualties. This time, the move made by the third Kazekage not only failed to relieve the pressure on the main battlefield, but instead became the weak point of the Sand Village that was controlled by others. At the conference table, the top executives had uncertain expressions, and their eyes towards the third Kazekage were somewhat subtle. If you have anything to say, please speak up. The man who was speaking was wearing a white wind shadow robe, had a well-proportioned figure, orange-yellow pupils and a grey-blue hedgehog head. At this moment, he was sitting in the main seat with a frown on his face, looking quite majestic. How about? A senior executive said cautiously, let's follow my original suggestion and release one. If you think my original decision was wrong, you can just say it. The third Kazekage glanced at him coldly with disdain on his face, but, your decision is 100 times more stupid than mine. The senior executive immediately fell silent, feeling very uncomfortable. After all, the person sitting at the head of the conference table now is the strongest Kazekage in the history of their sand village, who once injured the ghost of the ninja world Uchiha Kamiya and retreated calmly from his hands. You can question his strategy, but you can never question his strength. What a Konoha White Fang! A bald middle-aged man gritted his teeth, his face as gloomy as water. I suggest that you withdraw your sister from the Rain Country and send her back to support us. Then we can coordinate with the elite troops to encircle and annihilate White Fang and the Konoha troops he leads in one fell swoop. Do not. The third Kazekage rejected the idea out loud. He looked at the middle-aged man and his expression eased a little. Ebizo, I understand your feelings. After all, Akashi Goro and his wife are your direct descendants. But no matter how angry you are, Cho must stay in the Rain Country. We cannot afford to lose the main battlefield. This is a war. Yes, Master Chiyo's position cannot be changed. Another senior official advised, if we withdraw our troops to rescue just because of a mere Konoha White Fang, where will the face of our sand village be? Others echoed, that's right, the battlefield of the Rain Country cannot afford to lose. Then tell me, what should we do about Konoha? Ebizo slammed the table and looked around at everyone, are you going to sit back and watch Goro and his wife die in battle? Tuk tuk tuk. The third Kazekage knocked on the table, drawing everyone's attention to himself. Don't let your anger cloud your reason. He said calmly, Konoha White Fang is not a god, nor is it a tireless war machine. Have you forgotten what is the most fearful thing when two armies confront each other? At the conference table, the senior executives immediately looked at each other. An invincible weapon? Or an ironclad defense? Haha. The third Kazekage stood up and glanced at everyone. The most terrifying thing in war is the delayed logistical supplies. The third Kazekage snorted, have you all forgotten that 2 years ago I established diplomatic relations with the Sky Country's Sky Ninja Village on behalf of the Sand Village? Could it be that? Ebizo calmed down and thought about something. Block the news, don't let what happened here spread to the main battlefield, so as not to disrupt the morale of the army. The third Kazekage stood up and announced, his tone was calm, I will handle the matter of the Konoha battlefield. In the land of fire, on a forest trail, a team loaded with supplies was marching quickly. For ninjas, transporting supplies is an extremely simple matter, because whether it is military rations, weapons, or other strategic supplies, they can all be sealed in storage scrolls. However, regardless of the fact that ninjas consume far more supplies than ordinary people, for a war, if you want to provide supplies for an entire ninja army, the space of a storage scroll alone is far from enough. As everyone knows, storage scrolls cannot be stored in storage scrolls, because the techniques of space-time ninjutsu will interfere with each other. If you want to provide enough supplies to the front line, it will be far from enough without a few carts of scrolls. Therefore, transporting strategic materials during wartime is also an extremely important task. Mumu Gongdeo looked solemn. He was the person in charge of this escort mission. As a battle-hardened jonin of Konoha village, he may not have the outstanding strength of White Fang, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and others, but he is cautious and determined, and as a retired ANBU, he is quite trusted by the third Hokage. The importance of military supplies is self-evident, and the task of escorting these precious resources is the key to the war situation. Gongdae couldn't help feeling proud when he was entrusted with this task. This is not only a recognition of his loyalty and ability, but also the highest praise for his unremitting efforts. In particular, when he thought about meeting White Fang, who had become famous in recent years and made his enemies tremble in fear, his pace quickened a little, and his heart was filled with admiration and longing. The sun was shining, the breeze was blowing gently, and the birds in the sky were flying leisurely, just like his happy mood at the moment. Compared with the gloomy situation in Tsunagakure, Konoha has been reporting frequent victories. White Fang defeated the enemy army single-handedly, like a sharp knife stabbing into the enemy's heart. With this unstoppable force, it is not impossible to break through the defense line of the Wind Country as long as the logistics are worry-free. A role model for our generation. Gongdae exclaimed in his heart. Thinking of this, he even quickened his pace and directed the team to follow quickly. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from the team. Oh no, there is an enemy attack. Bokyum Keidu turned his head sharply, the voice came from the Hyuga ninja in the team. He immediately jumped to the front of the team, stood firmly on his horse, and was alert. How far is the enemy? We've arrived. Chapter 189 Cooperation. What? Gongdae squinted his eyes hard, trying to see through the layers of woods and find the enemy's trace. But he didn't roll his eyes, so naturally he was confused and gained nothing. Where is the enemy? The Hyuga ninja's face was pale, with veins around his eyes exposed. In the air, all in the air. They are too fast. Before he could finish his words, countless kunao fell from the sky like a rainstorm, and the detonating talismans tied at the end burned in the wind. Before the Bokumoku KD could even react, it was swallowed up by the torrent of explosions. Boom, boom. With a loud explosion, the two carriages were reduced to ashes in an instant, scrolls flew everywhere, and the ninjas beside the carriages were blown into pieces. Whoosh! Gongdae staggered out from the billowing smoke and dust, his clothes tattered, but fortunately his injuries were not serious. The moment he landed, he did not hesitate. He crossed his hands and formed seals, ending with the seal. He then took a deep breath, raised his head and exhaled towards the sky, wind style, typhoon passes. A violent wind swept across the sky, and in the madly rising air currents, the falling kunao were blocked one after another, and finally stopped in mid-air, causing a series of explosions. The smoke gradually dissipated, and Gongdae continued to breathe heavily. It was obvious that this ninjutsu consumed a huge amount of energy. He raised his head and his pupils suddenly contracted. Because, he finally saw the true face of the invading enemy. They were a group of people soaring in the sky, circling like a flock of birds. They were dressed in tight-fitting uniforms, equipped with jetpacks and mechanical hang gliders on their backs. They hovered like falcons, eyeing the transport team below eagerly. What the hell are these? Something beyond Gongdae's cognition appeared, his pupils trembled and he was shocked. You bastard, why didn't you give me an early warning? He subconsciously yelled behind him, but all he saw was the bloody corpse of the Hyuga ninja. He had just been in the center of the enemy's first round of bombardment. Damn it! Gongdae suppressed his anger and organized the remaining combat power to launch a counterattack. Fire style, Red Lotus devouring. Wind style, Sky slashing wave. Water escape heaven crying. Lightning style, multiple lightning balls. Various ninjutsu were launched at the same time, chakra surged, the sky and the earth changed color, and they rushed straight into the sky, trying to kill the enemies in the air. Puff puff. There was a sound of gas spraying through the air, and the spray device behind the attacker suddenly started up. As hundreds of white air waves intertwined and gushed out, they rushed into the sky like an arrow, and all their attacks missed and disappeared into thin air. Damn it! Gongdae's eyes were bloodshot, but he was powerless to save the situation. In his eyes, the enemies in the air were like tiny birds, but in the eyes of the attackers, were they not insignificant ants on the ground? The air waves rolled, and after the enemy circled around, the mechanical wheels closed one after another, turning into precisely guided sharp blades and swooping down, and the second round of bombing came again. Mu Kung Fu deployed his sword urgently, and the two sides were caught in a fierce battle. However, the outcome of this battle was already determined. One side is in a dominant position while the other side is trapped on the ground. The so-called air supremacy is not just talk. Soon, the Konoha transport team ran out of chakra and all their supplies were destroyed, leaving only a few people alive. The Konoha troops led by White Fang took the initiative to pull back to the front line due to logistical support issues, and the Konoha camp retreated several thousand meters as a whole for the first time. When the news reached the Sand Village, the Sand Ninjas immediately woke up from the gloomy atmosphere, their long-dormant confidence was rekindled, and everyone was full of fighting spirit. Now, no one dared to question the decision of the third Kazekage. All the Sand Ninjas admired the wisdom of Lord Kazekage, who turned the tide at the critical moment and brought good fortune to the Sand Village. Cheers poured in like waves. Those high-ranking officials who had openly doubted the third Kazekage were naturally filled with shame and wished they could slap themselves in the face on live broadcast. The third Kazekage stood at the top of the Kazekage bunker, his black robe fluttering in the wind, looking at the rolling yellow sand in the distance. He knew very well that cooperating with the aerial ninjas was a brilliant move. Although the overall quality of this group of ninjas was far inferior to the average level of the 5 major ninja villages, they mastered the most advanced technology in the ninja world today. With the help of mechanical flying wings, almost every aerial ninja had the ability to fight in the air. As a person who has mastered the bloodline limit of magnetic release, no one knows better than him the importance of air superiority. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. In addition to the mechanical flying wings, even the fortress of the Sky Ninja Village has the ability to fly. It is a huge aircraft called Angkor Fortress that can hover in the air for a long time. Its internal capacity is so large that it is more than enough to accommodate a village. Not only that, according to the third Kazekage, the Angkor Fortress also has a super chakra heavy cannon, whose power is comparable to the tailed beast ball. Perhaps it was precisely because of this confidence that they dared to form an alliance with the Sand Ninja and take action against Konoha. The Sky Ninja Village, Shenyu, Organization. The third Kazekage's gaze was vague, and a look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. Back then, when he was looking for cooperation with the Sky Ninja Village, he didn't actually hold much hope. In the inherent concept, a small ninja village is just a small ninja village, and it will always be the first victim of the big ninja village during war. But after seeing those dazzling flying machines and a variety of technological weapons, he no longer thought so. Of course, the most puzzling person is the leader of the Sky Ninja Village, a man named Shenyu. As the strongest Kazekage of all time, he is one of the best even among the cage level ones. The third Kazekage has always had a clear understanding of his own strength. When ordinary ninjas saw him, they would be shocked by the pressure and aura of a strong man, and their eyes and tone would unconsciously become more respectful, but Shenyu did not have such a reaction. You know, in his perception, Shenyu's chakra fluctuations are just at the level of an ordinary jonin. How did your Sky Ninja Village, with so little land and few people, master such advanced technology? Facing the aura he deliberately released, the man just shook his head and revealed a mysterious smile. Is Lord Fengying really interested? Be neither humble nor arrogant, and handle things with ease. I don't like to hear nonsense, he frowned. Of course he was interested. That year, after experiencing the disastrous defeat that day, he became extremely wary of a man named Uchiha Hikari. The inexplicable ability to control the air. Powerful physical skills. The terrifying body. Weird spacetime pupil technique. And the endless stream of ninjutsu. In the hands of this monster, the third Kazekage would not find any chance of survival. The worst thing was that during the battle that year, he could clearly feel that the opponent had no intention of killing him at all, and was just playing around, toying with him in the palm of his hand. From then on, he began to frantically think about how to target this man, how to delay this man as long as possible in a battle that might break out in the future. But when he thought of the other party's tricky abilities, he got a headache. It was not until he witnessed the amazing high technology of the Sky Ninja Village with his own eyes that an unprecedented idea flashed through his mind like lightning. Perhaps, it is possible to perfectly combine the Sand Village's unique puppetry skills and the Air Ninja Village's exquisite flying technology, and then cleverly combine them with one's own magnetic escape and puppetry. In this way, it is possible to create an iron army that has air combat capabilities, is fearless of death, and is invincible. Even though Shenyu is very likely to have also mastered the magnetic escape, he will definitely not be better than himself who has been immersed in this art for many years. He has the confidence. If the other party can really control the steel puppet, he can also place a self-destruct device in the core of the puppet in advance, and then detonate it at the critical moment. The power will be absolutely terrifying. Even if Shenyu cannot be killed, it will definitely have a certain impact. With this purpose in mind, he came up with the idea of cooperation. Chapter 190 Next Target. Faced with the request for cooperation made by the third Kazekage, the Sky Ninja Village naturally had no reason to refuse. However, ignoring the intimidating look of the third Kazekage, the leader of the Sky Ninja Village, Shenyu, calmly put forward his own request. Mr. Fengying, we can provide the flying technology, and Lincoln needs to provide the puppet casting method. Both parties will jointly bear the financial support required for the research. After the project is completed, we will share the right to use the puppet. The above is the first form of cooperation. The first one. The third Kazekage heard the implication of this. You mean, there is a possibility of a second way of cooperation? Shenyu did not respond, but walked slowly with his hands behind his back. Mr. Kazekage, as one of the leaders of the 5 major ninja villages, how much do you know about this ninja world? The third Kazekage frowned slightly, his tone already somewhat displeased. What do you mean? As you can see, our sky country is remote and weak. If we only rely on internal resources, we won't even be able to build a ninja village. The reason why we are so powerful is because we have mastered the technology of flight. Shenyu stretched out his hand, and his fingertips brushed across the neatly stacked mechanical wings. Isn't it contradictory? How could a poor and weak country possibly develop such advanced cutting-edge technology and so many amazing scientific tools? The reason is simple. The flying fortresses, flying ninja tools, scientific research methods, all these incredible things you have seen are not from the Kingdom of Sky, but... He turned around, opened his hands, and raised a mysterious arc at the corner of his mouth. All of this is a gift from a mysterious force. The third Kazekage was shocked, but he managed to conceal it perfectly with his extraordinary character and said calmly, "Mysterious forces? It's just nonsense. Mr. Kazekage, I used to think these were just bullshit, just like you, but look at this." He turned around leisurely, his face filled with pride. If we hadn't joined them, how could we have achieved what we have today? In other words, even a nobody like me with a mediocre background can achieve such great results. What will you get when you are already at the top? The third Kazekage stared into the other's eyes and said word by word, "You are telling me this openly? Aren't you afraid that I will force you to tell me the secret and kill you to silence you?" Shenyu smiled and shook his head, killing the goose to get the eggs, draining the pond to catch fish. This behavior is too stupid. Lord Fengying is a smart man. He knows what choice will be more beneficial to the Sand Village. Which country are they from? Which ninja village? Asked the third Kazekage. No, they don't belong to anywhere. I can only tell you that this force has existed in the ninja world for 1,000 years. During this period, it has absorbed countless talents and has always mastered the most advanced technology in the ninja world. Perhaps, the richest businessmen, the most powerful politicians, and the most valuable scientific researchers in every country, may all be part of them. The third Kazekage was silent for a long time, then turned around, his bright yellow eyes shining. I am now very interested in your so-called second way of cooperation. Shenyu did not keep the secret and introduced frankly, the second way is that Lincoln still needs to provide puppet forging technology, mineral resources, and all scientific research funds, and we, the Air Ninja, will reveal all the scientific and technological means I have obtained and guide you to contact that force in person. From now on, our relationship will become closer and closer, and we will become colleagues. He slowly walked to the side of the third Kazekage and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Don't think it's an exaggeration. If you have met them, you will naturally understand everything. The third Kazekage fell silent again, his eyes gleaming. Don't be shy. I just proposed two possibilities for cooperation. No matter which one you choose, it will be beneficial to both of us. The choice is always in your hands. The yellow sand is everywhere and the hot wind blows on my cheeks. The third Kazekage stood on top of the bunker, gazing into the sky, muttering, I have made my choice. Whether it is right or wrong, future generations will judge. At least until now, he felt that his original choice was extremely wise, because without this cooperation, the Sand Village would not be able to survive the current crisis. But the real crisis facing the Sand Village, or the crisis facing the third Kazekage himself, is still on the way. Because a certain fusion lunatic has completed the development and practice of the steel release bloodline limit, and according to the perfect evolution plan set at the beginning, Earth Thunder, Thunder Wind, Wind Fire, Fire Water, Yin, thus completing the closed loop and forming the 5 elements. His next target was the magnetic escape, which perfectly combined the attributes of thunder and wind. The Kingdom of Iron, a laboratory deep in the snow-capped mountains. Wait, are you saying that your next target is the current third Kazekage of the Sand Village in the Land of Wind? Uchiha stared into Beirahu's eyes and asked seriously. Yes, it's him. Beirahu nodded and answered seriously. Everyone sat around the laboratory table, on which was placed a thick stack of documents, which were the information about the third Kazekage. Orochimaru sat at the table, supporting his chin with his fingers crossed, and rarely spoke. When he heard the name third Kazekage, his thoughts were instantly pulled back to 7 years ago. That scorching hot noon, that Wind Kingdom fortress, it seemed as if everything happened yesterday, like a dream. It was at that time and place that he encountered the great snake Xenia and witnessed a great battle. Swords cleared the dust, iron spears rained down, divine spears penetrated the sky, and the sand court fell. That battle brought great shock to the fledgling Orochimaru, and he could not forget it for a long time. Even today, despite his accomplishments, he still feels that it was the largest and most thrilling battle he has ever seen. The participants in this war were, 1. His most respected master, and the other, the target of Obi-Wan's hunt, the third Kazekage. The third Kazekage? That's a strong idea. His bounty at the gold exchange is 3 million ryo. A low and muffled voice came from beside him. The person with disheveled black hair and a mask on his face was none other than Kakuzu, who came to the laboratory to apply for funding. He flipped through the documents on the table for a few times. Professional advice was given. To assassinate a leader like this, it is best to lure him out of the sphere of influence, unless you 3 little brats can also single-handedly wipe out the entire ninja village like Shenyu. It is naturally difficult for us to reach the level of the master, but with our current strength, we should still be able to fight. Beiliu said. A head-on confrontation shouldn't be difficult. The difficult part is forcing him to fight. Orochimaru pondered for a while and finally spoke. When I was training with Master, I watched their battles. The third Kazekage has strong mobility. He can distance himself at any time and regard the sky as his home ground. If he cannot win, he can retreat at any time. He added, moreover, this guy's combat ability is also affected by environmental factors. If he is given time to prepare iron sand, he will be even more difficult to deal with. Back then, he mobilized the iron sand resources of an entire fortress to fight against Master. If that's the case. Uchihanan stroked his chin and looked at Bailuahu. Among us, the only one who has the ability to fly is your fusion bird. Kakuzu sneered, if the three of you all stand on the same ninja beast to fight the third Kazekage, you will definitely lose. Why? Bailuahu frowned in confusion, because that was really what he thought. Why? Kakuzu glanced at him and said, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Even a fool knows this. Chapter 191 We, by robbing. Damn you Kakuzu, are you saying I'm worse than an idiot? Bailuahu sensed what was going on and immediately frowned, feeling insulted. Calm down, what he said makes sense. Orochimaru said calmly. Well, your fusion bird has good endurance and is good at long-distance flight, but its flexibility is too low. Compared with the third Kazekage's swift flying ability, it can be described as clumsy. Uchihanan folded his hands and analyzed, once we are in the air, we will really become sitting ducks. I understand now that you explained it this way. Bailuahu quickly regained his composure, thinking about what he had said, and turned to look at Orochimaru. Is that what you mean, too? No, I just think you're an idiot. Fuck you. Obito was so angry that he jumped up and down, but he had no way to deal with Orochimaru. Calm down, calm down. Nian tried to smooth things over, trying to draw everyone's attention back to the hunting plan. The fundamental problem we face now is a lack of means to fly. Don't worry about summoning beasts. Neither the cat house on my side nor the Ryokai cave on Orochimaru's side has summoning beasts with flying abilities. He pondered and analyzed. Time is tight. Even if we can find an agile flying ninja beast identification contract, it will be difficult to communicate with each other in such a short time. Fighting against a shadow is no joke. Orochimaru turned his head and looked at Nian, thinking, I remember that Master's completed form of Susanoo has the ability to fly. With its wings spread, it soared straight up into the sky and could easily fly thousands of miles. As the owner of the Mangekyō Sharingan, it stands to reason that you should also have this ability. Nian smiled bitterly and shook his head. First of all, let's not talk about the issue of pupil power. My development of my eyes is far inferior to that of my uncle. Compared with him, my little practice is just the tip of the iceberg. Now, it is already a struggle for me to make the second-level Susanoo grow legs. Besides, if I really mastered the complete form of Susanoo, I could handle this hunting operation by myself. Ah! Bailuahu sighed, according to this, the difficulty of this operation is really extraordinary. The three of them were silent for a long time, all thinking hard, trying to find a way to deal with the third Kazekage. At this time, Kakuzu, who had been listening for a long time, suddenly spoke up and asked, I'm a little curious, if it's not for money or profit, why did you attack the third Kazekage? Oh? I guess I haven't shared my evolutionary path with you yet. Hiriko's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled Kakuzu aside and began to introduce his Ghost Bud Ra technique with great excitement. Orochimaru and Nin looked at each other but did not stop him. After all, in their eyes, Kakuzu was undoubtedly one of their own. Just kidding, on the day when Kaneki conquered Kakuzu, they witnessed the whole process with their own eyes. He joined the gang earlier than the three of them, so he can be considered seniors. Soon, after hearing Okuro's endless introduction, Kakuzu finally learned the reason why Okuro wanted to attack the third Kazekage. At the same time, he was also quite curious about the Ghost Bud Ra technique that Okuro said he created. Seize the creation of others, make up for your own deficiencies, grab their blood and integrate them into yourself. The five elements rotate, eternal and immortal. This point is similar to his own earth resentment technique. He looked towards the laboratory table, his eyes slowly sweeping across the faces of the three young men, and suddenly a sense of inexplicable emotion arose in his heart. He never expected that the few little bugs that he could have crushed to death at any time back then have now grown into powerful beings that can hunt the 5 kg. There are so many heroes in this world. No, these 3 people have grown to where they are today more or less because of that man. So, working under him is not a waste of talent. Looking at the 3 people in distress, Kakuzu thought for a moment and suddenly suggested, if you are just worried about each other's flying ability, I have a suggestion. The 3 of them raised their heads at the same time and stared over here in a daze. What method? Baileahu asked expectantly. Kakuzu didn't keep the secret. I wonder if you have heard of the Sky Ninja Village in the Land of the Sky. Air Ninja Village. Nian frowned, obviously not knowing much about it. Orochimaru and Hiruzen also looked at each other in bewilderment. Ever since they followed Kamiya to leave Konoha, they have been staying in the secret laboratory of the Land of Iron. Even though they went out for training, they did not go far away, and their knowledge of the outside world was really limited. Haha, these little brats from big countries don't even take the small countries around them seriously. Angle complained and then introduced directly, the Kingdom of Sky is located in the southern part of the Kingdom of Fire. It is a country with a very small land area. Even so, they have established their own ninja village. When I was working for the Takigakuer, I dealt with them. Aerial ninja village. Could it be that they have mastered some kind of flying ninjutsu? Obito asked in surprise. It's not a flying ninjutsu, but a flying ninja tool. That's a mechanical flying wing with a special device. Following his memory, Kakuzu stretched out his hand to measure the size of the mechanical flying wing in his memory. When folded, it's about this length. When unfolded, it's like a pair of golden scissors, which can help air ninjas fly freely in the sky. Does this kind of technology still exist in the ninja world? Orochimaru stared straight at Kakuzu and widened his eyes slightly. I don't know the exact mechanism, but I've seen them flying, and they are very fast, just like peregrine falcons in the sky. Kakuzu calmly recounted the past events. Back then, even the daimyo of Taki country was very interested in their flying ninja tools, and sent people with a large sum of money to visit the aerial ninja village in an attempt to purchase a batch of ninja tools to equip the Taki ninja, but the other party did not appreciate it and refused to trade. The daimyo of Taki country had no choice but to let the matter go. Perhaps, the flying ninja tools of these guys can help you. This. Orochimaru frowned and raised his concerns. The third Kazekage's magnetic ninjutsu can control metal. What if he can also take the opportunity to control the mechanical wings? Wouldn't we be walking into a tiger's mouth? Don't worry, not all metals are affected by magnetic fields. Bailuhu showed a confident smile. My steel escape technique can not only work on myself, but also on other metals, changing the atomic structure of the metal, reducing its magnetism, and making it unaffected by magnetic fields. He smiled and said, I have already experimented with Master on this point. In that case. The 3 of them looked at each other and nodded in tacit understanding. Flying ninja tools, there's hope. The resolute Orochimaru and Hiruzen immediately turned around and began to collect information about the Sky Ninja Village. Kakuzu poured cold water on them. Don't blame me for not reminding you, those air ninjas are quite stubborn. If they can't come up with enough funds, they will never sell their ninja tools easily. Funds? What are you talking about? Nian gave him a strange look. We robbed them. Chapter 192 Action. In the Land of the Sky, late at night. There was a full moon in the sky, and 3 ghostly figures flashed by one after another under the moonlight and landed on a steep ridge. They stood with their feet pressed against the mountain, parallel to the ground, looking up at the night sky, with their robes hanging naturally down. It seems that this is the air ninja village that Kakuzu mentioned. Orochimaru's tone was solemn, and it was obvious that he had seen something extraordinary. Uchiha Nian said softly, sure enough, the intelligence is correct. Because they have made too many enemies and are wary of other ninja villages joining forces to retaliate, the location of the entire Sky Ninja village is constantly moving. If it weren't for the well-informed Nicoya, we really wouldn't be able to find it. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would not have believed that there really was such a magical thing in the ninja world. Obito calmed his breathing, deeply shocked. Because they were in a horizontal position, their sights were directed vertically toward the sky, and inevitably, the huge monster hidden in the night sky came into view, dim and illusory through the clouds. It was a grey-blue fortress, which now lay steadily in the air, casting a huge shadow on the mountains below. Angkor Fortress is both the secret weapon of the Sky Ninja Village and the Sky Ninja Village itself. Climb up the fortress, take away enough mechanical wings, and leave immediately after the mission is completed. Orochimaru reminded, don't make too much noise. If you alarm the third Kazekage, it will be more trouble than gain. Understand? Wait. Nian suddenly raised his hand. Facing the puzzled looks of his two brothers, he asked, are you planning to just rush over like this? What else? They both tilted their heads at the same time. Nian was somewhat speechless. When we go out, we represent our uncle's identity. We don't mind this dishonorable robbery behavior, but how can we bring trouble to our uncle's reputation? Orochimaru thought for a moment and nodded, that makes sense. What should we do? Baileahu also realized the seriousness of the problem. I'm prepared. Nian put his hands together, then slowly opened them, pulled out a thin and tender branch from his palm, and slowly coiled along the center. When the ritual was completed, he had 3 swirling rattan masks in his hands. Without further ado, several people put on their masks. That's all right. Nian nodded with satisfaction. I have to say that this nephew really has good intentions for the sake of his uncle's face. But what he didn't know was that when his uncle was just starting out, he never considered such things for old Bantu at all. That was a guy who even wanted to refuse to pay for meals. Baileahu cut his fingers, formed seals with his hands, and then slapped the mountain, and circles of ink-colored magic spread out. Psychicism. With a bang, the fused monster bird tore through the smoke, spread its wings, and carried the 3 people into the sky, rushing straight towards the huge fortress in the night sky. As the altitude continued to rise, the night wind became more violent and colder, and a trace of solemnity gradually appeared on the faces of the 3 men. The closer I got to the towering fortress, the more I felt an indescribable sense of insignificance in my heart. This behemoth seemed to occupy the entire sky, majestic and magnificent, and even in the dim night I could feel its unshakable presence. Orochimaru secretly compared it in his mind and found that even his master's completed form of Susanoo could run 2 laps on it. Under the control of Baileahu, the strange bird circled and turned, circling to the west side of the fortress, then took off with the wind, and climbed rapidly in the howling gale until it exceeded the height of the fortress, exposing the entire picture of the fortress to the 3 people. Its area is almost equivalent to that of a city. It is built entirely of solid granite, and the interior is divided by 3-story towering walls. There are rows of high towers and watchtowers, and several huge stone statues of human faces are piled on the city gates. But the most eye-catching thing is the huge gear-shaped gun muzzle under the main building. It is hard to imagine how this huge machine operates and how it is built brick by brick. Rush! Baileahu was a little excited. Wait! Orochimaru closed his eyes slightly and concentrated his attention. The purple eyeshadow slowly lengthened, and when he opened his eyes, he had already entered the sage mode. It seems that we have been discovered, he said lightly. Uchiha Nian looked into the distance, and with the excellent eyesight of his Mangekyō Sharingan, he saw a dozen black shadows like flying insects flying out from the top of the city wall and approaching them rapidly. He squinted his eyes and took a closer look, and found that these black shadows were actually ninjas equipped with flying devices. They were all dressed in pitch-black night clothes and fully equipped. Each of them was wrapped in a strange mechanical flying wing, flying freely in the air as nimble as a bird. What do you mean? Nian glanced at Beiliuhu. Do we start a fight right away and fight it out? Or do we avoid the enemy's attack and wait for an opportunity to strike? Should I avoid his edge? Beiliuhu leaned forward slightly, his eyes showing excitement, and he was obviously in a fighting state. Get ready for a big fight, brothers. Wow! The strange bird let out a loud cry and swept its wings back, but instead of retreating, it fought back. It was like a cloud-piercing arrow that could tear through the enemy formation and shot straight at the air ninja troops. It's an enemy attack. Attack! The air ninjas immediately realized that the other party had ill intentions, and they activated the weapons inside the device and pointed the black muzzles at the big bird in front of them. Those were launchers that looked like guns. The internal springs and firing devices replaced the wrist strength that the ninjas had practiced for many years. The fired kunai carried strong kinetic energy and could easily penetrate rocks. However, before they could open fire, dark green feathers shot into everyone's sight. They blended perfectly into the night and flew with the wind. By the time the air ninjas reacted, they were surrounded by snowflake-like feathers. On the feather, the explosion rune was burning. Ha! Beiliuhu shouted. Violent explosions lit up the night sky, heat waves surged, and violent air currents set off continuous impacts, swallowing up the air ninja troops like a tide. Boom boom boom! Black smoke billowed and spread everywhere, and only a few air ninjas escaped. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. Wind escape big breakthrough. Nian and Orochimaru attacked at the same time, and a tacitly coordinated wind and fire ninjutsu enveloped the remaining enemies and brought them within the attack range. The wind fanned the flames, and burning shurikens tore through the air, turning several air ninjas into sieves. Burning mechanical flying wings fell into the mountains. At this moment, the alarms inside the fortress rang. They were finally discovered and locked by the ninjas of the Sky Ninja Village. The sharp alarm passed through the sky and echoed throughout the entire fortress below, like a roaring ghost running. Whoosh whoosh! As the three of them got closer to the fortress, more air ninjas swirl around them like birds flocking to a phoenix, surrounding them. The sound of the wind was violent, just like the hot-tempered mood of the air ninjas. As the distance between the two sides grew closer, they raised their guns tacitly, and the figures of three people appeared in their minds. Attack! This time, the burning detonating kunai enveloped the strange bird first. Orochimaru clapped his hands, Senjutsu wind-style airflow dance. Susanoo! He thought with a serious look in his eyes. Huge ribs appeared and the orange-gold light quickly gathered into a bony arm. From the palm of the bony hand, a string of rosary-like megatamas shot out, tearing through the enemy formation like a cannonball. Steel style, steel shuriken. Beiliuhu grinned and threw his sleeves. Several jet-black shurikens blended into the night, hitting the target accurately, passing through the body, and creating dazzling sparks on the mechanical wheel wings. Chapter 193 Energy Artillery. SHHHHHH. Dozens of explosive kunai were fired at it, their sharp tips piercing through the air and aiming at the wings of the fusion bird from below, attempting to shoot it down by destroying its flying ability and thus eliminate the enemy fundamentally. Don't even think about it. Beiliuhu's laughter was filled with disdain. He raised his foot and stomped lightly on the bird's back. A layer of dense iron paint spread from the sole of his foot outwards, instantly coating the wings of the strange bird with a layer of black color. Ding 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 ding. The kunai flew over, but could only create a few sparks on the bird's wings, then flew in all directions and exploded in mid-air. The strange bird suddenly descended. It was obvious that its wings were not only heavy and hard on the outside, but also very heavy on the inside. At this moment, Orochimaru seized the opportunity and shook his sleeves together. Dozens of thick vipers crisscrossed and coiled, tightly entangling a dozen unsuspecting air ninjas like a fishing net. Puff puff! In order to prevent himself from being dragged away by Orochimaru, the bound Sky Ninja immediately pushed the engine of the mechanical wing to the top. White waves surged and gas sprayed out. With the combined efforts of everyone, they all stayed in the air. Orochimaru raised the corners of his mouth. This was exactly the effect he wanted. As he exerted force with his arms suddenly, the snake bodies suddenly stretched straight. The suction force of his feet exploded, and he tightly adhered to the body of the strange bird like a human-shaped electromagnet, stopping its downward trend and drawing a perfect arc like a swing, flying diagonally into the sky and crashing into the encirclement of the air ninjas. Crack! Crack! The steel wings were raised horizontally like a guillotine, sweeping past. The two unlucky air ninjas were unable to dodge in time, and their bodies along with the mechanical wings behind them were cut in half. Blood splattered as they fell powerlessly. Suddenly, Orochimaru, who was fighting, widened his eyes, as if an electric current passed through his body. With the outstanding perception ability of the Sage Mode, a great sense of crisis enveloped his whole body, making him feel cold all over. That is. He turned his head suddenly, and all his senses subconsciously focused on the bottom of the gate of Angkor Fortress. The huge gear was shining, and the huge and violent chakra had been accumulated, locking onto his own position from a distance. Although he had heard that the Angkor Fortress had a super-energy heavy artillery with such power that it could easily blow up a mountain, he had never expected that the cannon could accumulate power so quickly. What was even more unexpected was that the Sky Ninja Village used its trump card so decisively. Hirako still had a fanatical look on his face, and then was still trying to clear the air ninjas around him. It was obvious that the two of them had not yet realized the danger. Orochimaru was confident that if he retreated alone at this time, he should be able to avoid the bombardment range of the heavy artillery. But he clapped his hands, his expression firm. Great Snake Servant's Technique, White Snake Forbidden Fortress. An extremely thick white-scaled giant snake coiled up and wrapped the three people layer by layer with its tough body, covering them along with the strange bird, making it completely airtight. It was not until this moment that Baileahu realized that danger was approaching. At the last moment when the snake's body closed, a blazing golden light shone through the gap and illuminated his panicked face. It was an extremely thick beam of light that shot out from the muzzle of the cannon at the bottom of the fortress. The light once again lit up the night sky, and the entire mountain range was as bright as day. Steel release, steelization. He placed his palm on the snake's body, and the dark light quickly spread throughout the white snake's body, completely turning it into a steel barrier. Boom! The beam of light was fired at a very fast speed, and it destroyed the snake's body the moment it covered it. Spider-web-like cracks fluttered in all directions, and the shock wave expanded violently, about to affect the inside. At this moment, the entire space and time seemed to have come to a standstill. Uchihanen's right eye opened wide, fine blood threads ran through the pupil, and bright red blood dripped down his cheek. The infinite pure heaven, the eternal heaven. The three people disappeared in an instant, including the strange bird under their feet, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. Call! The light cannon passed through the sky unhindered, blasting through the distant earth and leaving a scorching trail in the distorted air. The next moment, the three appeared several hundred meters away, safe and sound. Only Uchiha Nian knelt on one knee, covering his right eye which was in great pain, gasping for breath, with blood oozing out from between his fingers. Read. Orochimaru and Higurashi immediately supported his shoulders, and a look of panic flashed across their faces. Just now, if Nian had not used his pupil technique in time to block a few people's spatial position, the consequences would have been disastrous. As the founding disciple of Kamiya, Orochimaru naturally understood the eye technique called Ten no Changli. This is one of the master's innate magical powers, time and space reversal, resetting the state of time and space. It is a truly worthy magical skill. However, only in the hands of a master can this be achieved perfectly without any side effects. If the selected backtracking target is only yourself, it will be easy as expected. However, once the selected target includes other people, the consumption of pupil power is simply unimaginable. Orochimaru looked down at Nian and was shocked. He knew that he was not the only one who was able to evacuate safely in the first place. Nian, are you okay? Bailu shook Nian's shoulders, his trembling voice full of panic. Damn it, look at me, I'm going to kill all these bastards. No. I'll do it. Orochimaru stood up, and facing the swarm of sky ninjas, he leaped away from the bird's back, his long pale hair flying in the wind. There was a whirlwind swirling around him, and with the help of the fairy wind chakra, he could float in the air for a short period of time. Take your thoughts and get away from here immediately. He gave a reminder, then formed seals with his hands and puffed out his chest. Immortal technique, the technique of Beiji. He opened his mouth and spit out a scarlet dragon, with fluttering beard and ink beads in its claws. With just one circle, it shot down countless dense kunai. Bailuhu did not dare to hesitate and immediately released the hardened state of the monster bird's wings. He flapped his wings and shot far away. Just now, Nian only traced back their spatial state. If the time state was added, the horrific consumption would probably make Nian collapse on the spot. The red dragon circled madly, transforming into void energy and merging into the bead. Hearing the sound of rushing wind in his ears, Bailuhu immediately closed his eyes and did not turn his head back. He knew that it was the white excitation technique that had erupted. The sound waves vibrate the internal organs and the light blinds the eyes. This is a double attack of hearing and vision, and also an indiscriminate map cannon that does not distinguish between friend and foe. Even if you escape far away from the center of the explosion, your internal organs will still be churning. In the blinding white light, the air ninjas covered their eyes one after another. The wailing sounds that came one after another were drowned in the boiling air. The flying devices collided and rubbed against each other, sparks flew, electric currents flashed wildly, and both the people and the machines were blown to pieces. When the ritual was over, Hiruzen decisively turned back. The strange bird spread its wings, and with a handsome hovering move, it caught the crumbling Orochimaru. Well done! Orochimaru turned around, his amber pupils flashing with joy. That levitation technique was a wind-style ninjutsu that he had come up with on the spur of the moment. If he continued to develop it, maybe one day he would be able to hover in the air. Just like Shenyu. You two are having a lot of fun. Nian complained and rubbed his sore right eye. After a short rest, he recovered with the natural Yang Dun power in his body. It was really exciting just now, wasn't it? Bailuhu laughed heartily, looking heartless. Chapter 194, Steel Escape demonstrates power, cutting melons and vegetables. Black smoke filled the air, the distorted air returned to calm, and mechanical flying wings fell down while burning. Without the interference of the air ninja, Bailuhu immediately drove the strange bird and took the three of them to fly directly above the Angkor fortress, because this place was both a blind spot for the energy-heavy artillery and their pre-planned breakthrough point. The strange bird flapped its wings and flew to a certain height before suddenly turning around and folding its wings. Like a speeding cannonball, it crashed into the fortress with huge kinetic energy. Boom! Blue light flashed, interweaving into a translucent shield in mid-air. With the location where the strange bird crashed as the center, violent ripples flowed like the surface of water, and flowing electric arcs crawled all over the entire barrier. I'm here to help you. He formed seals with his hands, and streams of orange-gold light quickly gathered together, revealing a skeleton. A huge hammer flashing with lightning appeared in his empty palms and smashed hard into the crack in the barrier. With a loud boom, the bombardment of the artifact caused a strong shock, and a big hole instantly shattered in the barrier, causing the entire fortress to shake slightly. The strange bird let out a wail, its eyes were bloodshot, and the bone armor on its head was covered with cracks. It was obvious that the reaction force of the collision just now had caused it serious injuries. At this moment, it was no longer able to carry the three people, and with its wings drooping, it fell into the fortress from the broken barrier hole. The three of them jumped off the falling strange bird one after another, each using their own methods to slide down the building in mid-air, and finally landed steadily. Baileahu took a few steps to the side of the strange bird. It crashed back and forth between the towering buildings several times and was the first to fall to the ground with countless broken bricks and tiles. Although it was a miserable fall, it also relieved most of the potential energy and prevented it from falling to death directly. "You've done a great job, go back and recuperate." Baileahu lifted the summoning spell, a puff of white smoke filled the air, and the fused monster bird retired gloriously after successfully completing the landing mission. He slowly turned around, his eyes sharp, and pointed directly at the main building in the city. "Next, it's up to us." Alarms rang in the city, and groups of bird-like figures flew through the air and gathered towards the broken part of the barrier. The three of them looked at each other, then restrained their breath and crept quietly along the shadows under the moonlight, which was completely different from their high-profile entry just now. Obviously, this group of air ninjas do not possess the perception ninjutsu that matches their aerial combat capabilities, and they only rely on the infrared detectors on their flying devices to lock onto targets. This is okay against ordinary ninjas, but they are stretched to their limits when facing little monsters like Nin, Orochimaru, and Hiruzen. The three men had a clear goal and soon stood at the entrance of the fortress's main building. "Stop!" The two guards immediately raised their rifles, put their fingers on the trigger, and were ready to fire at any time. After what happened just now, most of the air ninjas were attracted by the barrier above the fortress and went out to search for the attackers. On the contrary, the defense of the main building was weak, and it was not a wise choice to engage in battle immediately. "Natsu, contact the main force immediately, we have found the enemy." The guard on the left tilted his head slightly. The air ninja named Natsu suddenly widened his eyes and blurted out, "Be careful." Before the guard could react, a figure appeared beside him like a ghost, with messy white hair, cold eyes and a flash of black light in his right hand. Pfft! Under Natsu's horrified gaze, his companion's body was split in two, the steps were stained with blood, and a long black knife suddenly appeared in the attacker's hand. "I'll fight you." Natsu no longer had any worries. He pulled the trigger like crazy and fired a series of kunai. Ding ding ding! Baileahu opened his big hand and blocked the muzzle of the gun with just his tempered palm. Sparks flashed. He sneered, slashed Natsu's throat with a backhand knife, and the air suddenly calmed down for a moment. Baileahu held the knife in one hand, and when he stepped into the main building door, Natsu fell to the ground, blood gushing out and flowing along the stairs. Orochimaru and Nin looked at each other, the former smiled and shook his head, then followed Obaru's footsteps and entered the main building together. The corridor was buzzing with noises and red alarm lights flashing wildly. On both sides were empty locker rooms. It was obvious that all the air ninjas had been dispatched. At the innermost part is the lifting device connecting all the floors. Orochimaru walked around and looked around, an interested look on his face. He was quite curious about what kind of technology and power could support such a huge flying fortress to take off. If conditions permit, maybe he can build his own aerial laboratory in the future. Suddenly, two air ninjas appeared from the corner of the corridor. Seeing the swaggering invaders, they subconsciously raised their rifles. Baileahu's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he took a step forward, shooting out like an arrow. Due to the incredible speed, the black knife and the arm holding the knife could not be recognized. Pfft! Pfft! The blade cut a semicircle horizontally, and the two air ninjas were cut in half at the first sight, and the guns in their hands were also cut in two, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. Steel release, this special bloodline limit that has evolved through mutation, gives chakra a heavy, solemn metallic quality. According to the changes in the properties of chakra, any form of alloy that does not exist in nature can be evolved, combining hardness and flexibility. It can be used for attack or defense, and the effect is even more outstanding when combined with physical skills. After 2.5 years of development, Hokage was even able to apply it to external objects, giving them the same steel release properties. When it acts on metal, it can also change its metal structure and change its magnetic field at the atomic level, thereby achieving a demagnetization effect. This is also his biggest asset for confidence in fighting against the magnetic escape of the third Kazekage. In terms of large-scale destructive power, it is certainly not as good as the original explosive release, but if the comprehensive ability and actual combat usage are evaluated, Golden Release is undoubtedly the crushing posture. Led by Bailuahu, the three of them stepped into the elevator. According to past experience, places like the main control room should be on the top floor. The indicator light was flashing wildly, but the three people in the elevator started chatting about family matters. "Where are you going to go after this? Go home for dinner?" Nian stretched. "Is that Master Chef?" Bailuahu blinked. "It's my aunt." Bailuahu shook his head angrily. "Forget what Master's wife said. I'm going to report you, Bailuahu." Orochimaru stared into his eyes, expressionless. "You actually despise Master's wife's cooking skills. You really don't want to live anymore." "Fuck. I didn't." Ding dong. At this moment, the elevator door opened, and the three people who were chatting were discovered by several air ninja guards on the spot. Looking at the three young men covered in blood and full of murderous intent, they raised their guns and shot without any hesitation, with flames flashing from the muzzles. Bailuahu was the first to stand in front of the two men, clamping his arms around them, standing still as a mountain. Steel style, iron block. Densely packed kunai swept over and hit Bailuahu's dark body, but had no effect. Ding, ding, dang, sparks flew everywhere, and a few air ninjas were injured by the rebounding kunai and let out wailing. This is the inside of the fortress. In order to avoid causing damage, their kunai are not equipped with detonating tags. This actually makes it much easier for the three of them to push the map. Snake kill bind. With a creepy hissing sound, the air ninjas in front of him were entangled by vipers, poisoned and fell to the ground, struggling continuously. But the three of them had already walked past them and reached the door of the main control room. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 195 Energy of the Fortress. Spiral Pills. With a loud bang, the door of the main control room was violently blown open, and a strong wind rushed into the hall. Under the strong torque, the iron sheets tore and expanded, as if a huge iron flower had bloomed. Hirako took the lead and stepped in. The scene that came into his sight made him slightly stunned. He felt as if he had suddenly returned to the Iron Kingdom's experimental base. As the main control room of the Angkor Fortress, this room is quite spacious, with clean and tidy white tiles. It is surrounded by sophisticated and complex operating tables and flashing indicator lights, giving it a very modern feel. In front of the operating table, there were more than a dozen technicians in white clothes standing scattered around. When they saw the three people breaking in, they all held their heads in their hands in fear and squatted on the ground, trembling. Orochimaru sensed the area slightly and whispered, "The chakra reaction is very weak. They are not ninjas." "You, who are you?" Someone bravely stood up, but when his eyes fell on the three blood-stained vortex face masks, his voice began to tremble again. "This is not something you should consider." Bailuahu scolded, and a long black sword slipped out from his sleeve. "Answer me, where is the equipment warehouse where the mechanical flying wings are stored?" The tip of the knife pierced the tile floor, making a crisp sound. The sound was obviously faint, but it scared everyone. "You won't tell me? That's fine." At this moment, a ding sound was heard from the first floor of the corridor, and the elevator door slowly opened, revealing 8 fully armed air ninjas to everyone's sight. Go to hell! When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other. Perhaps out of concern for the technicians in the main control room, they did not fire long-range shots. Instead, they replaced their weapons with serrated blades and rushed over. The three of them looked at each other quietly and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Are these guys dying? They actually want to fight them hand to hand. Which one of these three people didn't go through a lot of hard training to gain the strength they have today? Not to mention Orochimaru's senjutsu, Obito's bloody ninjutsu, or ninzai technique. Under Shenya's systematic teaching, the cultivation of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu is the basics of the basics, which is not something that these half-baked air ninjas who rely on scientific ninja tools can compare to. Bailia raised the corner of his mouth in a frivolous arc and stepped towards the enemy. He raised his hands, slowly stretched out the two black swords, and stabbed the blades into the wall, leaving two long knife marks amidst a harsh sound. He leaned forward, easily dodging the crisscrossing serrated knives, then lightly turned his body, and the two knives moved, transforming into a cold black light that whirled past, and the moment it passed through the air ninja, bright red blood splattered all over the wall. In just a moment, the air ninja that rushed over was hacked to death by him. Hirako raised his foot and kicked the last air ninja away, and he rolled to the door of the main control room. He strolled over with a sneer, clasped his hands together, and melted two slender black knives into a heavy broadsword. The blade flipped, and the last guard was hit so hard that his brain burst and he died tragically in front of the technicians. A few spots of blood even splashed on the woman who was closest to him, scaring her so much that she screamed and sobbed. Bailu raised his head, and the eyes behind the Uzumaki mask were extremely cold. He did this for only one purpose, and that was to establish his authority. To prevent some people from going crazy and doing stupid things like controlling the fortress to fall to the ground or activating a self-destruct device, resulting in mutual destruction. "Raise your head!" Nian suddenly shouted. A man wearing glasses shuddered and looked up subconsciously. Through the holes in the vortex mask, a pair of bright scarlet eyes came into view. Magical puppet technique. Nian decisively used the illusion. With his current pupil power attainment, even the four-tailed fox could be immobilized, not to mention this ordinary person who was powerless. "Take us to the equipment room." Under the surprised gazes of the crowd, the man stood up and walked out with a dull expression. Bailiahu and Nian immediately turned around and followed him closely. "Are you the pilots of the flying fortress?" Orochimaru asked. Hearing the gloomy and hoarse voice, a girl was so frightened that she trembled. "Say, yes, yes, sir, please don't kill us." The man who first tried to get up raised his hands high, begging for mercy. "Let me ask you, what is the power source of this flying fortress?" Orochimaru asked calmly. "This." Everyone looked at each other, lowered their heads and dared not speak. Only the man showed a sign of struggle. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said solemnly, "If I tell you, can you show mercy and let us live?" "Of course." Orochimaru spread his hands. The man took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "The flying energy of Angkor Fortress comes from the villagers of the entire Sky Ninja village. No matter whether they are men or women, young or old, whether they are ninjas or not, as long as they have chakra in their bodies, they are the energy batteries of this fortress. We have a sophisticated and large chakra extraction device. Once it is connected, we can continuously obtain chakra from the villagers and provide sufficient power for this fortress." Orochimaru opened his eyes slightly, his expression slightly surprised under the mask. With a character like him, he also felt that this method was insane. "Your leader is a madman." "No, all the villagers who contributed chakra did so voluntarily," the man said firmly. "For the sake of development and to become richer faster, we have no choice but to adopt this method. Besides, new energy sources are already being developed. It won't be long before the fortress can complete autonomous flight and soar in the sky forever." "Humph, I see." Orochimaru snorted and walked away. He didn't care about Fortress's flying technology, or what the new energy the man was talking about. Rather than directly forcing out a method, he preferred to ponder and study the details bit by bit and incorporate his own thoughts and ideas. It would be easy to strictly follow the ready-made plans, but that would only restrict one's own thinking. As a ninja with an innovative spirit, he would never allow himself to fall into the trap of conservative thinking. Under the guidance of the puppet, the three of them quickly found the location of the equipment warehouse. The moment they blew open the door, rows of neatly arranged mechanical wheels came into view, glowing with a golden light under the lights. Without hesitation, the three of them took out the scrolls and began to search. Suddenly, Orochimaru and Nin looked up at the same time, turned slowly, and looked towards the broken door. Baileahu also stopped because he heard a messy sound of footsteps. The elevator door opened again, and people gathered outside the door. Another team of air ninjas rushed into the equipment warehouse and surrounded everyone. A burly man stood out from the crowd. He was not wearing the ordinary Sky Ninja uniform, but a loose robe. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, black hair, and yellow eyes. He was the leader of the Sky Ninja village, Shenyu. Chapter 196 Shenyu. Along with the sound of messy footsteps, more than 20 air ninjas followed one after another and surrounded the equipment warehouse. They did not immediately launch a siege. Instead, they all stared at the burly man at the front of the team. As long as he gave the order, they would immediately sacrifice their lives. Shenyu, the leader of the Sky Ninja village, took a deep breath and looked serious. "Who are you?" He knew very well that these three people had come with ill intentions. They had captured the main control room within a short moment of landing, causing countless casualties along the way. Now that they had found the equipment depot, their purpose was naturally self-evident. Unexpectedly, the three men seemed to have not heard his words at all. They just glanced at each other indifferently and turned around to continue searching for flying ninja tools. Shenyu was slightly stunned, and became even more annoyed in his heart. "What is your purpose in attacking my Sky Ninja village late at night?" Still no one responded to him. Because he used too much force, Baileahu even accidentally pulled down a row of storage shelves, and the mechanical wheels fell to the ground, making a clanking sound. "Hey, are you guys making fun of me?" The three men still did not answer, and continued on their own, and soon they had collected most of the flying wings in the entire equipment warehouse. Veins bulged on Shenyu's forehead. No matter how good his temper was, he couldn't stand such an insult. "Are you here for the flying ninja tools? Ridiculous, do you really think you can get out?" There was another moment of silence. "Who the hell are you? Damn it! What's the point of hiding your head and showing your tail? If you have the guts, tell me your name. I don't remember ever offending you." Shenyu was furious. Two streams of anger rushed from his feet to his head. An unknown fire was burning in his heart. He could not hold back and said, "I will tear you to pieces." After saying that, he took the first step, stomping his feet heavily on the ground, and threw his sandbag-sized fist at him with boundless anger. Orochimaru sneered, flashed in front of him, and slapped him lightly with his palm. Boom! As their fists and palms collided, there was an instantaneous loud bang in the equipment room, and a wave of air surged out. A hint of surprise suddenly emerged in Orochimaru's heart. He was now in the Sage mode. With the blessing of Sage Chakra, every strike of his could split mountains and shatter rocks. But this little-known leader of the Sky Ninja village could actually take his attack without changing his expression. Considering his muscular body, this guy must be a ninja who specializes in physical skills. He must have trained his muscles and bones and built up his strength on a daily basis. But, that's all. Suddenly, Shenyu's nose collapsed for no reason, his whole face twisted, blood gushed out, as if an invisible fist had hit him hard in the face. A sour and sharp pain swept through his body, his brain went blank, and he was knocked far away with a strong sense of dizziness. What kind of punch is this? Why, can't I see it? Shenyu shook his head, his face was hideous and tears and blood were streaming. The force was so great that he tried hard to open his bloodshot eyes, trying to see clearly what had hit him, but he didn't notice anything unusual. Orochimaru still stood there calmly, and no third hand appeared out of nowhere. Sage technique, snake attack, this is a physical technique in Sage mode, which uses one's own Sage chakra to attract the flowing natural energy around the body to assist in the attack, and relies on a wide range of perception to increase the hit rate and destructive power. Because it is natural energy, the attack is invisible, has a wide range, and is extremely difficult to defend. It is similar to the Frog Q Might of Mai Bokuzen, both of which are based on the application of natural energy. Damn it, kill them all! Shenyu roared. All the air ninjas moved at the same time, accompanied by a burst of dense mechanical friction sounds, and various chainsaw blades slid out of the receivers, exuding cold light. What a trouble! Please help me protect the Dharma. Nian stopped searching. A trace of impatience flashed across his face under the mask, and he sat down cross-legged. Hiraho immediately stood in front of Nin, activated the steel release chakra to harden his body, and turned himself into a true human shield. Nian crossed his hands, and the moment the seal was formed, a light and transparent spirit leaped up from the top of his head, like an invisible lightning, and instantly disappeared into the brow of an air ninja. The moment he broke into the other party's spiritual space, he searched for the target's soul origin. Compared with his deep and huge spiritual body, the other party's soul was so weak and pitiful. Without hesitation, he transformed his mental power into a sword and killed the opponent with one blow. Then he rushed out of the opponent's body and headed straight for the next target. This process seems slow, but it actually happens in an instant. The spirits shuttled like arrows, one after another immersing in the brows of Kong Ren, circling around the huge equipment room 3 times. In just a few breaths, they wiped out all the enemies at the soul level and returned to their bodies. During the process, those air ninjas who had rushed over fell backwards one after another like wheat being cut, like deflated balls, lying on the ground in all directions, their eyes lifeless. Nian's body trembled slightly, then he opened his eyes and stood up from the ground. At the same time, all the air ninjas rushed to the bottom, and died before they could rush to the 3 people. Except, the terrified-looking Sky Ninja leader. What kind of method is this? From his perspective, everything that happened was so horrifying. First, he was knocked away by an invisible attack. Before he could recover, all his men died silently one after another. It was really weird. It's my turn. Baileahu twisted his neck, moved his feet, and his body turned into a sharp arrow, heading straight for Shenyu. Shenyu was horrified. He no longer had the confidence he had just now, and the anger in his heart was extinguished by the gloomy and terrifying scene just now. He subconsciously wanted to run, but how could Baileahu give him such a chance? He extended a pitch-black sharp blade from his palm and slashed at the target's vital points. Shenyu shuddered violently, the skin on the back of his neck felt cold, and even a slight tingling sensation. In this critical moment, he decided to fight to the death. He paused, twisted his body suddenly like an elephant stepping on the ground, and suddenly grabbed Baileahu's right hand, stopping the blade in front of his throat. At the same time, he twisted his arm as big as a millstone and slammed back hard. Iron! The pitch-black color quickly spread throughout his body, and with a dull bang sound, Baileahu was unexpectedly knocked straight out by the huge force, and smashed into the wall with a bang. Shenyu took several steps back, half leaning against the wall weakly. Although the previous blow was very powerful, the bones of his entire arm below the shoulder blade were shattered. Whoosh whoosh! 3 pitch-black blades came through the air and pierced Shenyu's shoulder, thigh, and lower abdomen, fixing him in place. The next second, Baileahu flew out from the big hole in the wall, tearing the air with his tempered long sword, and with just one sword, he cut Shenyu, who had lost the ability to resist, in half, and blood flowed all over the ground. Why did you do this? In the last moments of his life, Shenyu lay on the ground with a look of unwillingness on his face. You are such a chatterbox. Baileahu shook off the blood on the black knife. Why did we rob you? Don't you know what's going on? What? Sometimes, you should look for your own reasons. Who have you offended over the years? Have you stayed in your own country honestly? You. Could it be, that you are? Sheneng's voice became weaker and weaker until he lost his voice completely. Chapter 197 I will remember this grudge. Angkor Fortress, outdoor equipment on the top floor of the main building. After defeating the leader of the Sky Ninja village, Bai Luohu gently wiped the blood off the blade of the sword with a cold look in his eyes. His voice was lukewarm. Originally, we were just trying to steal some things. If we stayed still, no one would get hurt. But you kept complaining and wanted to die, so I had no choice but to oblige you. He snorted coldly, turned his head to look at the elevator at the end of the corridor, swung his arm violently, and the black knife flew out of his hand. Call! The black knife spun, dragging a dragon-like afterimage, and broke straight into the elevator door, accurately cutting off the lift lock. With a loud bang, the elevator lost traction and fell to the ground, and the entire main building shook. Now, no fools will come and die. Bai Luohu clapped his hands and turned around with satisfaction, only to find that his two companions were staring at him with such strange looks, as if they were looking at a fool. What are you doing? Orochimaru couldn't help but asked first. Destroy the lifting device, so that no one will rush in to disturb us. It's really annoying to see them come in batches after batches. Bai Luohu said as a matter of course. Nian's head was filled with black lines, and he sighed, have you ever thought that these air ninjas can actually fly? Ah! Bai Luohu clapped his hands on his head, looking shocked. Also, Orochimaru's voice was neither sad nor happy, this is the top floor. You destroyed the elevator. How are we supposed to get down? Bai Luohu blinked and immediately picked up a mechanical wheel wing from the ground, don't we have this thing? Yeah, you're really smart. I almost want to praise you. Orochimaru said coldly, so, tell me, how do you use this damn flying ninja tool? I do not know. Ah! Nian sighed again, his Sharingan lit up slightly, and the technician with glasses shook his body and stood up like a zombie. Use the simplest method to tell us how to use this flying ninja tool. After a while. Ah! With a loud bang, a big hole appeared in the wall of the top building, and then three figures flew out crookedly. They were all equipped with mechanical flying wings, with thick white air waves dragging behind their tails. Although they were rushing all the way, it was roughly apparent that their goal was to fly away from the Angkor fortress. Under the moonlight, they looked like three drunken bees, staggering from side to side. Bai Luohu! I really owe you in my last life. Orochimaru, if you have the energy to scold me, you might as well control your flying wings and catch up with me first. Ha 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 ha. This flying ninja tool is not as easy to control as it looks. If it is only this good, it will be a living target when facing the third Kazekage, right? Don't worry. I have already calculated the time of this year's Golden Ring solar eclipse. We still have 3 months left, which is enough time to practice using these mechanical flying wings like an arm. Look ahead, Bai Luohu, you're about to crash. Outside the equipment room, there was deathly silence. Suddenly, Sheneng's upper body moved his fingers, and after a few seconds, his entire upper body began to tremble slightly. Then, as the vibration became stronger and stronger, the heart began to beat powerfully, and the body that had been completely cold began to gradually warm up. At the same time, bloody granulation tissue emerged from the wounds on both halves of the body, bearing its fangs and claws, and gushing out. The scene was quite strange. The flesh buds at both ends of the body seemed to have consciousness and kept sticking out of the body, like countless tiny tentacles, trying to intertwine and connect, and finally slowly merge to reconnect the upper and lower bodies. The flesh and blood healed, the bones connected, the cells rapidly divided, and heat began to emit from Sheneng's wounds. About 3 to 5 minutes later, a brand new Sheneng stood up. He was breathing heavily, his face was pale, and there was a long bloody scar across his waist and abdomen, deep enough to see the bone. He held onto the wall and staggered step by step until he reached the end of the corridor, where a large hole had been blasted in the wall. The fresh and cold air poured in, slightly perking him up. He raised his head and looked into the distant night sky, a deep fear flashed in his eyes. 3 increasingly smaller black shadows gradually disappeared from his sight. Could it be that they are from Konoha? He slowly clenched his fists, and the hideous wound on his waist and abdomen was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damned Konoha village, I will remember this vengeance. I, Shenyu, will never let you go. At noon, in Uzushiagakure village, at a training ground on the shore. Bang! 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 The young man stood firmly in a horse stance, wearing a shirtless training suit, and punched the wooden stake again and again, sweating profusely. He had a delicate face, with long dark red hair slightly disheveled, and the hair at his temples a little messy, sticking to his fair face with sweat. At the moment, his expression was focused, and even though the peaks of his fists were already stained with blood, he was completely unaware. The breeze blew gently, rustling the palm leaves. The young man was still concentrating on his training, and even failed to notice the appearance of a black figure in the venue. Exercising muscles and practicing physical skills, this kind of boring pounding can indeed make people stronger little by little, but it is not suitable for you. Suddenly a clear voice came from behind him. The boy was startled and turned back in a hurry. He was a handsome man with a tall figure, loose black hair, and unparalleled handsomeness. His clear eyes were like a clear pond. At this moment, he had his hands behind his back, just looking at her quietly with a smile in his eyes. Since you have the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, then don't waste such a good talent. Studying the sealing technique is the right way. The man said softly, Nagato. My benefactor. It's you, Senior Shenyu. Nagato's eyes suddenly widened, somewhat incredulous. Shenyu smiled calmly and asked pointedly, Nagato, how old are you this year? My benefactor, I am 7 years old this year. He pursed his lips, as if he felt that his answer was too stiff, and added, it has been 5 years since I returned to the Uzumaki clan. 7 years old. Shenyu's eyes wandered, and the clear blue sky was reflected in his warm pupils. Come to think of it, when I was your age, I could already fight with Ying. This is what you should do, benefactor. Nagato nodded as a matter of course, not feeling surprised at all. Ever since he witnessed Kamiya's completed form of Susanoo with his own eyes, Nagato has had a clear understanding of the ceiling of the combat power in the ninja world. That majestic figure, like a war god descending to the earth, directly shocked his young heart. The rainy night 5 years ago is still vivid in his mind. Shenyu looked at him, his inky black eyes flickering with light. I am just benefiting from my own bloodline. This is a shortcut to becoming stronger quickly. Fortunately, you also have this shortcut. Shortcut? Nagato repeated dully. Tell me, Nagato, Kanyu smiled slightly, his black hair dancing in the wind, why do you want to become stronger? Chapter 198 Nagato is also a straightforward person. The reason for becoming stronger. Nagato responded without hesitation, I also want to be like you, my senior, and be able to show enough strength to protect everything I have when I need it most. Oh! Shenyu raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling quite surprised. I was still young that year and didn't know how difficult life was. If it weren't for Senior's rescue and bringing me and my parents back to the land of whirlpools, I'm sure. Nagato lowered his head silently, we would have been swept up in the war in the land of rain, and our family would have been destroyed. From that day on, I understood that only if we have enough strength can we respond when disaster strikes. He raised his head, his eyes burning, so, in order to avoid tragedy, I must become very strong. Strong enough to protect everything I want to protect, strong enough to ensure that there will be no more wars in this world, strong enough to protect all the beauty in this world. Looking at the thin, red-haired boy in front of him, Shenyu was suddenly stunned for a moment, with subtle emotional ups and downs in his heart, a feeling that was hard to describe. I have changed so many things. In the original time and space, Nagato was affected by the war and became an orphan who wandered around the world. After losing his parents, close friends, and his hope for a beautiful peace one after another, his last bit of beautiful fantasy about the ninja world was shattered. From then on, he became the leader of Akatsuki with extreme thoughts, trying to make the world feel pain. Because, there is no true empathy in the world. Only by letting these violent guys personally experience the pain of losing everything, will they understand Nagato's thoughts and yearn for peace. Even so, he did not give up his dream and continued to work hard for true and pure peace in the world. However, the way to achieve peace was no longer the same as before. His goal is to collect the nine-tailed beasts, inject them into the outer path demon statue, and thus forge an ultimate weapon that can destroy a country at any time, so as to deter other countries and achieve long-term peace. It has to be said that his approach, to some extent, coincides with that of Hashirama Senju, except that the former was intentional intimidation, while the latter was intimidation without realizing it. But now, Nagato is a guy with a pure heart, just like an angel. Shenyu asked softly, "Is this the reason why you practice here day after day?" "That's right." Nagato nodded. Shenyu glanced at the blood-stained wooden stake and shook his head, saying, "If you really want to become stronger, you can't just practice as hard as you do. Instead of practicing physical skills here, you might as well go back and study the sealing technique and don't waste your talent. In fact, I have already understood some of the sealing techniques of my clan." Nagato stretched out his hand, a golden light flashed on his palm, and several light golden chains gushed out, swaying in the air. Shenyu's eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up without hesitation. "Not bad, you have the style of me back then. As long as you follow the right master, your future achievements will not be bad." Nagato's eyes suddenly dimmed. "At first, I asked Senior Orochimaru to accept me as his apprentice, but was rejected. Senior said that he had not yet completed his apprenticeship, and if he taught me, he would be afraid of misleading his disciples. This kid," Shenyu put his hands behind his back and shook his head, "maybe he doesn't think he has made any remarkable achievements. If you really want to become his disciple, you can try later." "Well, then I'll listen to you, benefactor. If you succeed in becoming my disciple, you will have to call me Grandmaster." After thinking for a moment, Shenyu touched his chin and said, "Nagato, I came here today because I need your help with something." "Ah!" Nagato was startled, his pupils trembling slightly. "What on earth is going on? Would my benefactor actually ask me for help?" "Don't worry, you don't have to do this favor. Once you accept, it means you will have to say goodbye to your peaceful and comfortable life. You will leave your parents and be involved in disputes against your will." "Is that so?" Nagato muttered. "Now that I've talked about the disadvantages, let's talk about the advantages." Shenyu changed the subject, "That is, you will immediately gain a power far beyond your imagination, and this power will grow with you little by little. From now on, you are no longer that weak and fragile child, but an existence that everyone has to pay attention to, and you will be among the truly strong ones." Nagato didn't hesitate for long, and immediately took a few steps forward, looking solemn. "My benefactor, I do. Don't you want to think about it again?" Shenyu paused. "I said, you don't have to be the only one to be chosen. My benefactor, I want to improve." Nagato bowed deeply and said sincerely, "To accomplish great things, one must pay a certain price. Moreover, you have saved my family. It is my honor to be able to help you. As long as you say a word, I will climb mountains of swords and walk through seas of fire. What fear do I have to go through fire and water?" Shenyu was delighted and laughed heartily. "Okay, I never thought you were such a straightforward guy." He raised his hand and the clear sound of the sword sounded like a dragon's roar. With a flash of green light at his waist, the Heart of Frost was automatically unsheathed, circling for a few weeks like a dragon, and hovered steadily in front of the two of them. Go up! Shenyu said lightly. Nagato hesitated a little, looking at the slender blade, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Didn't we just say we were going to climb the knife mountain? Now, stand on it. Shenyu smiled gently, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Nagato gritted his teeth, raised his foot and stepped lightly on the blade, testing its weight before stepping on it with his other foot. The divine sword was as steady as a rock. He calmed his breath and urged chakra to flow to the soles of his feet, trying to maintain his balance. Shenyu bent his knees and jumped up, his black windbreaker flying through the air like a leaf in the wind, and he stood lightly behind Nagato. Take you for a ride. He placed one hand on Nagato's shoulder, and the divine sword rose up with the wind, carrying the two of them into the sky. The whistling wind passed by his ears, and the mountains and rivers all came into his eyes. In just a moment, Nagato's fear disappeared, and he was completely immersed in the novel experience of Feng Su flying the sword. The divine sword emitted a bright green light, forming a streamlined chakra barrier that not only blocked the strong wind, but also allowed the sword to be controlled more smoothly. Magnetic escape sword control speed. Shenyu shouted softly, and the divine sword suddenly accelerated, turning into a dazzling green rainbow and disappearing into the clouds in an instant. The speed of flying the sword was extremely fast. This was the second time that Nagato experienced the feeling of flying. Compared to the comfort and ease of riding the Susanoo, he now felt as if he was stepping on a bolt of lightning. It was thrilling, with adrenaline secreted like crazy, and he felt like he was about to die of pleasure. A green light suddenly appeared, as fast as thunder. Thousands of miles away, yet seems so close. In just a moment, the two arrived at their destination. Nagato jumped off the sacred sword in a daze, looking at the strange island and the humid air around him, still not understanding where he was. This is the land of thunder, Yunli Gorge. The divine feather fell behind him, and the divine sword circled around, turned into green light and automatically returned to its sheath. The land of thunder. Nagato was confused, but he was secretly excited. From childhood to adulthood, he has never been to such a far place. In fact, he had a dream of traveling around the world since he was a child, and walking to every corner of the ninja world on his own 2 feet, but due to his limited ability, he has not been able to realize it. All this is because of my benefactor. He looked at Shenyu's tall and handsome back, his mouth open blankly, with stars shining in his eyes. Chapter 199, Golden Corner. The Land of Thunder, Yunli Gorge. The mountains are towering, with green peaks and ridges, and the lingering clouds and mists between the mountains, proving the high altitude of this place. The air was fresh and damp, and even the breeze was slightly chilly. Nagato couldn't help but shiver. He looked around curiously, and his eyes passed over Shenyu's handsome back, only to find that there were 2 people hidden in the clouds ahead. Master, you are here. A deep and rough voice came from the front. Yeah. Shenyu responded lightly. These were 2 rather burly men, wearing armor and with 2 pairs of pitch-black horns on their heads. Their faces were 80% similar, and their long hair, one gold and the other silver, sparkled like 2 flashes of light in the clouds. After seeing Shenyu, they immediately walked out of the clouds and mist, bowed and saluted with a very respectful attitude. Nagato's eyes widened in curiosity, shocked by the brothers' horns. He did not think that the hair color of these 2 people was particularly eye-catching. After all, when it came to eye-catching hair color, few people in the entire ninja world could compare to their clan. I wonder why the master called us together today. Jinjiao raised his head and asked with some confusion. Shenyu did not answer their questions. He just looked up at the sun in the sky and said meaningfully, calculating the time, it should be time. What time? Jinjiao was a little stunned. Just as he was about to ask again, a strong feeling of dizziness instantly engulfed him. The things in front of him produced countless afterimages, and he had to close his eyes. Even standing up was a bit difficult, so he could only kneel on the ground, staggering, and gasping wildly. It was not until the buzzing sound in his ears gradually faded away that he heard Silverhorn's howls. Yanjiao! He immediately turned his head to look at his brother, only to see that Yanjiao had a ferocious look on his face, rolling on the ground with his head in his hands, his chest heaving, and he was breathing heavily like him. What on earth is going on here? Both brothers were stunned, but the confusion in their eyes was quickly dissipating, as if they were seeing a clear sky after pushing away layers of clouds and fog. Nagato was frightened by this sudden scene and his face turned pale, and he took 2 steps back unconsciously. He subconsciously looked towards Shenyu, only to see that his benefactor was still standing there with his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed, as if everything before him was within his expectations. Inexplicably, he felt much more at ease, and the fear in his heart gradually dissipated. Shenyu watched the changes of the Jin and Yin brothers quietly, his eyes calm. He knew that at this moment, the light tens of thousands of miles away had already eliminated the influence of the 8,000 spears technique on the gold and silver brothers. This means that they will completely get rid of the mental control of the light, and their subjective consciousness, which has been dormant for decades, is rapidly awakening and returning to the body. Of course, all this was agreed upon in advance between him and Guang. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki, it's time to change its master. On the ground, the breathing of the gold and silver brothers gradually slowed down. As they regained consciousness, a red moon-like engraved shadow appeared on the back of their hands. The pattern was a kaleidoscope of light. However, this mark is slowly fading, just like using an eraser to erase a simple sketch. In just a moment, it completely disappears. Jinjiao slowly stood up and Yanjiao opened his eyes. The 2 brothers felt a sense of relief at this moment, as if some heavy shackles had been removed, and their eyes were clearer than ever before. Could it be that I am being controlled? Yanjiao stared at his hands, full of disbelief. Uchiha Shenyu, you! Jinjiao stared at Shenyu's face, veins popping out on his forehead, and flames seemed to be burning in his eyes. You deserve to die. As if in response to his anger, dark red-tailed beast chakra escaped from the body and instantly formed a tailed beast coat, with 6 long tails dancing in the wind. With a loud bang, the ground exploded. Jinjiao stepped on the ground and instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. Boom! The air waves wrapped in water splashes spread out in a circular shape. Jinjiao's punch, filled with strong anger, hit Shenyu's chest without any fancy moves. The strong wind blew, and Shenyu's black hair fluttered up and down. The moment he regained consciousness, his past memories came flooding into his mind, and he saw that the 2 brothers' lives had been controlled by each other for decades. At that moment, he did not hesitate at all. A surge of blood rushed from his heart to the top of his head, and then a biting coldness rose. Just staring at Shenyu's face, he wanted to tear it into pieces. Decades have passed, and you haven't made any progress at all. Are you still rushing towards me? Shenyu said lightly. Jinjiao was stunned, and seemed to not understand why his attack did not cause any damage. The Shenyu in his memory was just a little man who controlled them with the 8,000 spears. As he thought of this, Jinjiao's vision suddenly darkened and a white, slender hand covered his face. Shenyu took a step forward, pressed Jinjiao's head, and threw him hard to the ground. Boom! Smoke and dust rose up, ripples appeared on the ground like water, earth and rocks surged like waves, and the shock wave spread in all directions at a degree visible to the naked eye. When everything calmed down, a huge circular pit collapsed with Shenyu as the center, within a radius of 100 meters. Under the shock of the huge force, King Kaku almost lost consciousness, and the tailed beast coat that he had just erected was forced to be removed, revealing his miserable true form. Originally, I could let you remain confused until you die, but that would be unfair. Shenyu's eyes remained calm throughout, as if for him, destroying a cage-level warrior was as easy as eating and drinking. So, I decided to release my control over you at the last moment and give you a decent ending. Shenyu grabbed Jinjiao's hair and slowly lifted him up like a dead dog. This is your ending. As soon as he finished speaking, he twisted his waist slightly, leaned sideways, and gathered his strength, then threw a clean and neat-shaped punch right into Jinjiao's lower abdomen. Boom! A powerful force burst out of his body. It was pure brute force. Jinjiao's eyes bulged out and his internal organs shifted instantly. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide, and two things vomited out of his mouth and fell to the ground. Golden rope for canopy and banana leaf fan. Jinjiao's body flew backwards like a cannonball. Shenyu raised his sword finger, pointed it at Jinjiao's direction, and turned his wrist suddenly. Call out! A green light flashed at the fingertips, and a sword energy shot out straight. The moment the sword energy left the body, it burned like ink and chased after Jinjiao. Flame style, autumn dew on leaves, flame blade. The pitch-black slash tore through the earth, like a flash of lightning passing across the sky, igniting everything in its path. Jinjiao's body was split in two by this horrific slash, and was quickly swallowed by the surging black flames and burned to ashes. In mid-air, Nagato covered his mouth and watched all this in shock. As early as when brothers Gold and Silver fell dizzy, the divine sword flew over by itself and took them into the air, protecting them from the impact of the battle. But what had he just seen? A fall, a punch, a knife. The life of a cage-level warrior who possessed the chakra of a tailed beast came to an end. Chapter 200 I am no longer the person I was before. Rocks rolled down and black flames burned. Ginkaku looked at Kinkaku who was turned into ashes by Amaterasu. There was no fear in his eyes at all. Instead, there was a deep madness that wanted to destroy everything like crazy. Ah! He rushed towards Shenyu regardless of anything, clenched his right hand, swung his arm, and a beam of silver light tore through the air, as if the clear sky was suddenly broken and thunder struck, aiming directly at Shenyu's face. Shenyu stood still, as steady as a rock. The seven-star sword came towards him, but he acted as if he didn't see it at all. Even when the sword light was approaching him, he remained indifferent. Boom! Suddenly, this silver-white heavy sword mysteriously stopped in mid-air without any warning, as if there was some kind of invulnerable barrier around the divine feather, blocking all attacks. What? Jinjiao was shocked. The sword wind was surging, but Shenyu remained as still as a mountain. The sword blade was clearly only a few inches away from Shenyu's face, but no matter how hard Jinjiao tried, he could not press it down even a little bit. The seven-star sword in his arm were shaking violently. Shenyu raised his head slightly, his eyes, as calm as a well, revealed a bone-chilling coldness. You didn't run away at the first opportunity, but approached me instead. How is this possible? Jinjiao widened his eyes. The coldness invaded his whole body, making him regain some composure. You look surprised. Do you think I'm still the boy who fought with you for a long time? Shenyu spoke calmly, while raising his sword finger and slightly lifting it upwards. Jinjiao's expression suddenly changed, his two strong arms were instantly stretched straight, and an unimaginable force was pulling him into the sky. No. To be exact, he was pulling the seven-star sword in his hand. In order to break free from its control, he decisively let go, allowing the seven-star sword to rise high into the sky, but his body was unable to move due to the brief suspension in the air, and what greeted him was Shenyu's plain fist. Boom! The fist hit the chest, and the air waves surged, accompanied by a dull and creepy sound of bones cracking, and a dent instantly appeared in Jinjiao's chest. He spurted out blood uncontrollably, flew back at an even faster speed, and shot straight into the mountain wall. Shenyu put one hand behind his back and waved his sword finger. The seven-star sword turned into a beam of silver light and circled around him for a few times. Then it dived straight down and pierced into the ground. The hilt of the sword trembled slightly. "I am no longer the person I was back then," he said softly. This, magnetic escape?" Yinjiao looked surprised and doubtful. Magnetic ninjutsu can transform chakra into magnetic force that is invisible to the naked eye, so as to control ninja tools and most metals in nature. This bloodline limit is not uncommon, because there are also magnetic ninjas in the hidden cloud village. However, being able to use magnetic release to this extent, even the third Kazekage of the Sand Village himself would not be much behind. "Yinjiao, I will give you a dignified ending. You will die in battle with honor and dignity." Shenyu's voice was calm. "This is my last mercy." "What a joke, what a joke!" Ginkaku roared, his aura surged, and the strong-tailed beast chakra burned fiercely, forming a dark red energy coat on his body surface. His 9 long tails swayed in the wind, and his white exoskeleton condensed inch by inch, quickly turning him into a brutal monster. Unlike Ginkaku who borrowed the 9 tails chakra, Ginkaku is the real 9 tails Jinchuriki. After entering the tailed beast state, Ginkaku had a qualitative leap in speed. He appeared above Kamaya's head almost in the blink of an eye, and slapped him down with his claws wrapped in endless fury. Shenyu raised his hand to block, and the huge force was directed into the earth along his body, and the ground suddenly shattered. Boom! The strong wind messed up his long hair, and through the messy hair, a pair of ink-black eyes were visible, as calm as autumn water. 8 gates of ninjutsu, second gate of rest, open. He grabbed Yinjiao's wrist with his backhand and pulled it down, while at the same time he delivered a fierce knee strike to the opponent's chest. The huge force burst out and the bones protruding from the body were instantly shattered. Silverhorn let out a wail, then turned into a red shadow that rushed straight into the sky. As Shenyu took a step, the ground exploded and countless afterimages condensed above Yinjiao's head, converging into the black figure of Shenyu. His high whip kick was like a thunder axe splitting a mountain, smashing down fiercely. There was a dull sound like thunder, and Yinjiao's body was smashed in half. It shot into the mountains like a cannonball, smashing countless rocks before it managed to stop its momentum. The divine feather landed leisurely on the ground. As he raised his eyes, his ink-black pupils glowed red. The Mangekyō Sharingan opened instantly, and the magic pattern on his right eye rotated quietly. At this moment, Yinjiao's embarrassed figure suddenly appeared in front of Shenyu and was picked up by him. "Why don't you give it a try?" He raised his legs, bent his knees, twisted his waist and turned around, and with a clean and crisp side kick, he once again shot the Silverhorn into the distant mountains. This time, Shenyu took the initiative to interrupt the continuous attack, put his hands behind his back, as if waiting for something. In mid-air, Nagato's eyes narrowed tightly. He sensed an extremely violent chakra, as if an ancient giant beast was slowly awakening. This deep and violent aura seemed to destroy everything. Nagato's legs trembled and he almost fell off the sacred sword. Roar! A thick beam of light shot up into the sky, and violent winds swirled around. Along with a deep and powerful roar, a gigantic orange-yellow fox suddenly appeared, with 9 long tails spreading out, shattering the mountains, and the sense of oppression was overwhelming. Completely transformed into a tailed beast. The moment the 9-tailed fox appeared, it opened its mouth without any hesitation, and its 9 long tails kneaded towards him like dough. The red and blue chakra gathered quickly and actually condensed into the tailed beast ball. At this moment, whether it was Ginkaku's consciousness or Kyubai's consciousness, their actions and thoughts reached an unprecedented consensus, that is, to attack the powerful enemy in front of them. Uchiha Kamaya. Shenyu chuckled and opened his hands, black energy circulated around him, and in the surging black fog, Susanoo quickly took shape, covered with armor, and his body rose taller inch by inch. Crotengu Susanoo was about to take shape. The 9-tailed fox's vertical pupils suddenly shrank, as if it could not withstand the pressure of the divine feather. It immediately swallowed the tailed beast ball that had not yet taken shape in its mouth, and then violently spat it out, shooting straight out like a cannonball. Susanoo immediately took a defensive posture, with its forearms blocking in front of its body, turning its body into a huge shield, and with its brute force it withstood the impact of the tailed beast ball. Buzz! The purple-black-tailed beast ball began to glow red. Susanoo gathered its strength slightly, then stretched out its arms and launched the tailed beast ball directly into the sky, where it disappeared into the clouds. A few seconds later, explosions rolled in, like roaring thunder, scattering the clouds in the sky. Even though they were far away, Nagato was still blown around by the strong wind. Shenyu tilted his head and walked towards Jiwei. Although the footsteps were light, they sounded like thunder when they reached Jiwei's ears. As he moved, Susanoo's body began to shrink strangely, and all the black air in the sky was gathered into its body. Finally, it turned into the size of a human, standing behind Shenyu, with a solid texture like obsidian all over its body. The next moment, the divine feather and the pitch-black Susanoo disappeared at the same time, turning into two beams of light, one blue and one black, that flashed out. Chapter 201, New Nine Tails Jinkraki. The mountain collapsed and dust filled the sky. Two streams of light, one blue and one black, crossed and killed each other. The air exploded and the piercing sound of sonic boom echoed in the ears. The nine-tailed fox's vertical pupils suddenly shrank. Not to mention the divine feathers that opened the 8 gates of ninjutsu, just the ink-black miniature Susanoo posed a great threat to it. Although the thing was small in size, the chakra fluctuations on its body were frighteningly strong. The energy in its body was highly concentrated and completely condensed into a solid state, comparable to a divine weapon. It let out a low roar, then raised its claws and slapped hard. Boom! The air waves rolled out, and the earth and rocks splashed like waterfalls. The attack looked quite powerful, but unfortunately, it did not hit any target. When the nine-tailed fox looked carefully, it saw Shenyu standing on its claws. This familiar scene awakened its memories that had been dormant for many years. My name is Uchiha Kamaya. Shenyu smiled slightly, and his smile was clear and pure, but in the eyes of the nine-tailed fox, it was more evil than the devil. He moved his feet, like a flash of blue lightning, moving up along its front paw. Before Kyuubi could even react, he was hit hard on the chin. The afterimages gathered into Shenyu's body, and he kicked Kyuubi's chin with great force. Boom! The force of this kick was incredibly strong. The nine-tailed fox groaned and its head carried its body flying backwards. However, before it could hit the mountains behind it, a black cloud rolled up above its head, and Susanoo appeared like a ghost, and punched its head with a bang, causing it to become dented and almost shrink into its neck. Compared with Kamaya and his miniature Susanoo, the nine-tailed fox was quite bulky, and its huge size did not bring it any advantage at all, because it was completely defeated in both speed and strength. Buzz! The black air gathered, and a spear as solid as black iron appeared in Shenyu's hand, sweeping across with 1,000 pounds of force. Jiwei jumped up quickly and narrowly avoided the attack, but Shenyu raised his arm and gathered his strength, then threw the spear in his hand. A black light pierced the air, and a milky white sound cone broke through the air and killed him. It quickly turned its head and dodged again. Black air floated around its ears, and Susanoo appeared silently and reached out to grab the handle of the gun. It turned around and chopped down, sweeping its spear like a stick, hitting Kyuubi's forehead hard, and with just one shot it embedded him into the ground again. Boom! The ground shook violently, and the nine-tailed fox was beaten dizzy. He subconsciously hugged his head, but he didn't notice that Shenyu had instantly appeared behind him. Shenyu stretched out his hands, picked up one of the nine-tailed fox's long tails, stood in a tight horse stance, and spun around suddenly. A violent force suddenly burst out, and actually threw the nine-tailed fox's mountain-like body far away. Nagato rubbed his eyes. He could no longer see the specific situation of the battle. Even using the Kagura Heart's Eye was of no avail, because the Nine Tails chakra was everywhere, interfering with his perception. The only sense left that works is hearing. Amid the continuous roar, there were occasional muffled groans of pain from the nine-tailed fox. Suddenly, a huge black shadow rushed out of the smoke and dust, smashed several mountains in succession, rolled down in a panic, and slid right to Nagato's feet. The entire canyon was shaking. It was Kyuubi. It shook its head, and suddenly turned its head, noticing Nagato in mid-air. Looking at the divine feathers walking out from the smoke and dust, the nine-tailed fox immediately stood up, and a fierce look flashed across its contracted vertical pupils. It actually stretched out its claws and slapped Nagato hard. Nagato trembled all over. Although there was fear in his eyes, he did not give up resistance. On the contrary, countless golden chains emerged from his body at this moment, and he was ready for a desperate fight. Uchiha Fire Formation. In an instant, a circle of bright fire patterns lit up on the ground beneath Nagato's feet, red flames rose, and streams of fire rushed into the sky. A circle of red flame barrier erupted like a volcanic eruption, and the terrifying high temperature distorted the air. The nine-tailed fox's claws slammed hard on the barrier, causing ripples. But the fire formation did not collapse. Instead, the nine-tailed fox was burned and screamed. With a series of hissing sounds, its claws were charred black. "Do you think I'll let you hurt him, you beast?" A black shadow fell from the sky, and Susanoo, holding a divine spear, pierced through the back of the nine tails with one strike. Blood gushed out of the wound like magma. The Crow Tengu's helmet slowly opened, and black air floated like a cloak, inside which was the face of Shenyu. He actually turned Susanoo into armor and armed himself. Even though this is only the 4th level Susanoo, not its complete form, the power it displays is enough to defeat the nine tails in an instant. Shenyu twisted the gun slightly, and the Dojian Huang Ba2 emitted a dazzling golden light, growing wildly against the wind, and instantly restored its original size. The gravity array was activated, nailing the nine-tailed fox to the ground. "Damn it!" Nine-tailed fox raised its eyes with difficulty, and Shenyu slowly walked in front of it. Every step was as heavy as a mountain, causing the canyon to shake wildly. "It's almost time." He spoke softly, black air rising from his body, and the Susanoo on his body was removed bit by bit like taking off armor, and merged into his back like a stand-in. Shenyu formed seals with his hands, and the ink-colored spells in his palms intertwined and connected, forming a Zo spell, which was pressed towards the head of the nine-tailed fox from a distance. Kuoan enters the temple and lowers his hands. With a pop sound, the nine tails slowly closed its eyes, and a red tide slowly surged. All the tailed beast's chakra was suppressed back into Ginkaku's body, and the divine spear also shrank synchronously with the nine tails' sudden shrinkage. Shenyu raised his hand to disperse the divine weapon, because Yinjiao had fainted and completely lost the ability to resist. Shhhhhhh. Shenyu snapped his fingers, and the silk threads in the air connected and wrapped around Yinjiao's wrist, slowly lifting his body up, exposing the seal on his abdomen to Shenyu. Ice blue chakra fire emerged from 5 fingers. Shenyu raised his hand and inserted it into Yinjiao's abdomen. With the other hand, he began to form seals, and an obscure aura slowly flowed. Nagato was stunned, because the sealing technique displayed by Shenyu at this moment was a technique that even he could not understand. Iron Armor Seal, unlock. Ginkaku opened his mouth unconsciously, his whole body was stretched by the surging red light, his hair stood on end, until all of the nine tails' huge chakra left his body, he finally lowered his head weakly. The red light condensed again, and the nine-tailed fox that had just disappeared reappeared. But this time, before it could roar, Shenyu turned around and glared at him, his eyes flashing red. Along with the sound of a pumping heartbeat, the pair of scarlet and violent vertical pupils instantly changed into the shape of a 3 Mangekyō Sharingan, and the nine tails fell into a daze. The closing ceremony is for Silverhorn, as for you, just stay there quietly. The heart of frost slowly descended, and Nagato also stood in front of Shenyu. Looking at the benefactor's meaningful eyes, Nagato suddenly understood something and raised his head, neither humble nor arrogant. Nagato, are you ready to become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Okay. Chapter 202, Night Attack on Sand Village. Late at night, in the Sand Village. An urgent meeting is being held in the conference room of the Kazekage bunker, and all the Joken of the Tsunagakura are present. Lord Kazekage, I apply to lead the army personally to support the Konoha battlefield. A bald man stood up, his face flushed and emotional. In response to his request, the third Kazekage who was sitting on the main seat just frowned and remained silent, not even glancing over at him. It was obvious that he was thinking about other, more important things. Seeing this, a high-ranking official whispered, Ebizo, you are a little too excited. Lord Kazekage will never give up any of his companions. He must have other considerations. Someone observed the situation for a long time and agreed, yes, the current situation on the main battlefield is not optimistic. Ebizo, we understand your feelings. Ebizo immediately turned his head and yelled, understand your mother. Hey? Why, are you scolding me for no reason? All right. Ebizo laughed in anger, where the fuck are your eyes? How can I be all right? He grabbed a senior executive by the collar and yelled. Fuck you. It's not your descendants who died. What's your understanding? Fuck your understanding. My sister is still fighting on the front lines. If something really happens to Wu Lang, how am I going to explain it to him? Just today, an urgent secret report came from the Konoha battlefield. The troops led by Hitaki Sakumo actually regrouped and fought their way back to the battlefield again, apparently having received sufficient supplies. Due to the suddenness of the incident and the fact that Konoha was fully prepared, the Sand Ninja force was caught off guard and suffered heavy casualties. The base camp they had just stationed was completely destroyed, and the entire force was defeated. In order to cover the retreat of their companions, Akashi Goro and his wife stayed behind alone to engage in a fierce battle with Konoha White Fang, but the power of White Fang had already exceeded the expectations of the Sand Ninjas. He defeated the couple by himself. At the critical moment, Goro stood in front of his wife without hesitation. The mechanical prosthesis he had just replaced and his chest were torn apart by White Fang's knife, and his life was in danger. Madame Goro's eyes were bloodshot, and she risked being seriously injured to have all the puppets explode. She luckily escaped from White Fang's hands, but she had lost her position and had nowhere to go. The border had already been cut off by Kato Danlo's assault troops, who had set up a tight net. Wu Lang and his wife are in critical condition. Perhaps only death awaits them. Lord Kazekage. Just let me go and save them. Ebizo said with moist eyes and a trembling voice. The third Kazekage pinched his brows, calmed down his irritable mood, and then spoke in a low voice. There are no more elite troops in the village for you to call upon. We have placed all our hopes on the main battlefield. Konoha can only. Then I'll go by myself. Ebizo said excitedly. The third Kazekage was silent for a moment, then leaned forward. What did you say? Did I hear you wrongly? Ebizo seemed to be choked, but when he thought of the seriously injured Goro, he straightened his chest and said, I'll go by myself. Now, everyone started looking at each other. All the senior executives present knew that when it came to political schemes and intelligence gathering, Ebizo might be considered a figure, but when it came to combat capability, he was just an ordinary jonin. Breaking into the enemy camp alone, with White Fang's terrifying strength of slaughtering jonin like dogs, was tantamount to committing suicide. The third Kazekage sighed and slowly stood up. Now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to go to the Konoha battlefield myself. What? Lord Kazekage, you? When this was said, everyone was shocked, even Ebizo was stunned. Sir, if you leave, who will take care of the village? The situation is very critical, sir, you must think twice before you act. The third Kazekage stretched out his hand and pressed it lightly, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then said, block all news, my trip will not last more than one night this time, and besides, I also have something I need to confirm. Since the Konoha frontline troops have received supplies, it means that something has gone wrong in the Sky Ninja village. In order to confirm the specific situation, he thought about it and decided to go to Angkor Fortress in person. Besides, Goro and his wife are indeed an important fighting force of the village and cannot afford to lose. He looked at Ebizo, I will bring them both back, don't worry. Ebizo was flattered and moved to tears. He bowed deeply to the third Kazekage. Sir, their lives are in your hands. At this moment, the shrill alarm sounded through the cold night and spread throughout the sand village. What's the situation? Everyone in the conference room stood up one after another, but after all, the third Kazekage was here, so there was not much panic on their faces, but more confusion. What's going on? Could it be that White Fang has led his men into the Kingdom of Wind? How could he be so brave? In a moment, a ninja from the intelligence team pushed open the door of the conference room, bowed and saluted, and walked hurriedly. Reporting to the lords, it was an enemy attack. Someone broke through the barrier and has now entered the village. Ebizo gritted his teeth and asked, his voice full of suppressed anger, can the identity of the enemy be confirmed? The ninja immediately lowered his head, sorry, we can't confirm the other party's identity, but there are only 3 of them. Nani? Just 3 people? Just 3 people, can't you solve the problem? A senior executive questioned with an impatient tone. Sorry, these 3 enemies. The intelligence squad ninja glanced at the third Kazekage cautiously, then quickly looked away, they all have the ability to fly. We don't stand a chance of fighting them at all. The Sandai Kazekage's heart skipped a beat and his face instantly turned gloomy. He had a bad feeling. Whoosh! On the rooftop of the wind shadow bunker, a black shadow soared into the sky, bringing up a howling gale. He circled in the air, and then suddenly hovered, with a pair of slender black sand iron wings spread out on his back. It was the third Kazekage. In front of him, 3 young men were covered in moonlight, with mechanical wheels on their backs. They were suspended in the air in a triangle shape, accompanied by the faint humming sound of the device. The leader was wearing white clothes and had white hair, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes as he looked at the third Kazekage. Are you guys, from the Sky Ninja village? The third Kazekage suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice. He recognized the equipment behind the 3 people at a glance. It was undoubtedly the flying ninja equipment of Angkor Fortress. Although the color was slightly different, the style was almost exactly the same. Are you from the Sky Ninja village? Let's round it off. Obito slapped himself, a little annoyed, no, why should I answer your question? The third Kazekage snorted, since you are an air nin, I was just about to go find you. Tell Shenyu to come out and talk. Shenyu. Orochimaru smiled and shook his head, I'm afraid he can't come. Why? The third Kazekage was stunned. Because I've killed him. Beilyuha laughed, if you can just follow us, we can save a lot of effort. From what you said, the 3 of you should be enemies, not friends. The third Kazekage stretched out his hand and spread out his 5 fingers, then go to hell. The magnetic chakra operated quietly, but nothing happened. Beilyuha crossed his arms and sneered, I advise you not to waste your time. These mechanical wings were modified by me personally. They don't have any magnetism. Your magnetic escape will not affect them at all. And he swung his sleeves violently, and dozens of tempered shurikens shot out, aiming directly at the body of the third Kazekage. Magnetic escape has no effect. The third Kazekage was a little surprised. He immediately controlled the iron sand to gather into a shield, and with a ding-dang-dang sound, he blocked all the shurikens. Chapter 203 Whoever hides is an inferior ninja. Orochimaru was slightly shocked. He, who could perfectly call upon natural energy, did not notice the whereabouts of the third Kazekage. However, after thinking about it for a while, he understood the reason. As the owner of the magnetic release bloodline limit, when fighting, the third Kazekage would transform his own chakra into pure and powerful magnetism and release it out of his body to control the iron sand in nature to fight. Therefore, his chakra was almost scattered all around, and it was impossible to lock onto the target by relying on the perception of fairy chakra. The spiritual transformation technique of Nen can automatically capture the location of the target's soul. It has nothing to do with chakra and is equivalent to a special infrared sensor. Although it is slightly lacking in sensing terrain, it is very effective in tracking and searching for the enemy. Whoosh! Hirako suddenly threw the spear in his hand. The tip of the spear tore through the air and went straight to the head of the third Kazekage. Not only Orochimaru, he also felt angry as if he was being played with. This kind of direct and mindless attack is useless to me. The third Kazekage stretched out his hand, and the iron sand automatically condensed. Just as it was about to turn into a shield, the ground beneath his feet suddenly began to fluctuate strangely, like the surging sea, and his entire body began to shake along with it. He raised his eyes and through the gaps between the fine iron dust, he noticed that Baileaho in the distance had squatted down with his palms pressed to the ground. Earth escape technique, earth shaking technique. Seeing this scene, Uchiha and Orochimaru couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't seem to have expected that this guy Oboro had such combat intelligence. The third Kazekage was not at all flustered. Instead, he knelt on one knee and slapped the ground with his palm. Magnetic style, sand iron wave. With him as the center, the undulating ground suddenly began to ripple visible to the naked eye. The ground was torn into pieces and sand and iron like a river broke out of the ground, surging from top to bottom, like a huge wave hitting the shore, rushing in all directions and destroying everything. The iron content of this sand was simply astonishing. The three of them retreated one after another, not daring to be approached by this strange thing. As Baileaho's hands left the ground stopped shaking in an instant. "Do you know why I brought you here?" The third Kazekage opened his mouth slowly, and as he spoke, the iron sand circling around him automatically gathered at his back, and his jet black iron sand wings spread out again, carrying his body slowly into the air. "That is because..." The tearing of the ground continued, and streams of iron sand broke through the ground like waterfalls, rushing out, as if large clusters of black flowers had bloomed on the ground. The third Kazekage opened his hands and raised a cruel smile. The underground of this abandoned fortress contains the largest reserves of iron sand. The three men looked solemn and immediately activated the mechanical flying wings behind them, rising into the night sky with the third Kazekage. There was no other way, as the iron sand was increasing in number and there was almost no place to land. The ground was churning and turning into a flowing river of iron sand. Soon, the entire land was painted in a pitch-black color. "Here, I can kill you without any burden and effort." Along with the third Kazekage, a huge amount of iron sand also rose into the air. Under the operation of magnetic force, countless iron dust condensed and swirled above the head of the third Kazekage, covering the entire night sky. Orochimaru raised his head with a solemn expression. After 8 years, he saw the pitch-black iron clouds covering the sky again. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Outside the fortress, the yellow sand rolled slightly, and a furtive head poked out from the desert, with dark green pupils and black satin covering its face. It was Kakuzu. "Humph, you are worthy of the title of the strongest Kazekage. With such a difficult situation, a bounty of 3 million ryo is a bit low." He stared at the endlessly rolling black iron dust that covered the sky, and the expression on his face was no more relaxed than Orochimaru's. Are these three really sure they can defeat the third Kazekage? Kakuzu was a little hesitant. He was weighing whether or not he should take action. Forget it. Shenyu's order is to save their lives only in critical moments. As long as they are still alive, I will not act rashly. Kakuzu turned his eyes and took in the figures of the three people one by one. Besides, leaving aside Hirako, the other two brats are no longer the same as they were before. They are calm and composed in both temperament and strength. If they fight with all their strength, it is still unknown who will win. He smiled slightly. It's been a wonderful hunt. Let me see how much you have grown over the years. At this moment, dark clouds were rolling in the sky. The dark metallic luster was cold and piercing, and filled with murderous intent. The third Kazekage was suspended high in the night sky. He clapped his hands suddenly, causing magnetic force to flow. The clouds above his head suddenly swayed and began to sink from the center. A huge black triangular pyramid emerged from the vortex and hung high above the three people. Magnetic release sand iron triangular pyramid. As the saying goes, if you don't make a sound, you will be a surprise when you do. This move of his was a killing move, and he was ready to release the most destructive blow to end the battle directly. Change. The third Kazekage raised his hand, and under the push of magnetic force, the giant triangular pyramid began to rotate slowly, getting faster, and finally dancing wildly like a top, bringing up gusts of wind. Let's die together with the falling iron sand. He lowered his hand as if judging someone. Naked murderous intent flashed across his cold eyes. The triangular pyramid suddenly fell, and because of its extreme speed, it even produced red flames from the friction around it. The light illuminated the masks of the three people. Before the iron sand arrived, the strong wind had already arrived, blowing the hair of the three people into a frenzy. Orochimaru subconsciously entered the sage mode, with a light aura flowing, his horn growing, and his white hair floating like snow. Nian also opened his Mangekyō Sharingan, like a scarlet sunflower quietly blooming in the dark night. Looking at the huge cone that looked like a meteorite falling to the ground, the two men's expressions became more and more solemn. For an attack of this magnitude, the best way was to dodge and look for another opportunity. Just as they were about to do so, Bailiu suddenly shouted out of nowhere. Anyone who hides is a low-level ninja. They both turned their heads at the same time and gave each other puzzled looks. I heard that Master once faced the ninja god's world-destroying True Thousand Hands, but he still faced it without dodging or avoiding it. He was much younger than us at the time. Bailiu stared at the huge fireball in the sky, his eyes showing both solemnity and excitement. Only at the moment of life and death can one prove his own ninja way. I want to prove that I am the Master's bravest disciple. Anyone who hides is a low-level ninja. He added. Why should we listen to you? Nian frowned, but quietly clenched his fists. Boring. Orochimaru snorted coldly and licked his lips habitually. Even though both of them disliked Bailiu, no one of them was willing to move. They were like three scarecrows in the wheat field, staring at the falling meteorite without moving. No, what are these three little devils doing? Jiaodu frowned in the distance, with confusion flashing in his eyes. Why don't they avoid it? With this scale and height, even if ordinary rocks fell, the destructive power would be comparable to that of a cannonball, not to mention the madly rotating and solid iron sand. Could it be that they have a backup plan? Kakuzu's heart was shocked, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of success, as if the new generation is pushing the old generation forward, and also some inexplicable expectations. He really wanted to see what the method was. The iron spikes came closer and closer, and the red flames illuminated the expressions of the three people in every detail. From the initial excitement, to the solemnity of the impending crisis, to disbelief, and finally to the inexplicable tragedy and the fearlessness of facing death. Call. A violent and heavy wind came down from the sky, and a huge iron cone completely covered the heads of the three people. There was no escape at this time. At the last moment when the iron spike fell, three people could be heard shouting in unison. Steel style, iron block. Susana. Orokai style substitution technique. The triangular pyramid fell to the ground with a loud bang, and the entire desert was shaking. The shock wave swept across 1,000 meters, destroying everything. The storm roared and raged, and rolling sand and dust splashed like a waterfall. Boom! The third Kazekage's killing move actually hit 3 people perfectly. In the distance, Kakuzu crawled out of the desert cursing. Even though he was far away, the impact of the aftermath made his blood boil. But those 3 little ghosts actually took the head-on attack. Baga! Are these 3 idiots? He was too weak to complain. Just now, he even naively thought that these 3 brats had some hidden cards. It's over. If they all die, Shenyu won't let me go. There was a flash of great fear in Kakuzu's eyes, and then it was instantly burned by anger. Damn it, were these 3 idiots really brought out by Shenyu? Chapter 204, 3 Moon Brothers vs the Third Kazekage. The strong wind blew in all directions, tearing the yellow sand all over the sky and gradually dissipating it. As the wind and sand gradually subsided, a huge sand pit with a radius of several hundred meters appeared on the ground. Nearly half of the fortress was destroyed and ruins were everywhere. Above the night sky, the third Kazekage narrowed his eyes slightly. Even he, the caster, was shocked by the previous attack. He was not shocked by the power of this technique. After all, after the battle with Shenyu, he had learned from his mistakes and practiced harder. His strength had also improved a lot in the past few years, so it was expected that this level of damage would be caused. What really surprised him was that this move could actually hit all the enemies perfectly, and those 3 guys actually managed to withstand the attack, and no one died. Cough cough. Baileahu struggled to crawl out of the sand pile, his face bruised and swollen, his arms hanging limply, swinging back and forth in his wide sleeves. He had lost all consciousness. When the huge triangular pyramid fell, Shinian promptly activated the 3rd stage of Krotengu Susanoo to protect the 3 people at the same time. However, even the Susanoo could only hold out for a moment before it shattered into pieces due to the crazy rotation of the triangular pyramid. The heavy iron sand came towards him, and he immediately used his strongest defensive ninjutsu, Steel Release, Iron Block, to harden his whole body in time. Despite this, he was still knocked unconscious by the powerful force, and both of his arms were directly broken. If Susanoo hadn't withstood the first wave of attacks, he would have been smashed to pieces. He looked to the side quickly and saw a long crack in the center of the desert. Countless sands and dust slid down. As the crack opened wider and wider, 2 thick wooden boards slowly opened, as if propping up 2 shields with fang-like ghost faces. Inside, there was a panting mind. Wood release, the technique of ranking. Nian clasped his hands together and breathed a sigh of relief. Relying on this strongest wood-style defensive ninjutsu, he finally withstood the attack. On the other side, Orochimaru stood there unharmed. Although he was not completely injured, the corners of his clothes were slightly dirty. The remains he had discarded as a substitute had already been smashed to pieces. Orochimaru, I saw you cheating just now. Obaru laughed triumphantly. It all depends on your ability. Orochimaru ignored him. Nian focused his gaze on Baileahu, and his right eye was instantly covered with bloodshot and glowed red, Tianji Chongli. In an instant, Baileahu's arms were completely restored, all the injuries on his body disappeared, and his condition returned to normal. Nian, you are indeed my good brother. Baileahu gave him a grateful look. Now we're going to get serious, so be prepared. Nian reminded him and rubbed his right eye to relieve the pain. It is good. The 3 of them regrouped and took out new mechanical wheel wings from the scrolls. The ninja tools they had just used had already been smashed to pieces. At this moment, the wind and sand just dissipated, and the 3 people's safe and sound bodies were completely exposed to the sight of the third Kazekage. Puff puff. Gas spurted out all at once, and a huge amount of wind chakra surged, carrying the 3 people into the air, and with a fierce fighting spirit, they rushed towards the third Kazekage. Steel Release, Autumn dew on the leaves. Beirahu swung his hands, and the pitch-black sharp blades slid out from his sleeves, like two guillotines, slashing fiercely at the head of the third Kazekage. Now, it's your turn to withstand our attacks. Naive. Do you think this is a turn-based game? The third Kazekage snorted coldly. Iron clouds rolled above his head, and two beams of black light struck down like thunder, knocking Bai Luo far away, and sparks flashed away. He clenched his 5 fingers again, and 2 bundles of iron sand instantly condensed into spears, and he chased after Bai Luo relentlessly. Immortal technique Thunder Escape Thunderbolt. Orochimaru approached quietly, formed seals with his hands and raised them high, lightning flashed in his palms, and the azure lightning turned into 2 wildly dancing thunder dragons that smashed down fiercely. The third Kazekage vibrated his wings and dodged at an extremely fast speed, avoiding the lightning. However, under Orochimaru's control, 2 beams of lightning circled leisurely and trapped the third Kazekage in the center. Could it be, this is just a feint? The Sandai Kazekage's heart sank and he looked up suddenly. A huge translucent cannon barrel shining with golden light came into view. Divine artifact, Thunderbolt. Nian was wearing Susanoo and carrying a heavy cannon on his shoulder. As chakra gathered like a tide, an extremely thick beam of golden lightning flashed in the sky and accurately hit the third Kazekage. The shock wave spread out in an instant, mixed with countless electric arcs that scattered in all directions. The third Kazekage had a solemn expression on his face, and large pieces of iron sand were falling around him. Just now, at the critical moment, he immediately absorbed a large amount of iron sand from his body to condense it into a shield, and directed the electric current to the earth, but he obviously underestimated the power of the artifact. In order to prevent himself from being affected, he continued to condense iron sand to strengthen the thickness of the shield, and the iron cloud almost consumed a quarter of it. At this moment, a rapid buzzing sound came from my ears. It was the sound of the air being cut. Orochimaru clasped his hands together, and a huge amount of senjutsu chakra condensed in his palms. An icy blue light drew a perfect circle in the air, like a shining Ouroboros, spinning madly and suddenly taking shape. By the time the third Kazekage reacted, Orochimaru was already holding a circle of ice blue light in his arms. Immortal technique, Ouroboros, 8-part light wheel. Orochimaru looked coldly, stretched out his hand and threw, and a halo came through the air with a sharp buzzing sound, illuminating the eyes of the third Kazekage. Magnetic escape sand iron wall. The third Kazekage did not dare to be careless. The light wheel came at him very fast, making his hair stand on end. He felt an unprecedented threat. He quickly mobilized his chakra, magnetic force flowed, and an endless sea of iron sand surged and swept over, quickly condensing into a solid iron wall in front of him, blocking the attack of the light wheel. Ba, ba, ba. Even though it was blocked, the light wheel was still moving forward steadily under its mad rotation, like a cutting machine, with sparks surging like a dragon. Orochimaru pushed with both hands, and while wrestling, he felt faintly excited in his heart. Back then, he could only stand obediently on the ground and look up at the battle between the third Kazekage and his master that was like a fight between gods. Now, he can also touch this level a little. At least, it can make the third Kazekage look exhausted. Paying too much attention to the nimbus. The air waves surged, and Nin and Hirahu simultaneously drove the mechanical wheels and rushed to the left and right sides of the third Kazekage. Nian's whole body was flowing with orange light, and the half-body Susanoo stretched out a big hand, with Megatama circling in the palm, and struck the back of the third Kazekage like a thunderbolt. Bai Luo held 2 guns in his hands and threw them out fiercely. The iron spear that had just attacked him had been transformed by his steel escape technique and had lost all its magnetism. This is what I'm giving back to you, bastard. The Megatama circled, the iron spear broke through the air, and hit the back of the third Kazekage hard. A gleam of light flashed across Orochimaru's vertical pupils. He looked at the unstoppable halo and whispered, "Explode!" Boom! The fairy chakra suddenly exploded, and the storm rolled up iron sand and rushed in all directions. Chapter 205 Iron and Steel Terracotta Warriors. The storm gradually subsided. Amid the falling iron sand, a figure slid powerlessly from the night sky, like a dead leaf in the wind, falling into the desert, splashing thick yellow dust. Whoosh! 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 Three figures controlled the mechanical wheels, chasing the direction where the third-generation wind shadow fell, getting closer and closer. Did you succeed? There was excitement in Baileahu's eyes. Don't be careless. Nian warned, pointing to the black iron sand clouds swirling in the night sky. This guy hasn't let go of the control of the magnetic force, which means he still has some strength left. Orochimaru slowly slowed down and landed on the desert. Looking at the flying sand, he decided to test it out first, and then raised his hand in the distance. Latent Shadow Snake Hand. Whoosh! A grey viper emerged from the bulging cuffs, and like a spinning hook, it sank into the sand and dust like lightning, but was silent in an instant. Hey, hey! The three of them stared at each other and heard heavy breathing at the same time. I never thought that I would be pushed to this point by you guys. The wind and sand suddenly dissipated, revealing the figure of the third Kazekage. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth, and his wide wind shadow robe was torn into tattered rags by the strong wind. He looked in a miserable state, completely losing his previous majesty. But the edge in his eyes was even colder and sharper, brewing a chilling murderous intent. His right hand was holding a cold snake corpse, with thorn-like iron spikes already piercing its body. Your situation is already hopeless, just surrender. Nian said coldly. It's all over. The third Kazekage laughed loudly and sharply, looking up to the sky. Who gave you this illusion? With a snap sound, he slammed his palms together, and all the chakra in his body exploded completely, turning into violent and ferocious magnetic force that swept in all directions. Orochimaru's heart was shaken, he felt the ground shaking, he immediately stepped forward, rushed in front of the third Kazekage, and tried to interrupt his technique with lightning speed. Spiral pills. A blue light suddenly appeared, and a high-speed rotating chakra ball appeared in Orochimaru's palm. With a sharp buzzing sound, it pressed hard against the chest of the third Kazekage. The sand suddenly bulged, and a tall, pitch-black iron figurine broke out of the ground, like a heavy iron wall, blocking the third-generation Kazekage firmly. The raised nan exploded, and the iron figurine retreated slightly, with a dent in its lower abdomen. However, Orochimaru was blown away by the reaction force. Puff! The gas sprayed, leaving white waves in the air. Orochimaru used the mechanical wheels to stop his retreat, suspended in the air, and looked down in uncertainty. Not only him, but Baileahu and Nian were also shocked. At this moment, one tall iron figurine after another broke out of the ground. Each of them had the same shape and appearance. They were densely packed, shoulder to shoulder, occupying their entire field of vision. The deep and cold voice of the third Kazekage came from below. This was the last trump card I prepared for the Sand Village after exhausting all my resources and bearing all the doubts and insults. I had intended to completely end the battlefield in the Land of Rain and keep it as a trump card to deal with that person, but I didn't expect to use it here in advance today. The third Kazekage reached out and grabbed his collar, and with a swish sound, he tore off the tattered Kazekage robe, revealing his strong and sturdy upper body. These iron warriors are the perfect fusion of magnetic ninjutsu, puppetry, mechanical arts, and the flying technology of the aerial ninja village. There are more than 300 of them. They are fearless and indestructible. Let's see what you can use to fight me. He opened his arms, and 12 iron figurines walked with heavy steps and surrounded him. They raised their arms and put their hands on each other's shoulders. The armor on their backs deformed and formed an airtight iron shield quickly, accompanied by bursts of metal friction sounds, protecting the third Kazekage in the center. Not good. Orochimaru instantly understood the third Kazekage's thoughts. He looked up suddenly and reflected in his vertical pupils was a cloud of iron sand that was falling madly like a meteorite. At this moment, Taiyun had obviously completely lost the restraint and control of the magnetic force, and fell with gravity relying only on its powerful potential energy. The range of this attack completely exceeded the sand-iron triangular pyramid just now, and a huge shadow that made people's scalps numb covered the earth. Retreat first! The three of them drove the mechanical wheels at full power, trying to escape the shockwaves of the iron cloud's fall, but how could the third Kazekage let them do as they wished? At this moment, all the iron figurines started moving. Their backs spread out with pitch-black flying wings, and black nozzles of varying thickness extended from the soles of their feet and arms. The jet devices were pushed frantically, and accompanied by dazzling flames, they left the ground one after another and chased in the direction of the three people. A sneer crossed the lips of the third Kazekage. As a master of the blood limit of magnetic style, he did not need to use the chakra threads used by ordinary puppeteers to control the actions of the puppets. In other words, those invisible and intangible magnetic forces were his threads. The devices inside these steel puppets are extremely sophisticated and self-contained. They can make flexible movements by simply using the magnetic control center. Coupled with the extremely long control distance, they are much more skilled than ordinary puppeteers. What? Orochimaru couldn't help but look back. Even he couldn't help but be shocked by this scene. The iron figurine flew very fast and approached the three people in just a moment. They raised their hands and beams of dazzling blue light lit up in their palms. Whoosh whoosh! Beams of light shot out one after another. Bailuohu was unable to dodge and quickly used steel release to harden his entire body. He was blasted away by three beams of light and nearly crashed. It's not an ordinary explosion, but a chakra cannon. Bailuohu gritted his teeth and reminded, compared to the detonating talisman, the power of these light cannons is more concentrated, don't get hit. The chakra hand cannon was a miniature light cannon modified based on the super energy heavy cannon in the Angkor fortress of the Sky Ninja village and its operating principle. Although its power is far different from the original, it is more flexible and has abundant reserves. Each iron figurine contains a chakra battery. This amount of chakra can support them in firing nearly 100 shots. Entangled by the iron figurines, the speed of the three people was greatly slowed down. At this rate, it was impossible for them to escape from the falling range before the iron sand hit the ground. At the critical moment, Nian's mind raced, an idea flashed through his mind, and he suddenly shouted, "Cover me!" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned off the flying wings behind him, dived to the ground, and his Mangekyō Sharingan spun wildly, emitting a bright red light. With a deep and majestic roar, a dazzling orange light burst out, and a second-level Susanoo projected from his body. He swung his arms violently, knocking several iron figurines that rushed in front of him away. Orochimaru understood what he meant immediately, and came to Nin's side together with Hiruzen, each using their own methods to repel the iron figurines that rushed over one by one. Nian roared angrily, still outputting pupil power, hot blood flowing from the corners of his eyes. Susanoo shone brightly, and his whole body was armed with pieces of armor. His body expanded further, and he grew legs. The fourth-level Susanoo suddenly appeared. Divine Artifact, Thunderbolt. The huge cannon barrel was turned upside down, with the muzzle pointed far above the head. Boom! The sound of thunder resounded throughout the desert, and golden lightning shot straight into the sky, slamming heavily into the sand and iron clouds above. After only a moment of stalemate, it completely penetrated the thick clouds and lit up the night sky. The shot created a huge hole in the iron cloud, and countless electric arcs crawled along the hole. The surrounding iron sand was affected, and its magnetism suddenly decreased and floated away like chips. He wanted to seize the right opportunity and absorb Orochimaru and Obito into Susanoo at the same time. Rumble! As Taiyun fell to the ground, Susanoo jumped up bravely. Relying on its excellent jumping ability, its huge body passed over the previous big hole without suffering any damage. Chapter 206, Mature Susanoo. The iron cloud fell and the earth shook. A huge amount of iron sand fell from the sky, and iron slag splashed, as if it was a torrential rain. The metal frenzy filled the space between heaven and earth, madly crushing everything on the ground. When Susanoo landed, the original fortress no longer existed. The original desert landform had been turned over and over several times, and the altitude of the entire surface had dropped by dozens of meters. Iron sand completely replaced the yellow sand, and it was pitch black everywhere. In the silence, Susanoo fell to the ground with a boom, and its huge feet sank slightly into the iron sand. The fourth stage Susanoo, commonly known as the mature form, is based on the second stage half-body Susanoo. While retaining its balance and full capabilities, it grows a lower body and legs, and its size and weight are also greatly increased. Although its overall defense is not as good as that of the third stage Crotengu Susanoo, it fills the original defensive gap under its feet and increases its excellent mobility. At this moment, the three people were located at the chest of Susanoo, as if immersed in some orange solution. Their robes and hair were slightly floating, and their whole bodies were wrapped in the fourth level Susanoo, as solid as a rock. Because they avoided the impact and shock in time, they did not suffer any harm. This shocked Orochimaru slightly, and he looked at Nin with a hint of admiration. "Brother, you saved me again." Baileaho looked at Nian's tall back, his eyes suddenly a little dazed, and he seemed to see Shenyu's shadow vaguely. Nian stared at his own hands, and a hint of excitement flashed in his scarlet eyes. With the help of the Eye of Non-Eternity, he developed the fourth-order mature form of Susanoo. Following his aunt, he finally reached this step, and it was worth it for Lord Madara's careful teaching in the base for 5 years. He took a deep breath to calm himself down, but said, "It's nothing. I'm still far behind my uncle and the others. I should focus on the goal in front of me." After these words were spoken, the two men came to their senses and noticed the devastated land. The power of magnetic escape is so terrifying. Orochimaru looked down at the earth and licked his lips. If a technique of this scale were to fall on Konoha, half of the village would be destroyed. Baileaho looked around and was a little frightened. He actually resorted to this trick. "Does the third Kazekage want to die together with me?" "No." Nian shook his head and looked down at a certain spot on the ground. In the beginning, he used puppets to protect himself. Now he is wrapped in countless layers of iron sand and buried deep underground. Does he want to? There was no need for Baileaho to say much. Countless protrusions began to emerge from the dark ground, and steel terracotta warriors dug through the iron sand, rose into the air with the iron dust falling, and began to circle around the huge Susanoo. "Humph, this guy, is he planning to play this turtle game?" Baileaho let out a breath, a little depressed. "There's nothing to be angry about." Orochimaru looked at the iron figurine outside of Susanoo and said calmly. Hiding himself, controlling the puppets to attack from a distance, and then leaving after the task is completed, this is the standard fighting style of a puppeteer, but he has upgraded this fighting method to the shadow level. So, now we just need to use lightning speed to break through that guy's defense and we can kill him, right? It's not that simple. Nian began to speak, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a violent burst of light. Boom boom boom! More and more iron figurines gathered and launched an attack. It seemed that the third Kazekage did not intend to give the three people any time to catch their breath. Who? 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 More and more iron figurines gathered and circled around Susanoo. Blue beams of light kept flashing in their palms. Dense light cannons hit Susanoo's solid surface, shattering into azure light, like clear flowers blooming. With a cold snort, Susanoo immediately summoned a golden thunder hammer. He held the hammer handle with both hands and swung his arms. There were a few heavy sounds of metal colliding. Several iron figurines were smashed far away by the hammer and disappeared into the night. Thunder cannon! He formed seals with his hands and a huge cannon was mounted on his back. Lightning condensed and aimed at the hiding place of the third Kazekage. Zitsaizi. The electric currents gathered like a surging tide, but just at the moment when they were about to strike out, dozens of iron figurines connected together and slammed hard into the orange giant's ankle. The sudden blow caused Suzanu's entire body to slightly tilt. The thunder cannon blasted out, and a thick golden thunder tore through the earth, plowing a kilometer-long crack in the entire dark land, but the trajectory of the cannonball passed by the hiding place of the third Kazekage and failed to cause an effective attack. Damn it! Nian clenched his fists silently. Seeing that the chakra cannon's attack was ineffective, some iron figurines actually flew across, and with a gushing heat wave, they began to try to hit Suzanu's chest, trying to break the force with force. If it was just a single collision, the mature Suzanu could naturally ignore it with its strong defense, but if dozens of iron figurines attacked at full speed together, it would be difficult to withstand it. Hundreds of iron figurines flew around in an intertwined pattern, connecting with each other in the night sky, forming several huge black steel shells that rushed and whistled towards them. Boom! Suzanu swung his thunder hammer and smashed a cannonball to pieces, but was unable to avoid the sneak attack from behind in time and was knocked off balance slightly. I'll do it! Orochimaru's face was gloomy, and the wind gathered in his right hand, outlining the prototype of the Raise Nan. No, he's moving. Nian said in a deep voice. According to the soul's perception, the third-generation wind shadow was constantly changing the position of the iron figurine. Seeing the increasingly solemn expressions of his two companions, Baileahu gritted his teeth and said, Orochimaru, Nian, leave these iron lumps to me, and you just go and kill the third Kazekage. Can you? Orochimaru gave him a hesitant look. Hehe, even though my offensive means are the weakest, when it comes to entanglement ability, I can still give him a hard time. Hirako made up his mind, activated the mechanical wings on his back, jumped out of Suzanu, and hardened his whole body with steel escape. With a loud clang, he used his iron body to knock away an incoming cannonball, but he adjusted his direction according to the backward trend and forcibly knocked away another cannonball. Steel release, steel stealing gun. A straight black spear appeared, and the tip of the spear pierced the iron figurine. Baileahu swung the spear with all his might, stepping on the body of the iron figurine and rushing forward. Nian frowned slightly and said worriedly, Hey, are you really okay? I can. Baileahu held down the head of one iron figurine tightly, and at the same time, he used a headbutt to knock back another iron figurine, and shouted with bared teeth, It can't do it. Psychicism. Orochimaru bit his finger and formed seals with his hands. A huge amount of smoke dissipated with the wind, and a giant red snake suddenly appeared. As soon as it appeared, it swung its tail and blew away the iron figurines in the surrounding area. Zinnia, the enemy is the third Kazekage. What? Zinya's pupils shrank suddenly, and the long-suppressed anger burned in his brain. Immortal technique, triple suffering. You cooperate with Obaru to deal with these puppets, and I will catch him right away. Orochimaru shouted. But at this moment, Zinnya seemed not to be listening. He swung his tail wildly, smashing large pieces of iron figurines away. Go to hell! Go to hell! Suzanu was inside, and he exchanged a glance with Orochimaru, then looked in a certain direction, his eyes suddenly becoming cold. Chapter 207, Furious Zinnya. Boom! On the pitch-black earth, a giant with an orange glow all over his body was running straight in a certain direction with big strides. His huge feet penetrated into the ground, causing the surrounding area to shake wildly. Around it, countless tall iron figurines swarmed in, some running on the ground, some flying in the air, blending into the dark night, densely packed in layers, circling endlessly, constantly launching attacks, trying to stop the giant's steps. Go to hell! Accompanied by heavy crashing sounds, the man and the snake kept moving around, knocking away the terracotta warriors that were interfering with the giant's advance, causing sparks to fly. Steel style, iron block. Bai Luo shouted angrily and increased the horsepower of the flying wheel to the maximum. He then tensed his body, with the dark metallic color spreading all over his body. He dragged the white gas steaming air waves, like a cannonball, violently breaking up several iron figurines that were combined together. On the ground, the giant snake Xenia meandered like a dragon. Its body, like a city wall, pressed several iron figurines scattered on the ground into the ground with just a slight squeeze. At the same time, it opened its big mouth, and a deep purple poisonous mist spread with the wind. The iron figurines blocking the front of Susanoo froze in an instant, all their nozzles immediately shut down, and the luster on their bodies quickly dimmed. With a bang, Susanoo stepped forward and crushed these guys who had lost their ability to move and were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and they were deeply stuck in the iron sand. Under the ground, the third Kazekage, who was wrapped in a steel barrier, couldn't help but grit his teeth, his face terribly gloomy. Damn it, this damn Xianye! Despite all his calculations, he still missed Xenia's existence. This guy's magic can petrify any chakra and living things. Even non-living things will be corroded by the purple poisonous mist and the material will become brittle. The reason why the steel puppet can operate smoothly is thanks to the central device and chakra battery built into its core, but the poisonous fog is pervasive. Once it touches the core, it will instantly petrify the chakra inside the battery. The steel puppet then becomes silent, as if the power was cut off, and instantly becomes a real dead object. I never thought that this guy would be a natural counter to my tactics. At this moment, there was a violent tremor all around, accompanied by a dull echo. The steel dome above was hit hard, and a huge palm mark appeared. What? The pupils of the third generation Feng Ying suddenly shrank, and he tried hard to steady his body while shaking. Through the vision of the special iron figurine, he instantly knew everything that was happening outside. The iron barrier where he was located had been captured by Susanoo. Black iron filings fell and flowed along the fingers of Susanoo. Nian stared at the black metal sphere and immediately controlled Susanoo to squeeze it hard, but it only caused it to deform slightly. These puppets seemed to be specially made and were unexpectedly tough. Nian, hold on to it. Orochimaru moved and jumped out from Susanoo. The breeze on his body lifted him up in the air. The palms of his hands were filled with flowing light, and his left and right hands simultaneously dragged an ice-blue trajectory and circled around, drawing a complete circle. The fairy chakra condensed in an instant, and a blue halo appeared again. Go, 8-point light wheel! With a whoosh sound, a wheel of light cut through the night sky and arrived in an instant, striking the surface of the steel barrier and spinning wildly. Along with the flying sparks, the sharp and piercing friction sound rolled out, like a roaring ghost, just about to lift a person's scalp. In addition to the thoughts in Susanoo, Birahu and Xenia in the distance were also affected. Baileaho immediately put on the mask of pain, held his head with both hands, and squatted on the spot. Xenia also trembled. It didn't have its hands to cover its ears, so it could only turn its head and look towards the source of the sound with a grin. It didn't matter that it took a look. It immediately smelled the breath inside the steel barrier. Its vertical pupils suddenly shrank like needles and burned with boundless anger. It roared, with no other enemies in its eyes, and rushed forward with an unstoppable momentum. Fortunately, those iron figurines have stopped their activities. In order to prevent the steel barrier from being broken, the third Kazekage has concentrated all his energy on maintaining the defense. Orochimaru looked back at the strange behavior of Hirako and Shinga, and thought to himself that it was a good thing that he did not use the white blade technique. Although this move can effectively stun a large area, it is an indiscriminate attack that does not distinguish between friend and foe. What's more, his mission from the beginning to the end was to go straight to the heart of the matter and target only the third Kazekage. If he did anything unnecessary without authorization, it would very likely put his companions in danger. Nian's face was solemn. He felt that the iron ball in Suzanu's hand was struggling frantically. Dazzling blue light and iron spikes kept emerging from between his fingers. Under the dual struggle of the third Kazekage's powerful magnetic force and the iron figurine's built-in power, Suzanu's arm began to shake slightly. Suddenly, there was a fleeting stinging sensation in my eyeballs, and my soul trembled as well. His face turned pale, his body swayed uncontrollably, and he almost stumbled and fell to his knees. He does not have the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. If he overuses his eye power, the special Yin-Tun chakra in his body will still backfire on him. There is a rich Yang release chakra in his body, which can slowly repair the damaged optic nerves and body, but this does not mean he can unleash the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan without any scruples. Moreover, it was his first time to activate the mature form of Suzanu, and he was not proficient in the application of power. He was still a long way from being able to activate the complete form of Suzanu as easily as his aunt. Suzanu's entire body became illusory for a moment, and ripples appeared on its surface like water. Although it was only for a brief moment, it was this moment of delay that caused countless iron spikes to burst out wildly and pierce Suzanu's giant hand. Flames flew everywhere, the magnetic field was reversed, and the steel barrier broke free, brushing past the light wheel and trying to rise into the sky. Sorry. Nian covered his eyes and regrouped. Suzanu solidified again in an instant and he stretched out his big hand to grab the iron ball above his head. The fingertips touched the surface of the barrier, making a dong sound, but it was still a moment too late. At this moment, a flash of red lightning flashed across everyone's vision, and Xenia shot up with rage, opened his mouth wide, grabbed the iron ball in one bite, and fell back to the ground. With a loud bang, the ground shook and black dust rolled up. Xenia's body tensed up inch by inch, and his head led his body to shake continuously. It was obvious that the iron ball in his mouth was still struggling desperately, and the friction with his fangs produced bursts of sparks. It raised its head with all its might, and rich venom spewed out of its mouth. Purple smoke surged out like a volcanic eruption, bathing the entire iron ball in billowing poisonous gas. "You son of a bitch, you're dead today!" There was an indistinct roar in the poisonous fog, the steel barrier was instantly extinguished, the surface quickly became brittle, layers of iron paint quickly peeled off, and the entire iron ball was crumbling. "Orochimaru!" Xenia shouted. Orochimaru noticed its crazy look and immediately understood something. His mechanical wings gushed out strong winds and carried him towards Xenia. Senjutsu Wind-style Raise Nan. The ice-blue chakra was as solid as jade, and it came bursting out with a whirlwind, pressing hard on the iron ball in Xenia's mouth. Chapter 208 Self-Destruction. Senjutsu Wind-style Raise Nan. Orochimaru swooped down, holding an ice-blue Raise Nan in his right hand, and pressed it hard on the iron ball in Xenia's mouth. The whirlwind swirled, blue light flashed, and accompanied by a sharp buzzing sound, the iron ball fell inch by inch. Under the dual ravages of the petrifying poisonous fog and the biting gale, the iron ball that was originally extremely tough now seemed like paper. Even the 12 iron figurines that made up the ball stopped working and fell into stagnation. Damn it, this damn Xianye! Inside the iron barrier, the third Kazekage gritted his teeth, unable to help but feel a strong sense of regret welling up in his heart. It's not that he regretted attacking Xenia, but he regretted that he failed to succeed and seal him into the body of the Jinchuriki and use him for his own benefit. "It's all your fault, Uchiha Shenyu." As soon as I thought of this, the regret in my chest seemed to be ignited, turning into a raging wildfire, burning fiercely, and intense anger and hatred occupied my entire mind. If it weren't for you, Shinga would have been under my control as a Jinchuriki. In that case, my Iron Legion wouldn't have been constrained by this. He shuddered slightly, and felt a current running down his spine. For a moment, his eyes wandered. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have the idea of establishing the Iron Puppet Army, let alone cooperating with Shell, and nothing would have happened today. Success is due to Shenyu, failure is also due to Shenyu. Seeing the bulge in the iron wall expanding, he closed his eyes resignedly. No. He shook his head violently, breaking free from a fleeting sigh, his eyes fierce and crazy, like a beast that has risked everything on one throw. I am the Kazekage. All my actions are for the Sand Village. I haven't lost yet. I'm not defeated yet. I still have a chance. With a snap sound, he exerted force with both palms, releasing all his chakra, and a magnetic storm as deep as the sea swept across the world. Countless iron dust rose up like smoke, constantly gathering into strands, interweaving and arranging in chaotic and disordered shapes in mid-air, like giant steel trees growing wildly against the wind. Crack! At this moment, everyone heard a crisp cracking sound, and the steel barrier was finally broken. The black fragments broke and peeled off like sugar skin, revealing the sinister eyes of the third Kazekage. Orochimaru's eyes were cold, and he rushed forward to kill, but he did not press the raised nan into the opponent's chest. Instead, he controlled it to explode in advance. A powerful impact force suddenly swept over, destroying the entire iron ball. There is no way. Their goal is to capture them alive, not to kill them. The third Kazekage was suddenly struck hard and spurted out a mouthful of blood. The impact alone almost shattered his internal organs. The worst thing was that a poisonous mist infected his right hand, emitting a hissing sound of white smoke. At this moment, a hint of cruelty flashed across his eyes. Magnetic style, super iron sand realm technique. In an instant, with him as the center, a strange wave spread far away, and the surrounding steel jungle danced wildly, like an iron tree blooming, with one black iron bush after another blooming, and dense iron thorns shooting out in all directions. Under the control of powerful magnetic force, countless conical iron sands spread out in all directions, covering the sky like a spider web, and continued to extend and grow, one after another inserted into the ground. This was simply an indiscriminate large-scale attack. Orochimaru retreated immediately. Not to mention that iron sand itself is highly poisonous to the human body, the resolute look in the third Kazekage's eyes made it clear that he wanted to die together with his enemies. The iron thorns spread and grew, like a giant spider crawling in the desert. Soon, the area within a radius of 1 kilometer turned into a steel cage. The iron spikes burst out, and the branching tracks spread out in completely irregular patterns, making it difficult to see where they were coming from. Although Orochimaru retreated quickly, he was inevitably caught by several iron pillars and fixed in mid-air, with the mechanical wheel wings on his back destroyed in an instant. Even he couldn't dodge the attack, let alone the larger Shenyu and Susanoo. Almost at the same time, Xinya and Susanoo were attacked by countless iron spikes, their bodies were locked and trapped in a steel cage. The iron sand scraped across their body surface inch by inch, emitting bursts of sparks. Nian was shocked and tried to break free from the cage outside the Susanoo body, but as soon as he released his pupil power slightly, the creepy tingling sensation passed through his brain again, and he almost couldn't maintain Susanoo. Not far away, Bailuha was also unable to escape the coverage of the sand iron. His mechanical wheel wings were instantly pierced. He immediately activated the tempered glass to cover his entire body. He was like a flying insect that had strayed into a spider web, and was locked tightly in a weird posture. While the enemy was restrained, the third Kazekage did not choose to counterattack, but raised his left hand and cut off his right arm without hesitation. The arm fell weakly and turned into hard stone before it touched the ground. The third Kazekage grabbed a metal spike in front of him, magnetic style, sand iron style. Orochimaru opened his eyes wide, and right before his eyes the third Kazekage turned into a ball of pitch-black iron sand, flowing along the iron spikes and rapidly merging into the surrounding iron cage. Not good. Nian raised his head suddenly and looked above everyone's heads. He's trying to run away. In just a moment, the ball of iron sand appeared at the outermost edge of the iron connection and transformed into the body of the third Kazekage again. Puff! He spat out blood again, his face turning pale. The third Kazekage did not hesitate, spread out his iron wings behind him, turned around and fled into the sky. Orochimaru's eyes twitched and he opened his mouth. A white snake shot out of his mouth and rushed towards the cage above his head. Senfa Orokai style Raise Nan. It opened its mouth wide, and streams of wind swirled and gathered, turning into a crystal clear Raise Nan. The white snake held the Raise Nan in its mouth and broke through one iron thorn after another. Nian took a short breath and activated his pupil power again. A golden light flashed in Suzanu's eyes. He exerted force with his limbs and broke free from the surrounding cage with a crackling sound. He raised his head slightly, his eyes locked on the exposed back of the third Kazekage, Kong Men. In fact, he could activate Amaterasu to end the battle directly at this moment, but there would be no point in doing so. What Bailuhu needs is a living body. No matter how incomplete or weak it is, it must be alive, not a pile of ashes that will be blown away by the wind. Thinking of this, he used his mind to control Susanoo and condensed 3 orange Megatama, which were blasted out like cannonballs to clear the way for Orochimaru. Seeing the white snake and the Megatama about to break through the iron cage, a trace of ruthlessness flashed across the face of the third Kazekage. He shook his hand, threw away the scroll, and summoned the last 6 iron figurines he carried with him. The size and model of these iron figurines are no different from those on the ground. As soon as they appear, they emit white smoke and shoot towards the earth. The Raise Nan exploded, and Orochimaru's body jumped out of the white snake's mouth. Holding the light wheel, he frantically destroyed the iron cage above his head. "Do you think these things can stop me?" In response to him, the red light flashing wildly inside the 6 iron figurines. Not good. Orochimaru's pupils shrank as he sensed a violent energy about to burst out. He immediately stopped and quickly retreated along the same trajectory. Boom! 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 The iron figurines exploded at the same time, flames raged, fragments flew everywhere, and shock waves swept the earth from top to bottom. In the wildly shaking air, the entire sand iron cage was tottering and collapsing inch by inch. A huge explosion resounded across the desert, and the intense flames illuminated the night sky in a dark red. When everything calmed down, Nian also dissipated the broken Susanoo, revealing the 3 people safe and sound. Chapter 209 Returning from the Lost Path. Damn it, let's chase him. Nian rubbed his sore eyes, and the mechanical wheel fan on his back started to turn, and he was about to rush into the sky again. Read. A hand grabbed his arm. It was Orochimaru. He frowned slightly. You should adjust your condition first before continuing to chase. Is your eyes really okay? Nian glanced at him, his dark red eyes dimmed slightly. The third Kazekage is also at the end of his strength. If we make a concerted effort at this time, we should be able to take him down. Never mind. The 2 of them turned their heads at the same time and looked at Bailuhu who was walking slowly towards them, because these words came from him. He pulled the corners of his mouth, his smile somewhat helpless. I was too ambitious. How could it be so easy to capture the shadow of a village and one of the strongest forces of the 5 major countries? After fighting for almost an entire night, all his methods were completely useless and powerless in the face of the earth-shattering ninjutsu displayed by the third Kazekage. It can be said that Orochimaru and Nin took on 90% of the opponent's attack desire, but just that 10% of the pressure was enough to make him breathless. Moreover, when one's strength reaches the level of a cage, it is easy to decide the winner, but it is very difficult to decide life or death, not to mention that one has to capture the target alive while ensuring the other's life. Now think about it, capturing the shadow of a village alive, who was the strongest Kazekage of all time, how arrogant it was. After this battle, almost all the confidence that Bailuhu had accumulated before was destroyed. The Ghost Bud art was just completed, and the excitement of creating a fusion ninja beast with my own hands. The joy of being the best on the battlefield, commanding the country, and saving the people you once envied from the hands of the enemy. The first hunt was successful, and with the help of Golden Ring Eclipse he perfectly merged with the target, and gained the excitement of Steel Release Bloodline Limit. Successfully robbed the Sky Ninja, and the madness of dominating other people's lives at will. Perhaps it was because all this was accomplished too easily that he even misjudged his own abilities. After his strength skyrocketed and he mastered the new bloodline limit, he immediately trampled on his humble self. Little did he know that all the achievements he had made today were actually due to the training of his master and the help of his companions. He overlooked this point, and his still insufficient strength could not match his growing ambitions, which led to the current consequences. Fortunately, it is not too late to turn back now. No matter whether it is Orochimaru or Nin, if any accident occurs during the capture process, Obito will be to blame and will regret it for the rest of his life. He raised his head, patted Nian's shoulder, and let out a long sigh. Nian, Orochimaru, I was too impatient. I took my partner's selfless contribution for granted as part of my own strength, and wanted to do every step perfectly. But with my current ability, I need to move forward steadily and slowly. This third Kazekage, maybe I can wait until I am stronger before I can capture him. Capture again? Orochimaru frowned. I don't understand. If your next target is not magnetic escape, then all your future plans will have to be overturned and started over again, right? How can there be a second chance? Bailuo smiled and said, You still don't know enough about my Demon Bud technique, Orochimaru. In fact, the evolution of the Demon Bud technique has two ways of swallowing. Two kinds. Then let me introduce you in detail. Bailuo cleared his throat and said. The ghost bud grass cannot bloom throughout its life, but its leaves are slender and strong, and each plant has 5 identical leaves. This may be in line with some kind of heavenly law, and it also indicates that the ghost bud grass technique only has 5 chances to devour and merge. After completing all 5 times, the balance of yin and yang and the circulation of the 5 elements are achieved, and the flower buds can be nurtured, and finally the most perfect flower will bloom in the body of the practitioner. The first method is temporary devouring. That is, except for the first and last devouring, the 3 devourings in between do not require the help of favorable weather and location. The devouring can be carried out at any time. If you are not satisfied with the power after fusion, you can change the devouring target at any time except the first and last 2, until the 5th target is fused. Although this method is easy and quick, it is always limited by the word temporary. After swallowing, irregular sutures will appear on the body of the practitioner. This is unavoidable. These sutures representing fusion cracks are also weaknesses. Once severely damaged, the ghost bud art will go out of control and forcibly split the body of the fused person. And the second way is to devour forever. Unlike before, no matter how many times you swallow, you still need to rely on the complete ritual. The right time, right place, and right people are all essential. The swallowing conditions are very harsh, and the process is quite long and full of various uncertainties. You only have 5 chances to swallow, and once you swallow, you cannot modify it. Of course, the advantages are also obvious. After swallowing, the target's blood will be perfectly integrated, and the genes will be completely rewritten. What was lacking will be completed, and there will be no difference between them. Just like me now, there is no problem of sutures. Unless time goes back, no external force can strip away the fused power. At this point, Bailuo shook his head and smiled bitterly. This second method is what I chose, but now it seems to be full of challenges. Nian was lost in thought, and inexplicably recalled that during the years when he was extremely eager for power, his uncle and Lord Madara had said similar things to him. Don't aim too high, said Master Madara earnestly. If you take too big a step, you'll easily pull your crotch, said my uncle. Looking at Bailuo's determined eyes, Nian took a deep breath, and the patterns in his pupils changed from the Mangekyō to the 3 Megatama, which consumed less energy. He asked softly, Are you sure? Before you answer, may I remind you that after our disturbance, the Kazekage will definitely investigate our identities and origins and launch crazy revenge. The whole ninja village is standing behind him. Orochimaru said meaningfully, once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of the rope for 10 years. That's right, it may not be so easy when you catch him next time. Nian nodded. Baliuhu slowly raised his eyes and said firmly, next time he faces me, he won't run away so easily. The breeze blew, and Orochimaru slowly exited the sage mode and rubbed his shoulders. In this case, your next target should be easy to catch, right? Well, since we can't catch the strongest magnetic release, catching one that's almost the same will do. Hirahu seemed to be thinking about something, and it was obvious that he had a new plan. I need to remind you that the strongest magnetic release belongs to Master. Orochimaru said with some lingering fear. He could never forget the feeling when he first achieved the sage mode but was chopped down by Shenyu's sword. The oppressive feeling brought to him by the seemingly light and slender heart of frost was still far greater than the black cloud of sand and iron in the sky tonight. That careless tone seems to still ring in my ears. It's a bit too much to use a knife, come on, try your fists and feet. He shuddered and shook his head quickly. Fortunately, his ultimate goal is just to achieve immortality and witness the secrets of all ninjutsu in the world. If it was changed to gradually become stronger and eventually dominate the world, my spiritual heart would probably be damaged as soon as I thought of the master. Chapter 210 Make a Bid. Just then, the sound of wind was heard in the distance, and a figure emerged from the night, stepping on the sand and getting closer. Who? Bailuhu instantly became alert, his fists coated in black, ready to strike. When he saw the person clearly, he was suddenly stunned and his temper was released. Kakuzu. Hirahu was a little surprised and shouted from a distance, are you here to help me too? Kakuzu snorted coldly and appeared in front of the three people in a flash. First you didn't pay, second you didn't pay, and finally you didn't pay. He glanced at Baliuhu, then looked at the other two. Shenyu gave me the order that you can only take action when you are in a life or death crisis. Orochimaru had expected this and tilted his head, so what's the matter with you showing up now? Kakuzu crossed his arms in an unfathomable manner and laughed, of course it's because I smell the scent of money. Under the puzzled gazes of the three people, he didn't waste any words. He raised his hand, took out the scroll, and unsealed it. Accompanied by thick white smoke, an unconscious man lay loosely on the desert. This is... Nian stared at the man's face. Although he had no impression of him, he noticed his attire. Cloud Ninja. Troy is an elite jonin from the hidden Cloud Village. His strength is average, but... Kakuzu paused, he has a bloodline limit of magnetic release. What? Baliuhu rushed over and looked left and right. His magnetic style is of course very different from the sand iron style of the third Kazekage, but it is also genuine magnetic style. Kakuzu twisted his neck, a while ago, when I heard you say that you were going to hunt for a magnetic style bloodline Genkai, I remembered the information about this guy and secretly captured him. Who would have thought that you would actually set your sights on the third Kazekage? Kakuzu looked around at the three people, seeing how dusty they were, and said with a hint of sarcasm, kids are just kids. You can't just capture the shadow of a village whenever you want. Even I could only suffer a setback back then. Baliuhu no longer had the heart to listen to the sarcasm in his words, and immediately prepared to pack up Troy and take him away, but the other party grabbed his shoulder. So, is this a goal you're happy with? Baliuhu nodded immediately, although it is not my ultimate goal, it is the most suitable option to use it for temporary devouring. After experiencing this incident, he has secretly made up his mind to put aside his unrealistic fantasies. Although temporary devouring has certain flaws, it is indeed the devouring method that suits him best at the moment. Kakuzu nodded and suddenly said, then, make an offer. What? What? Otherwise, why do you think I came here? I smelled a business opportunity. Kakuzu stroked his chin, eyes full of shrewdness. The price of this guy in the exchange office is 2,500 million taels, but that's just a head. A complete living body should be more valuable. But considering our relationship, I'll round it up and charge you 6,000 million taels. You are not kidding. Bai Liuhe was dumbfounded. Jiao didn't say anything, but his eyes were full of seriousness. But I have no money. Higurashi subconsciously looked at Orochimaru and Nin for help. Don't look at me. I'm good at helping you catch people, but I really can't help you with money. Nian waved his hand. Why don't you go ask your uncle for a loan? Come on, if it has come to this, you might as well have just acted like a spoiled child to your master and asked him to beat the third Kazekage half to death and throw him in front of you. Orochimaru stared at Higurashi. Why are you looking at me? We have been sleeping together under the same roof for many years. Do you think I look like I'm rich? Bai Liuhe seemed to be choked and rubbed his hands. Kakuzu, no. Lord Kakuzu, I really can't come up with the money. Maybe you release Troy, and I will catch him back myself. What idiotic talk are you talking about? Kakuzu also rubbed his hands, his eyes deep, and said in a low voice, if you don't have money, you can borrow from me. Write an IOU. We are so familiar with each other, the interest rate is easy to negotiate. Above the Sky Ninja village, a figure cut through the sky and appeared with the dim light of day. The brilliant golden light pierced the night sky, shining on his disheveled body, and casting a bright luster on the pair of jet-black iron wings. It was the third Kazekage. At this moment, his hair was disheveled and he looked extremely weak. His entire right arm was broken at the shoulder and his empty sleeves were soaked in blood. He had completely lost the spirit and vigor he had before. If it weren't for the iron sand that was always hovering around him, it would be hard for people to associate him with the words the strongest wind shadow. After the third Kazekage escaped, he did not return to the sand village immediately in order to avoid the village being robbed. First of all, after fighting for almost a whole night, he had a deep understanding of the enemy's strength, and even vaguely realized that the other party was holding back. With this level of strength, he was extremely sensitive to life and death crises. He could sense that his opponent had several chances to launch a fatal blow, but had cleverly missed the opportunities. He is terrifyingly powerful and deep-minded. Except for him, there is basically no one in the entire sand village who can stop an enemy of this level. Even if Shikaku is dispatched, it will probably be in vain and will cause the entire village to collapse faster. Secondly, the enemy's target is yourself, or to be more precise, the living self. This made him even more certain that the enemy was undoubtedly Konoha. For Konoha village, the outcome of the battle is about to be decided at this moment. A living Kazekage puppet is far more valuable than a cold Kazekage corpse. Finally, the mechanical wheels on the enemy were clearly made by the Sky Ninja. As long as we find Shenyu to confirm the information, we will know whether it is true or not. Moreover, the air ninjas were incompetent, causing the Sand Village assault force to suffer heavy losses in the Konoha battlefield, and almost annihilated. He wanted to settle this account with Shenyu. Because of various considerations, he did not return to the Sand Village, but fled to the Sky Ninja village to seek support. The territory of the Sky Country is very small, so he only circled half a circle along the border and found the location of the flying fortress in the distance. Holy shit! Come again! Inside the Angkor fortress, the air ninja reconnaissance unit stared at the increasingly approaching black shadow with hatred, and immediately sounded the alarm, and large numbers of air ninjas poured out. White waves were flying everywhere, and the sky ninjas were like a hornet's nest had been poked. A large number of elite troops were sent out to circle in the air and surround the third Kazekage. Inside the main building, Shenyu stared at the familiar figure outside the display screen and was immediately startled. He immediately called off the attack and welcomed the frightened third Kazekage into the fortress. Shenyu looked at the embarrassed third Feng Ying and asked in doubt, "What's going on? Who else in the world can make Master Feng Ying so embarrassed? The third Kazekage had a gloomy expression on his face. I still need to ask you this, Lord Shenyu. What do you mean? Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.